So, hello everyone. Welcome to the second day of UDL Thesis Publication Seminar 2024. I hope you all had a productive day, one filled with very insightful presentations and discussions which we had yesterday. So today we'll continue with more exciting presentations and key takeaways. So without further ado, let me invite Jagriti, architect Jagriti, who is an accomplished architect and urban designer from the School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. And she's also the co-director and creative editor of the Creations magazine. So Jagriti, please take it from here.
Thank you, Shali. I welcome all to day 2 of the UDL Thesis Publication Seminar. Today we shall focus on two pivotal themes shaping our urban environments, which is urban networks and urban renewal. Together they delve into the complexities of connectivity, mobility, revitalization, and transformation that define modern cities. So to give a brief about these two themes, urban network explores how connectivity and mobility are seamlessly integrated within and between cities. This theme extends beyond traditional transportation, embracing accessibility improvements, transit-oriented development, and innovative solutions like water-based transit systems. The many theses to be presented in this category today offer insights into reimagining urban infrastructure to foster connectivity, transforming neglected spaces into vibrant public realms, and integrating natural elements to enhance resilience. Additionally, they shall also explore how strategic design of public spaces and transport hubs can promote community interaction and cohesion, and how adaptable urban edges can bridge city centers with their peripheries. Secondly, the second theme that we have for today is urban renewal, which focuses on regenerating urban spaces through a variety of dynamic methods. This involves not just preserving historic structures, but also revitalizing neglected areas of the city. It aims to blend old and new, combining functionality with aesthetics to create an adaptable and energy-infused urban environment. Central to this theme is the rebirth of aging structures and neighborhoods, preserving cultural identity while providing residents with a tangible connection to their heritage. The thesis, which shall be presented under this category today, shall explore innovative pathways such as reimagining industrial sites at sustainable hubs, uncovering and adaptively reusing forgotten cultural treasures, and creating dynamic public spaces within historical contexts. So, as we engage with the presentations today, I warmly invite all of you to explore these themes that inspire the transformation of urban environments. I am now pleased to welcome architect Sai Puneet Damarla, who is also an urban planner. He has studied at the National Institute of Technology, Calicut, and at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, currently associated as a teaching assistant at Voxen, Hyderabad. Over to you, Puneet. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Sai Puneet Damarla and I will be the moderator for today's first session. Our team explores the dimensions of urban networks, which are essential for seamless connectivity and mobility within between cities. This theme covers various aspects from enhancing accessibility and promoting transit-oriented development to strengthening regional linkages and innovative water-based transit solutions. The goal is to create fluid movement patterns and strong connections between different regions. The thesis in this session insights into reimagining urban infrastructure for better connectivity, transforming neglected spaces into vibrant public areas, integrating natural elements for resilience, and fostering community interactions through strategic design. They highlight the importance of efficient, interconnected networks in creating vibrant, resilient, and forward thinking urban environments. Let's begin with our first session on urban networks featuring panelists Bhumi Kapadia and Zaina Elzain and Stephen Langdon. And so our first thesis project under the theme Urban Networks is going to be presented by Asia Druda, a Master's in Sustainable Architecture and Landscape Design students from Politecnico di Milano, located in Milan, Italy. The title of the thesis is Adaptive Fringe, Encourage Permeability Between the Urban Outskirts and the Urban Center, guided by Muhammad Isra. Over to you, Asia Druda. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. Start your presentation.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna share my presentation. You should see, right?
Yes, we can see it. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Okay, so the title of my thesis was Adaptive Fringe, Encourage Permeability Between the Urban Outskirt and the Urban Center. The research started from Uboldo in Varese province in Lombardy in Italy. Okay. So since Uboldo is a small-sized town in Italy, it's very similar to most of the cities that exist in Italy. For that reason, that triggered me, my endless curiosity towards what is around me. Uboldo is experiencing a fast transformation from a significantly tradition-bound society based on a medieval town to a sequence of fast events such as mobility infrastructures, urban extensions, pollution, and overexploitation of natural resources. And it defines a clear statement and the problem statement, that is, the fragmentation is clearly visible. And it creates a clear cut between two worlds, the urban and the rural. Going forward, I'm going to explain my process design map. These slides will present the process design that was used throughout the entire development of the research. It is useful to see and understand it first because we frequently refer to it in the future. The research is actually structured using different and consequent phases. Let's start with phase one, reading the existing, in which a comprehensive analysis of the town was made. And from this, it was developed an in-depth analysis based on some specific elements, becoming our focal points. It follows with phase two, creating momentum, in which the main design proposal was made and applied. Then a new approach based on the element of the urban fringe was used. creating a series of moments that will let the urban and the rural to collide. The third phase is called retrieve values. In fact, it represents the last phase, and in which the approach used before and now is supposed to be used also in the future. And this aims to spread it or throw it out the entire town and design in the end to create a connection within the town itself. So this will all create an implementation throughout time and space. Going forward, the first phase was, of course, based on SWOT analysis that helped to find out the main identification of the main issues, of course. So it was the real problem, and it helped to sign out the urban fringe belt, the transport system, and a consequent deep analysis on the wedges that go from the city center toward the urban outskirt. Going further, the research question of the entire thesis was, can the urban fringe be the tool to create permeability between the urban outskirt and the urban center? This is a question that I try to solve using some actions that I call urban layering. In fact, the solution that I try to provide, imagine the urban fringe to be transformed into a porous landscape that would involve leisure and exploitation activities at the same time, all of which would be crossed by networks of pathways, fading public spaces. And this strategic map shows also a series of actions like enhancing or reactivating or reusing, and also some principles like crossing, protecting, and structuring. In fact, this will going to be explained more in detail. Going further, the first strategy was implemented on 3 wedges that I selected based on some specific values that each of the wedge has. For example, the first one has an environmental value, the second an historic and social value, and the third one a cultural and heritage value. Why? Because the first strategy was based on the urban surgery strategy. In fact, as we can see, the first strategy was based on the environmental value. It means that for this reason, a greenhouse was created. And it's a perfect example on how to combine the urban and the rural with activities such as research labs or only using spaces where people can learn how to grow their own vegetables. The second strategy was based on historical and social values, so improving community connection. The second strategy is based on the courtyard inside the city center. In fact, it's very common in Italy to have courtyards inside the city center. But in the past, these places were actually public spaces, so where all people could stay and enjoy the greeneries. Nowadays, all the courtyards were transformed into private spaces. That's why one of the phases was called retrieve values. In fact, the solution aims to reconvert them into public again, in order to give people some green space inside the dense urban settlement. The third value is the cultural and heritage value. In this one, we're going to use cascina. That cascina is a specific type of house, also very common in Italy, in which urban and rural collide. In fact, in the past, cascinas were places where small communities were living together. It was sort of a big family compared to the size of a neighborhood. And this is where I imagine to have people that can use everyday markets to sell their fresh food. So going further, the strategy will be transformed into some green hinge and the flow strategy. In fact, we can see also the upscaling strategy related. So in the previous strategies, some places were pinpointed as social catalysts, while in this case, in order to join all of them, it is important to work on urban networking. In fact, connecting them is used in order to create a more coherent space in general. In particular, some strategies were also used in order to overcome the main issues of this division between urban and rural. In fact, actions like crossing the edge, give access to the edge, protecting the edge, or even crossing. This one will help to upscale the strategy. So as you can see on the right, the second image is including just 3 wedges, while the third image includes all the wedges in the city. Going further, the vision statement. So as previously said, this future vision of Ubaldo sees the town as a more connected and intertwined town. That's why this research aimed just to make recommendations regarding the use of the urban fringe bed and wants to act as a new approach to use that is based on a multi-scale approach planning. This third phase was called, in fact, retrieve values, because the values that we are looking for now are just hidden by something else. But in fact, they are already present inside the town itself. Values that need to be rediscovered, not to create it. Last but not least, even though the fragmentation happens everywhere, the actual state of Ubaldo's periphery gave me the chance to experiment. In fact, in the end, the research strives to create a comprehensive system, connected and diversified, with a series of moments that will probably, hopefully, in the future lead to a new starting point. In the end, this means that this entire reflection should be considered as a starting point. So to consider urban planning with a long-term vision, and the need to rethink to allow the production of innovative and prefiguring new ways of understanding the qualification and development of a city itself. So the final aim is not just to leave some dreamy nature projects, but some important clues for interventions to projects that might be made on the ground, helping make this city, this town of Ubaldo, a city of reference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asya. It's a wonderful presentation. Let's go for the juror comments, panelists. I would like to ask Urmi Kapadia, ma'am, to give her comments first.
Yeah, hi. Great presentation. I would like to ask a couple of questions before I make some comments. Just to get myself familiarized with the context. What is the nature of the fragmentation of the peri-urban areas around this particular urban area? Because as we see with the growing urbanization throughout the world, the trend seems to be more of sprawl. The urban areas going into the peri-urban areas as a faceless, formless sprawl. And unless there is certain distinction given to the peri-urban areas in terms of urban design guidelines, it tends to kind of go on to the land speculation, because the urban areas have higher land values versus the peri-urban areas. So that kind of development just filters into the peri-urban. So in this case, I guess there is a certain fragmentation that you're referring to. I just wanted to ask, what is the nature of fragmentation, and what is this opacity between urban and the peri-urban that you would like to break?
Yes, thank you for the question. And so, yes, as you rightly said, there's fragmentation, and this is also made by the urban sprawl. But there's a particular reason for this city. In fact, this town is really close to a very big city that is actually Milan. And since it's so close, but also really easy to reach, most of the people just use this town as they call it dormitory town. So in fact, they just use it to stay there, so to sleep there. But in fact, nobody is using the city during the daylight. That's why, like, all the people are trying to colonize on the rural space without actually improving the city, because they are not using it. But they're not using it because they are too close to the main cities, and they prefer to use the main cities instead of that. This creates fragmentation because there is not anymore what is called a so-called peri-urban area. There is just rural, like 100% rural or 100% city center.
Okay. All right. So I understand that it is becoming a bedroom town, and then the land use becomes completely residential, which is not used during the daytime, and only it becomes an overtly residential area without any economy to boost it. The agrarian economy that is a part of the rural landscape is going to be fast depleting with our growing urban centers. So I appreciate your efforts at continuing the fringes, and I really like the fact that you have identified the cultural fringe, the various land use that are can be promoted on those particular fingers going out, and the transport corridors that will connect the rural and the urban. At the same time, I think the critical question to ask is that whether the agrarian economy is worth preserving. And if that is worth preserving, then how do we connect the urban centers to the bedroom communities, at the same time keep a certain land use preservation for the rural economies to exist in our fast growing urban worlds? Because otherwise it is especially as we see in our countries, the agrarian lands are fast transforming into habitable and buildable lands. So I think it is a fine balance, and maybe it can be that just these growth corridors that you have shown on your plan can be the growth promoters, and the rest of it can be kind of preserved as an agrarian economy. So those are my few comments for this particular thesis. Thanks.
Now I would like to call Professor Zaina Al-Zain ma'am to have the discussion.
Thank you, Asia, for the great presentation and for addressing the key challenges on urban sprawl and its impact on urban and rural division. I think your conceptual idea is very innovative and offers great potential, and also your presentation is impressive, to be honest. But what I will just be raising questions. You don't have to answer unless you want to. But what I was thinking of or recommend to build on this great work of you is to consider more the social aspects. Because when I even saw your full project, because I was one of the evaluators, but I thought that the analysis is missing some of the social and cultural analysis. I mean, if you are going through such an innovative conceptual generation, I would expect a deeper analysis of the social aspects of the community to understand the community and how, what are their needs and their challenges, and to answer these challenges through your generation. Just to consider like the community and the stakeholders also. Because when we are talking about such interventions, we are talking about time. It will take some time. So how can we involve stakeholders to prioritize these ideas? I think it's very important, like to do a stakeholder mapping, to do the social analysis and all of this stuff. So these are just my comments, my main comments, but great work really, Asi. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Now I would like to call Professor Stephen Langdon to overtake for the session. Hello, sir, Stephen Langdon. Hello, sir, Stephen. Professor Stephen, can you hear us? You're in mute.
Hear me now?
Yeah, now
Hello,
you're
can you hear me?
audible.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, sorry for the hiccup. Thanks so much for your presentation. I want to add something that perhaps my two colleagues haven't sort of addressed, and I'm quite interested to see the material translation of your sort of phasing. And I thought the environmental ambition of the project that you're now trying to sort of weave together with the social. I was wondering how the specific nature of your specific place could be celebrated also through a trade with specific tradesmanship in this community that you're operating in. I know it's Italy, it's the northern part of Italy, right? So my understanding is in winter it can be very, very cold and in summer hot. So I was wondering how this urban network could reactivate forgotten or dormant building strategies, maybe thinking about old traditional approaches of how we might have built, so that these urban strategies also could be translated into another scale, almost into scale of mutuality, of perhaps thinking about how we could reuse certain aspects of buildings. How could you, for instance, make a place such as Urbino, is that right? Your city? What's the name of your city called again?
Ubaldo.
Ubaldo. I was wondering of how, you know, these old cities, fragmented cities, could be reactivated, not just using a generic building regulation, but that you could be critically analyzing, are they meaningful? You know, when we in Europe have all these high expectation of U values, how to insulate buildings, which parts do you want to insulate, which parts you don't want to insulate, so that the environmental agenda is not just mapped over an entire building because that's what the regulation of a region calls out for, but that you actually say within the building, there's a strategy, there's a network. This is where people might congregate. This is where people might sleep, work, etc. So that these activities between the private and the public could start to merge. So in these big strands of networks that you had, I was wondering whether your grand vision of morphing the peripheries of a city from the inside to the outside could also be quite explicitly breaking down boundaries within that, say, urban strip that you're promoting, so that you can start thinking how could an urban courtyard being translated into a square, into a plaza. Where's private, where's public? Is it always that sort of precise, or could there be negotiations between these fringes? I find it fascinating that almost your pure diagram, which is great, could be slightly collapsing so that these lines could sort of negotiate also laterally, not just diagonally, so that this network could start to discuss each and every moment of this journey from the inside to the outside, so that all your phasing, your historical, the social, the cultural, the environmental aspiration of your project could almost address each pocket of the urban space. But it's very provocative what you're doing. I feel a scale jump sometimes would be quite healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of this. And I think you really made a point of that. It was exactly what I was looking for. So mine was, of course, something provocative. And yeah, what my thesis was trying to aim was exactly this. So to explain that we need a new kind of approach. And I use Ubaldo as a case study because it's the perfect example that is that small, medium size, but that in Italy we have tons of these cities. And I strongly believe that using this implementation throughout time and space would be the key in order to connect and to create urban networks. In fact, the courtyards or the cascina or all the small elements that I called social catalysts, in fact, they were the perfect example that are repeated in all the cities. That's why I use all of them to use them as an example, as a case study, as something basic to use. And also, as Professor Zain said before, yeah, I would have loved to use a social participation, like a more social participation in my thesis, my development. And of course, I believe it's strongly necessary to use it in this case in order to, as you said before, in order to collide these two words, because it's obvious that we need all the people to get to know and to participate in this project. That's why this is a fun fact. At first, my actual aim was to use also placemaking in this thesis, but I was alone, so there were not many people helping me, and that would have been way too big to analyze for just a person. But of course, I would love to go further and to go deeper in this analysis. And yeah, it's true. This, like in my vision, is important to see that this urban network is one, but of course, it can be split into teeny tiny parts. But it's important to consider that just all together as a wall made of bricks, if we remove bricks, the wall cannot stand by itself. So we need all the small parts together in order to build something useful.
Thank you, Asiya, and I would like to congratulate you for successful completion of your thesis presentation. Now I would like to call our second presenter. So our second thesis project under the theme Urban Networks is going to be presented by Divya Vikrant Bhargava, a bachelor's in architecture student from LS Raheja School of Architecture, located in Mumbai, India. The title of thesis is Catalyst of Connection, exploring the vital role of third places in fostering community well-being in a digital age, guided by Mridula. Yes, Divya, please proceed.
Yeah, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible. You can go.
Greetings to respected panelists and everyone present here. Myself, Divya Bhargav, and I'll be presenting my undergrad thesis, Catalyst of Connection, exploring the vital role of third places in fostering community well-being in digital age. Okay, so before understanding what third places are, let me just give you a quick overview of how I fumbled upon this term. So for someone who loves to go out every weekend, either to a cafe or a library, or maybe to a marketplace nearby my neighborhood, everything came to a standstill. Within the blink of an eye, it had a profound impact on my daily life, with extraordinary circumstances being put forth with each new day. The COVID-19 pandemic prompted a reassessment of one's daily life, including social interactions, work patterns, and leisure activities. Notably, the places that were providing leisure and recreation underwent strict restrictions, disrupting one's social fabric. The pandemic highlighted the value of these leisure places that helps in shaping social interactions and heavens of relaxation. This realization propelled my research journey along with the bustling tapestry of today's urban network. So, understanding today's urban context, the research actually begins with understanding the current urban landscape. The rapid urbanization of the world economy through globalization has led to significant urbanization, with people moving from rural areas to urban areas for better opportunities. However, this trend has also resulted in the diminishing of public spaces, once vital for community public interaction and healthy lifestyles. As cities transform, skyscrapers rise, and open lands vanish. The research further delves into understanding the decline of public spaces. What were the various reasons that led to a decline of public spaces? The domination of space by vehicles, digitalization as one of the key factors, long working hours in offices, community versus consumerism, the rapid development. Also, one of the noteworthy features in this was according to the UN standards, the open public space provided for per person is 9 square meters, whereas in case of Mumbai, it's just 1.1 square meters. Having understood what were the various reasons that led to a decline of public spaces, the research further delves into understanding the urban life, the work, home, and the quest for third places. So, what are first places? First places can be termed as places of relaxation and comfort, that is your home. Second places is your workplace. Third places is a term that was coined by Ray Oldenburg in his book, The Good Places, in which he defines third places that are neither your home nor workplaces, but rather serve as vital hubs where people interact, gather, engage in conversation, and share experiences that foster a sense of belonging. So, third place or third space, often interchangeably used, is place and space the same, is what was my next research. So, place is often a particular position or a point, whereas a space is a more abstract concept, which does not have a particular area or location, which further led me to understand the difference between a third place and the third space and the primacy of third places. Third places focuses on the physical gathering spaces that foster immediate and tangible social interactions. Having understood the importance of third places, the research further delves into taking into consideration the urban fabric of Mumbai. So, why Mumbai? The city is constantly negotiating with growing urbanism and the loss of quality life and well being due to socially incohesive development that is taking place. Also, not to forget that only 1.1 per meter square is available for people in open square space is available for people in Mumbai. So the question arises, can Mumbaikars find harmony among the chaotic dance of ambition and career demands, navigating the paradoxes of a city that fuels both their dreams and challenges the essence of balanced life? In case of Mumbai, Mumbaikars spend most of their times navigating or traveling through local train. So the design delves into understanding, can the Mumbai commute be treated as a liminal third space? So the key consideration over here for the site was taking into understanding the Andheri East Station precinct and understanding the urban issues that people face over there on the daily basis. Firstly, why Andheri Station? It serves for approximately 13 lakh people every day as a daily commute for them. Also, not to forget that it's a TOD, transit oriented development, where you have your railway stations, a metro nearby, bus stops, and taxi stands. Also, even for students, a lot of coaching classes are there nearby. So, after understanding the Andheri station area, it further delves into understanding its precinct, the nearby precinct, the issues that people face over there. One of them being the entire skywalk that has been provided over there for the pedestrians is not being utilized for them. Only, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Go on.
So the entire skywalk that is being built or developed for the pedestrians is not being utilized because of lack of entry and exit points for the commuters. Also, the skywalk that leads you to the Andheri station precinct is under lock and key with no exit point to the station area as well. Another point being, the footpaths have been occupied by the tapris or the hawkers, leading people to use the roads, which in turn creates commotion for the vehicles as well. Also, the station building that is there, the ticket counter building, its second floor is being underutilized, and it earlier, as it was used as a ticket counter facility, which is now shifted on the ground floor. So the second floor of the ticket counter building acts as a dead space. The front porch of the entire ticket counter building is underutilized. The footpaths that are there, also there's lack of sitting areas for people near the Andheri station precinct waiting for the buses for approximately 1 or 2 hours. The bus stop that is there nearby and the BST canteen, it lacks spaces or seating areas for the bus drivers and the conductors. A new outlook to Andheri station. So now the thesis, the design delves into understanding from chaos to communal harmony can this entire station precinct be redesigned or reformed. A few of the design elements that were incorporated within the entire design process were accessible seatings for people, box libraries within the skywalks, lighting areas, intergenerational play areas, accessible paths, pause points, etc. So the entire skywalk has now been redefined into looking as a elevated urban pathway. Talking about the design. So there's a flyover also that's right adjacent to the skywalk that is there. Firstly, we look at redesigning the underutilized space under the flyover, which has been transformed into an intergenerational play area from where you can actually access the elevated pathway that has been redesigned. An additional access has been provided for people who could actually use these accelerators and then use the entire elevated pathway that is there. And the elevated pathway has been designed in such a way that after a certain distance, approximately 75 to 80 meters, there is a new sort of pause point that has been created. So you could so there are
Divya, you
box
have
libraries.
half a minute left. Please fast forward. Complete fast.
I think So various activities have been provided on the elevated urban pathway, be it the greenscape, seating areas, the box libraries, the newspaper stands. Then there are stalls or pop-up markets that have been provided for people who would actually be using this entire space, which further leads me to understanding. So at every junction, if you could see, there are probably pop-up stalls that have been installed or just mere seating areas for people. As we move further ahead from this elevated pathway, you could actually access the entire second floor of the ticket counter building, which was earlier a dead space, which has been now converted into an co-working space, which could further lead you, if you use the ramp, it could further lead you to the main railway station building, or it could lead you to the ground floor from where you could access the bus stops and everything. That's one route of taking forward. The other route of taking forward is you could actually use this entire greenscape that is there. It's on a slope that has been created, which further leads you to the ground floor, which has the cafeteria that has been redesigned, and also a space for bus drivers and bus conductors as a space for rest area for them.
Your
So
10 minutes
this is
has been completed. Please.
Yeah, this is the last one. So the co-working space, if you could see over here, then the ramp, that it's a 2-level ramp. So one ramp actually leads you to the ticket counter, the ground floor of the railway station building, and the other one leads you to the railway platforms. Over here, there's a cafeteria that has been provided, steps that actually lead you to the upper landscape and then leading you to the pathway. Yeah. So what impact does it create? So the Andheri station has been re-envisioned as a third place, acting as a nexus for improving the lives of roughly 13 lakh people or daily commuters over there that are there. Yeah.
Okay, Divya, nice presentation with better super illustrations, which I can see. Now I would like to invite Professor Zaina El Zain for the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Divya, so much for your presentation. I have also seen your full project during the evaluation. So I was also impressed by how much social and cultural analysis you have taken, and it really is an added value to your project. So I really appreciate this. My comments, I have mainly two comments. One of them is the depth of your social and cultural analysis is not 100% showing in your concept generation. I mean, how can this analysis reflect in the chosen elevated walkway, how it reflects in the chosen shapes, and so on. My second one, I recommend, it's a recommendation. I know it's not in the scope of your thesis, but it's also very recommended to consider the psychological impacts of having such a massive scale elevated pathway. Because people, when they use this, or when they see an elevated massive walkway, this can trigger some feelings of exposure or discomfort, which can make them avoid using it. So maybe you can explore how to use different elements, urban elements, such as railing, plantings, design elements that create a sense of safety without the feeling of being enclosed throughout using this walkway. And also how you can incorporate spaces for temporary markets, exhibitions, or maybe pop-up events, for example, to allow more activities and to make people feel more comfortable using the space. Because if people are not using it after all the social analysis you have done, I mean, this is a missing gap. So this is my recommendation, but overall, I really love the analysis, the presentations, the visuals, so great work. Thank you.
Now I would like to call Professor Stephen Langensel to have a discussion.
Thank you. A second, what my colleague just said. In fact, both projects I haven't seen before, and both projects have been described very, very clearly. In your case, you're addressing a specific place within Mumbai station, and there are a couple of things that sprung to mind when you sort of explained distinction between space and place. You could also start, maybe, if you haven't heard about him, Gilles Clement's third landscapes might be a nice added layer of the discussion of what these sort of rejected spaces could contribute to an urban landscape, or what opportunities they actually encounter. And that's not only for people. I think also what you could address is biodiversity, which is a huge opportunity that we more talk about in universities and urban planning offices. And the other one is maybe more sort of an old terminology from Raymond Koolhaas, junk space. You could also start reading into it. There are all these sort of places, residual places where they're left over, and I think your project picks up on that very clearly. What I didn't, and maybe because of that's to do with the short presentation that you gave, it didn't come across how much you involved the community in supporting your design. And if you have done that, I think it would be great to hear this more coming through, so that we can see who you addressed, what questions have you asked, so that we can see the pop-up idea, or these social interactions as you framed them, how they came about. I think that would be fantastic to see this a bit more. And that leads me almost to the last and maybe most critical comment. I love what you're doing. That's no problem. What I find a little bit more sterile, you can say, that is how you draw the architecture. It's almost too neutral, and I wanted to see more that world of Mumbai being presented in these drawings. So talking about a rail, talking about a ramp, talking about a house, etc. I wanted to be immersed much more in. Yeah, when you did these really nice collages, I get that straight away. I'm in there, lots of people. Whereas the last presentation, they were almost lacking that people present. And I thought, wow, how wonderful would it be to sort of show how they start interaction, the color, the smells, the mobility of the city. I love that, but it's very timid, and another injection of that dynamism that I'm sure Mumbai has would be so that the market life, with the hustle and bustle, could be immersed into it, so that I'm going there with pleasure. At the moment, it's a bit like a diagram, but that's maybe also where you're at the moment. So the zooming in, the materials, the color, the people, which is so important for your project, could be immersed in one of those little final depiction of your project. But overall, I think the analysis is really clear, believable. But yeah, there's one or two bits that you maybe could underpin a little bit more. Great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Stephen. Now I'd like to call Professor Urmi Kapadia to have a discussion.
Yeah, hi Divya. Great presentation, and kudos for selecting Andheri. I am from Mumbai and I know it is one of the most complex urban nodes. So you took a great risk while selecting the particular site. A couple of observations and comments. I think I would second Professor Stephen's observation that your drawings actually are devoid of the chaos that Andheri is. So the way you have represented that entire space is kind of it shows sanctity, which the actual area, it is, as you know, it is extremely chaotic. And because it is so chaotic, my next comment is that did it require an additional built up space, the amount of built up space that you have shown? Considering that existing open spaces are underused. Which also brings me to one more layer of research that you have skipped, is the pattern of ownership. The problem with the underused infrastructure in Andheri is because the ownership patterns of land are misplaced. So if you have metro is owned by a different agency. The railway line, the railway is a different agency. So there are multiple agencies of ownership, they come together, and they, as is the case with any urban areas, they do not talk to each other. And they want to protect the ownership of their own land. And that's why that porosity that needs to happen in an important transport hub between, for the intermodal transportation does not happen in Andheri. So my comment is that, yes, there is a need for open spaces within Mumbai, and doesn't matter how much open space you give to the city, it will be consumed. But in this case, there might have been a way to use the underused spaces, maybe revive the underused spaces just by changing the systems of operation. Creating a single entity within the transportation hub and seeing maybe sensitive urban surgeries within those underused spaces and see how you can revive them. Also, the addition of all this additional built up area would be a different negotiation in that already overcrowded space. So those things could have been examined. But otherwise, your rest of your research and your analysis is spot on. So points on that. And yeah, it would have been good to see the actual picture of Andheri with this chaos. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Just to add, the design actually looks at reviving those underutilized spaces only. So the skywalk or under the bridge spaces that is there, or even the second floor that's already been built, So I was just looking at how I could revive those. The only addition that was done was the ramp that was added. That's it. Otherwise, all the other spaces that have been designed have already been designed on the existing places.
Okay, okay, good to know that. Thanks.
Congrats, Divya. It's a wonderful presentation. Now move on to our third presenter. So our third thesis presentation, our project under the theme Urban Networks is going to be presented by Ashifa Vashedamma Basure, a Bachelor of Architecture graduate from Shah Jalal University of Science and Technology, located in Sylhet, Bangladesh. The title of the thesis is Master Plan Development of Hatkar Korean Floating Guava Markets, an approach to enhance, guided by Iftikhar Rahman. Is Ashifa here? Ashifa, can you turn on your mic and speak?
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible now. Please proceed. Your time starts.
My thesis title was Master Plan Development of Adghar Korean Floating Guava Markets, an approach to enhance tourism in Pirojpur, Odisha.
Yes, Ashifa, go on.
Floating markets are sold from boats to canals and tourist attraction worldwide. Some of them include guava, fringe, and others. However, floating markets sold in guava is rare phenomenon situated this is very unique. Over 8,000 hectares of land, 4,000 tons annually. Due to lack of attention. However, then some growth, especially after
Hello, Ashifa. Excuse me. There is a network error. Your screen is not being shared and your voice is also breaking. You can present at the last. Please check your internet connection. Now we will go on to the next presenter. So our fourth thesis project under the theme Urban Networks is going to be presented by Lalitambika NS, a Master of Architecture Urban Design graduate from College of Engineering Trivandrum, located in India. The title of the thesis is Reimagining Cities' Public Spaces, Visioning a Model in Indian Urban Public Realm, guided by Manoj Kumar Kinney and Alok Dinesh. Is Lalitambika here?
Hi, I'm here only.
Yes, please present your presentation. Proceed.
Okay. Good evening, the panelist. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please share your screen.
Okay. I will share my screen. Just a
Yes.
second. Am my screen is visible to you?
Yes, it is visible. Please proceed.
Okay. Good evening to all. I am here to discuss about my thesis titled Reimagining Cities' Public Spaces, Visioning a Model Indian Urban Public Realm with a case of Trivandrum. So basically the area of research will be public realm and why public spaces matters in cities. So before arriving into a particular case of Trivandrum, I had done the background research on public realm. So basically the public realm is defined as any publicly owned streets, pathways, right of ways, parks, publicly accessible open spaces, and any public and civic building facilities. So, and it is important to know that why public spaces matters in our cities. So, as per UN Habitat's research, the public spaces in a city are considered as the banner of urban civility, and they are our urban common which promote income, investment, and wealth creation. So, public spaces enhances the environmental sustainability, increases the transportation efficiency, improves public health and urban safety. So, looking towards the sustainable aspects of public spaces, the SDG goal 11 itself enhances the importance of public spaces, like the universal accessibility and safety, inclusivity, that like the key parameters of the public spaces. So, uh, for deciding a public spaces, we should know about what should be the global quality criteria, quality indicators of public spaces. So here I am referred the main three globally recognized practices towards public spaces. The first one is Jangal's 12 quality criteria of public spaces, and the second one is a STAR model of urban public realm, Georgiana Varnas and Steve Teichel's. And the third one is project for public spaces, the quality criteria like the aspects of sociability, uses and activities, comfort and image, and access and linkage. So from these, so these are the global quality criteria of public spaces. But my research is basically more into an Indian urban public realm. So, in Indian scenario, what will be the concept differences from the Western concepts? So. So without understanding, basically the research will be concentrated on how the Indian public spaces differs from the Western ideologies. So without understanding the historical, cultural, social, and religious aspects of Indian public spaces, our design process could not be complete. So looking into more detail about Indian public spaces, we could observe the complex order of various multicultural layers. So the major Indian contextual aspects to be considered in Indian public spaces are the organic evolvement of the public spaces and plazas, and there will be a complex order of socio-cultural aspects, and there will be a reflection of Hinduism and religious beliefs in public spaces, and an ongoing trend of privatization of public spaces. So from the background research, it is identified that the major research gap was the unavailability of the Indian-based theories for analyzing our public spaces. So the thesis concern is in the current scenarios of urban exclusions and urbanization, what will be the future of Indian urban public realm and how we can achieve a model Indian urban public realm in our context. So the research questions will be, apart from the globally evolved quality criteria, what are the contextual aspects to be considered for a model Indian urban public realm, and what will be the place-specific urban design strategies for a model Indian urban public realm. So the key aspects of the research are safety, inclusivity, and accessibility. From the secondary sources and the primary studies, I had identified some other parameters to be considered contextually for evaluating the public spaces and to formulate the urban design strategy for a particular Indian case of public spaces. And the aim of the thesis is to reimagine Trivandrum city's public spaces as a model Indian urban public realm. So moving on to the site context. So the site is selected as Trivandrum city. It's the best suitable case for the demonstration. Trivandrum city, it's a capital city of Kerala in the southwestern India, and it's the political nerve center of the state and home to a number of government offices and institutions. And the precinct was identified with greatest variety of public spaces. So the delineated area which showing the spine, which is named as MG Road, in both side of the spine, which is distributed with greatest variety of public spaces, like public, semi-public recreational open spaces, religious open spaces, and institutional public spaces. Like we can have a variety, greatest variety of public space along this spine. So this has been selected for analyzing this particular case. From this is the quite pressing story demonstrated over here. So the major we having a very historical landmarks along with the spine, and each landmarks which is having a secured boundary, but walk around, this will be the image of the city. So basically the thought process is how we can connect all these public spaces into a single entity. So how we can create a model public spaces in this particular spine. How we can utilize each public spaces with its full potential. So this was the basic thoughts which has been conveyed in here. So this is the basic topographical analysis, the ecological aspects studies about the precinct. So in this, I had done a public open spaces mapping. So the different category of public spaces has been plotted around the spine. So we can see the different variety of public spaces are arrayed along this particular spine. From this, it is arrived into a public utilization analysis. Like there will be a different category of public spaces. Like category 1 will be urban recreational open spaces, and the category 2 will be public institutional open spaces, and category 3 will be educational institutional open spaces, and category 4 is the religious institutional open spaces. For all these categories, how the different spaces can be utilized. So in case of an urban recreational open space, there will be a pure recreational zone, and the interfaces, how we can how we can access the interface in a more inclusive and accessible way. And for the public institutional open spaces, there will be an institutional zone, and the next will be an institutional buffer zone. Then the third layer will be permeable public interfaces. So for each public open spaces, I had done the evaluation, and based on this evaluation, the utilization category is done. This is the basic utilization category, utilization analysis done for different category of public spaces. Am I slides is moving, or it's in the same slide?
You are in the eighth slide. You are in the eighth slide.
Okay. I'm feeling difficulty to move to next slides, having some connectivity issues. Yes. Can I stop sharing and again share the screen?
You have 1 more minute. You have 1 more minute. Please do.
Okay. Okay. My screen is visible. My screen is visible.
Yes, it is still in the 8th slide.
Okay. I'm still having the difficulty. So anyway, I will continue with my presentation. Okay. So this is the public nodes analysis, basic analysis done, and the site layers has been studied, and this is the issue identification and the issue identification in different layers. This is a proposed structure plan and vision statement done for this particular case. So how these public spaces can be connected, that kind of possibility has been explored over here. So this is a design program and area statement and proposed developmental strategies explored in the slide. So the basic strategies at precinct level in each layer, like in land and in the built layer and in the movement network and the people and activity patterns, what should be the strategies should be adopted for for making this public spaces more safe, inclusive, and accessible. I had done this evaluation of different category of public spaces. Due to this time limit, I couldn't explain more. So this is a design demonstration for this particular case. So in this design demonstration, the connected public spaces has been demonstrated here. So in this particular case, there will be a public institutional open spaces, and next to that there will be a religious open spaces. So how these two all these two category of public spaces will having a boundary. So the within this boundary, how we can connect all these spaces into a connected realm. So that kind of approach has been explored here. So this is the delayering of parameters of in the Indian urban public realm. So the major parameters have been delayered in this proposal, like the parameters arrive like access and linkage, safety and security, inclusivity, aesthetics, comfort. All these parameters have been delayered, and the context specific parameters will be for Indian urban public spaces will be, the first one will be adaptable public interfaces, and the second one will be flexibility of the public spaces, and the third one will be the sensing the invisible elements like instant and spontaneous sports, which has been developing in our streets, plazas or squares, something. And the fourth one is incremental method of implementation, like the tactical tactical method of implementation. And the fifth one is the strong, there should be a strong public space management framework to be adopted. That should be a bottoms up approach. So these are the basic parameters, contextual parameters that should be considered for achieving a model Indian urban public realm. So thank you. This
Yes, thank you, Laltambika. We'll go for Professor Stephen to start with the discussion.
Thanks very much for your presentation. You've done well with all the interruptions. You've made a great case for the importance of public squares and spaces. So I think congratulations on that. And there are some really delightfully shown graphical pages. So that from the outset, I thought was terrific. But I was wondering, with all your propositional endeavor, maybe where it came a little bit short is to sort of show us the existing condition. What is lacking? You know, there's a lot of proposition, but I actually don't know how they counteract perhaps a condition that you want to improve, or that you want to make more accessible, or that you maybe want to more open up towards freedom of speech, say, for example, if it's politically charged or places. So I think that level of investigation I couldn't see yet in the short presentation that you had. But what I do like is that there is also the question of ownership. So often there's a in public spaces, sometimes you can do certain things and you can't do certain things. So it might be when you think about the incremental implementation of your scenarios, how you might want to untangle this to make it maybe more public, private, or completely private, etc. So that this political level of accessibility, more for the public, could be celebrated. And I was also wondering of how you might want to celebrate this through the seasons. So there are certain spaces that might be more beneficial for winter areas, or for a rainy area, or for a sunny area. So I think that sort of idea of how environment implements the usage of a open square could be amazingly important. Plus the organic usage of it. So again, I wonder where if there is a requirement for infrastructure, certain activities may not be able to unfold if you don't provide them with key infrastructure. So there might be another layer just in order to make sure that certain events may happen. The other sort of critical comment I have, apart from an excellent presentation, is a taxonomy of existing spaces would have been really helpful for me to see what is there, what do you propose, so that we can see this dialogue about how you might take certain parameters and turn them around so that they are becoming, as you say, maybe more inclusive, maybe more environmental sustainable, so that we can see of how inactive spaces could be rejuvenated with public life. But overall, I think fascinating topic. It's, in fact, I would say this topic is not just for Indian applicable. It's, you know, I'm in the Western world. I think we've got exactly the same dilemma where I live. So that's why I think it's fascinating to talk about almost cross-cultural these discussions. We understand each other without knowing what the other side has. So we have similar problems. So it's nice to see this tackled from another angle. Thank you.
Thank you, Sept.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Stephen. Now I would like to call Professor Urmika Padia to have the discussion. Give her comments.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, excellent presentation, Lalita. I think the choice of actually proposing a kind of assessing for the better, I think assessing of public spaces in a contextual landscape that is Indian and specifically Kerala is very much needed, because till now we have always borrowed Western lenses to look at our public spaces, and all those lenses fall short because the nature of Indian public spaces, and again we cannot generalize India. Each state is extremely different. So with this, looking purely from Kerala's point of view, the way of using open spaces in Kerala, in Trivandrum, is very different. So there is a need for a literature. How do we evaluate contextual open spaces? So in that way, your thesis is very much needed. One thing is that Kerala is an apt state to start with, because currently it is the only state to implement design policy as a policy for various cities to follow. All the other states in India do not have a mandated design policy that they need to follow. So currently Kerala is coming up with a design policy. So right now your presentation is also very apt at this juncture. Few of my comments is that if case studies would have been presented with each category of open space that you spoke about. So instead of talking in general, if you had provided a case study and explained your parameters of assessment of an open space through case studies, they would have been easily understandable. Another thing is that the way you organize your parameters of assessment of open spaces is very critical. So I think the same thing what Stefan said, the taxonomy of your open spaces, if it was clearly shown, then we could have immediately said, okay, this taxonomy belongs to Trivandrum, because to a certain, in a certain way, we know what Trivandrum is for people who know the place. And the taxonomy for Trivandrum will be very different from, say, for example, even Pune or any other second or third tier city within India itself. So the taxonomy should give the identity of the city itself. So that would have been interesting to see how you arrange the organization structure for assessing public spaces. Yeah, these are a few of my comments, and yeah, I would have loved to see the longer presentation, but this is what I could get from the shorter presentation. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Professor Umi. I would like to call Professor Zaina Al-Zain now to give her comments.
Yeah, thank you. I think the presentation is very well structured, and you have provided a very well advanced level of site analysis and context analysis, showing your understanding of the social, of how architecture and urban design impacts the social and ecological patterns. So very well done. I have two recommendations or two questions to raise. My first is to your final outcome or your final proposal. I would recommend that you provide a validation strategy, or at least like hold discussions or try to assess your own outcome, because sometimes we as urban designers, we believe that we have done the analysis and covered the full needs of the community. But then when we start to implement our ideas, it's very different. The users are using or perceiving your solutions very differently. So it's always important, since you have carried out on the social analysis, is to validate these outcomes, maybe through focus group discussions, showing them the before and after and seeing how they respond and how they feel about your proposals. My second question is about scalability. How do you think your ideas are scalable if this area is expanded, and how can it be replicated to other areas as well? Because as Stephen said, we all need these solutions. So maybe you can just like identify what of these solutions are context-based and what can be replicable. So that will expand the impact of your proposal. But thank you so much. Your presentation is very well done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations, Ambika. And now we'll move forward to the next presenter. So our fifth thesis project under the theme Urban Networks is going to be presented by Aisha Abid Khawar, a Masters of Architecture Urban Design student from Pillai College of Architecture located in Mumbai, India. The title of thesis is Blurring Boundaries, Integrating the Urban and Water Edge, guided by Harshada Katkar.
Hello everyone, is my presentation, can anyone see
Yes,
it?
Aisha, it is visible.
Okay. So, hello everyone, my name is Aisha Abid Khawar. I've done my Masters of Architecture and Urban Design from Pillai College of Architecture, and my thesis topic is Blurring Boundaries, Integrating the Urban and Water Edge. The slides are changing?
Yes, Aisha.
So, having spent years living in Navi Mumbai, a city known for its thoughtful planning, one thing that has consistently stood out to me is how small-scale water edges like stormwater drains are left in the background. These spaces, which have the potential to be more integral to the urban environment, tend to act more like barriers than areas that blend with the surroundings. They separate rather than connect, and over time, they seem to be overlooked and forgotten. Despite despite their potential to contribute to the identity of the neighborhoods, these edges are left underappreciated, fading into spaces that are rarely seen as part of the city's fabric. So, to better understand the importance of edges in urban environments, I explored multiple theories that highlight the impact. One key perspective comes from Kevin Lynch, who emphasizes edges as one of the 5 crucial elements that contribute to the imageability of the city. These edges, whether natural or man-made, just don't define physical boundaries. They shape how we perceive and connect with our environment. So to understand this significance of water and its connection to human life, it's important to look both historically and scientifically. So historically, water has always been a central element for growth of settlements, providing security and holding cultural and religious values. Whereas on a scientific level, the human-water relationship has been proven to enhance the well-being. Studies show that being near water, no matter what the scale, improves performance, increases the feelings of calmness, and brings happiness and satisfaction. So my research focuses on how planning strategies can be adapted to integrate water edges more seamlessly within the urban developments. The core question explores how water edges can act as binding elements that enhance inclusivity through functionality, aesthetics, and socio-cultural values. The aim is to give these small-scale water edges back to the city,
incorporating them in ways that allow them to blend with and enhance the urban areas. So Navi Mumbai was chosen as the site for my study. I focused on the nodes Kharghar and Belapur, selected for the greater number of variation in land uses. To capture both physical and functional characteristics, I conducted detailed mapping observations and existing guideline analysis. And the observations were based on the physical, functional, and notional parameters that I extracted through multiple readings and multiple research papers. Additionally, I carried out surveys at both sites to understand the people's perceptions of how do they perceive these existing edges. So in this presentation, I will focus on the in-depth study of Kharghar. The same analysis was carried out for the 5 sites in Belapur. In Kharghar, 5 sections were selected based on the different land uses next to the edge, such as the water edge and residential, water edge and commercial, and so on. So understanding the site context and mapping of each site was done on a broader level. The land uses, the existing land uses, the built unbuilt ratio, etc. was done, and so that provided an overview of the neighborhood and their interactions with the water edge before diving into a detailed analysis. So this is the detailed analysis which I have done for Kharghar and Belapur both. So here I have analyzed the 5 different sites in Kharghar based on slope, edge type, and the condition of the beds. One of the key observations is that the existing edge conditions act as barriers with very little or to no human interaction or engagement with the spaces. There's limited visual connectivity between the edges and the surrounding areas, which makes the place feel disconnected from the environment. The slope types vary from moderate to steep, and the bed conditions range from flat to small depressions. The physical features combined with the edge condition restrict both access and visibility, limiting the public use and interaction. So here the focus shifts to vegetation, cleanliness, and the overall condition of these spaces. The vegetation varies across the sites from moderate to extremely dense. At some places, the vegetation is thick enough that it makes it hard to see the water bodies or even what's happening on the other side, which isn't ideal, especially in terms of public safety. Cleanliness is another big issue here. Some areas are clean, but most of them have a lot of litter, and it's clear that maintenance is not a priority at many of these spots. So this not only takes away the beauty of the area, but also limits how people can actually see the space. So in the survey of 80 respondents from both Belapur and Kharghar, the most pressing issues identified were accessibility, cleanliness, attractiveness, and the nighttime safety. Tangible problems like lack of access and water to the water edge, overgrown vegetation, and encroachment by vehicles were highlighted, alongside some intangible issues such as the low public awareness and poor nighttime visibility. The final list of issues is a combination of survey feedbacks and from my own observations, the matrix which I created earlier. These concerns will be tackled in further steps to enhance the usability of and the attractiveness of this site. So the design objective here is simple yet effective to integrate the public with public infrastructure by seamlessly connecting water and urban spaces. The goal is to create a fluid transition between the natural and built environment, encouraging greater public interaction with the edge. So these design strategies and guidelines are structured to enhance accessibility, pedestrian connectivity, and regular maintenance, visual appeal, and safety, while fostering social engagement and conserving the biodiversity. Key interventions include establishing perpendicular connections, continuous pathways, and regular maintenance throughout the sites. The design also introduces activity zones, color-rich tree plantations, and public art installations to enrich the social and visual experiences. So these strategies are scalable and adaptable for similar urban areas with an emphasis of incorporating them during the planning processes while building the cities. So this is a design framework where strategies are tailored to different land uses, ensuring that each zone has its own unique identity and function. For example, the residential areas focus on recreation and leisure, while commercial zones emphasize commerce and community interaction. Parks and green spaces integrate ecology, creating spaces for relaxation and conservation.
This framework is designed to give each space a distinct character, contributing to its uniqueness. By aligning activities with land uses, the framework brings in spaces that are not only functional but also rich in identity, making them vibrant parts of the urban fabric while as the neighborhoods. Oh, sorry. Okay. So this is a conceptual proposal for Kharghar where the immediate land use is a proposed park. The strategy is focused on reconnecting, rejuvenating, and recharging the area by creating ecological, recreational, and leisure zones along the stormwater drain. This helps activate the underutilized space. The activities include nature trails, recreational spaces, jogging tracks, etc. These zones provide a balance of nature, activity, and relaxation. Here, the design guide emphasizes using native plants for the riparian buffers, creating porous edges for connectivity, and minimizing human disturbances in the sensitive dense areas. So a similar strategy is applied in this area of Kharghar, where activities are proposed based on the adjacent land uses. The proposal is tailored to the surrounding residential, commercial, and institutional area. The ideal scenarios are shown in the sections demonstrating how the edges of these stormwater drains would be perceived after implementing the strategies said earlier and the guidelines. These sections highlight the transformation of underutilized spaces into vibrant, accessible urban corridors with green buffers, pedestrian pathways, and communal areas, blending nature with urban life and enhancing the identity, connectivity, and overall image of the neighborhood. So to conclude, this thesis is an attempt to address the often overlooked smaller water edges or the stormwater drainages, which typically serve as a functional purpose only during the rainy season and otherwise left neglected. By developing and applying targeted guidelines from the start of the planning processes, these areas can be better integrated and maintained throughout the year. This approach not only prevents deterioration and abandonment of also of these spaces, but also these spaces contribute positively to the neighborhood, avoiding the need of revitalization efforts on the later stages. Thank you so much.
It's a very good presentation, Aisha. I would like to call Professor Urmi Kapadia now to give her comments.
Hi, Aisha. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, a lot of these urban infrastructure networks within the city form an urban void, which are either they create a barriers because of the way they are treated by the public agencies, and there is definitely a potential that they offer. But more than the design guidelines, which you have identified well because you have connected them to the corresponding land use rather than looking at the entire storm water network as a linear element, you have correlated the adjoining land uses with that. The problem with it is the sense of ownership. Currently, the urban local body owns that particular piece of land, and when it is opened up, it is still not the sense of ownership is not taken over by the community surrounding it. So the key idea is how do you start the communities to start taking ownership of those particular pieces of urban infrastructure and develop it through maybe community participation. So those are the key questions rather than an architect or an urban planner coming from outside and deciding what should happen along this entire piece of urban infrastructure. It would be great if the community themselves could design and it need not look the same. Maybe the first segment of that particular stormwater drain doesn't look anything like the second segment of the, and then maybe the experts can come in and have some kind of a connection within those open spaces. But unless the community designs it, they will not own it. They will not have the sense of ownership. And above all of that, the revenue for management of these spaces. How do you maintain them? How do you ensure that these stormwater drains are kept clean? Because come monsoon, you need them to be clean. Otherwise, you'll have great kinds of flooding within the city. So all of those are maybe non-design issues, but very relevant issues, which in a way, if your design strategy could address, that would have been a great thing to see. But otherwise, a very relevant topic that you've taken up, and great analysis and presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Urmi. Now I would like to call Professor Zina Al-Zain to give her comments.
Thank you, Aisha. Your presentation is very, very good and very well structured. And I really love the evidence-based design thinking that you have done the analysis. Based on the analysis, you have reached your solutions, and you even tried to validate your solutions based on the challenges and the issues you found in the analysis. So I really respect that, and I really like it. However, when you come to the master plan, to the first conceptual master plan, I see that design thinking is not showing, but you made your own design. It's not reflecting the needs, or as Urmi said, it's not reflecting the community needs. So maybe we have to think more about the master plan and how to integrate your provided solutions, which are very good and can be replicable, can be replicated in different areas and provide a good foundation for scalability. But we need to think about the master plan, how and where to implement these solutions on the master plan. Maybe your final proposal shouldn't be in the form of master plan. Maybe it can be like a very specific zone where you implement your ideas and you show the visions of it. We can think of this, but overall, it's very good. It's very well structured, as I mentioned. So thank you and congratulations for your presentation.
Thank you so much. I'll look into it. Yeah, I'll work on it.
Thank you, Professor Zaina. Now we would like to call Professor Stephen to give his comments.
Thank you for the presentation. Your
Sorry, sir. Professor Stephen.
mentioned. Yep. You can't hear me? Hello?
You're not audible. Now you're audible. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay. I want to say you've got a great title that tickled my imagination, edges and the water and liquidness. And I think because of that, I would have expected to have the potential for more radical solution, urban solution. Imagine if you use the water element almost as an infrastructural device that maybe copes with the monsoon for offering basins where the floodwater could be guided towards. Or you could use water surfaces to maybe negotiate superheat in summer so that you can have these heat islands negotiated with water. So I think there's a huge potential in there that I would want you almost to keep going, but it should be tweaked. At the moment, you're sort of almost not using the word to free yourself up. You don't break them down enough for me. And the other one is that I'm very fascinated with this question of ownership. Think about what you do, say, with a tool that you like in every day. You look after it. If you have a cat, you look after the cat. You give food, blah 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 blah. If you were to give areas of the urban territory to a particular community, they could look after it. They would own it. They might use this as an educational device, showing of how to maybe prune trees, how and when to cut lands, etc. And I think there's a great potential to sort of the ownership of a particular land to delegate this to a particular community. In my mind, only then it will be looked after to the appropriate level that goes beyond legislations and laws, let's say. And the other one also is maybe sanitation. You could then maybe offer waters as a pleasure. So you could maybe have fountains with drinking water for humans, for biodiversity, etc. And I think this whole green blue idea, water and green, could then have a huge implication to also push back the car industry. You might have areas where you say There are no cars allowed over the years. There's a different means of transportation. Maybe water transportation could come back into it as well, so that this water element could be radically setting off a trend that goes away from water, from cars into the water transportation, etc. So that idea of a greener, more safer, more inclusive environment through biodiversity could become a key component of your thesis. But really good idea, and I just hope you keep going with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Stephen Laken, for your comments, and congratulations, Aisha, for successful completion of your presentation. Now, I would like to call our sixth thesis project under the theme Urban Networks is going to be presented by Nilofer Zay, a Master of Architecture in Urban Design graduate from College of Engineering Trivandrum, located in India. The title of thesis is Chaos as an Opportunity in Destination Design, guided by Alok Dinesh and Nirmal Chandy Matthew.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes. Yes, Nilofer, you are audible.
Fine. Is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, greetings to all. I'm Nilofer, here to present my master's thesis titled Chaos as an Opportunity in Destination Design, taking the case of Kanyakumari in India. So, my area of interest started with the idea of urban destinations, and looking through a research report of world's top 10 city destinations of 2022, I found that 8 out of 10, like Paris, Amsterdam, Rome, etc., were of organically developed nature, indicating that organic cities offered more diverse opportunities for tourist explorations. Further, I looked into a comparison between planned cities and organic ones. Organic cities have grown slowly over a long period of time, characterized by their irregular geometry, diversity, and whose morphology is often governed by a deep underlying structure. And they foster a sense of place, since people enjoy the freedom to express themselves. So planned cities have a simple order, which is easier to decode than organic cities with a complex order. This complexity is often perceived as chaos. So the image shows the urban structure of a region in Barcelona, and it reveals that in reality, order and chaos are not conflicting, but rather they coexist. So taking the case of Indian destinations, there are few planned cities influenced by Western ideologies, and mostly there are organic cities that grew incrementally with historic and religious influences. Studies of planned cities like New Delhi and Chandigarh reveals issues like encroached footpath, identity crisis, loss of cultural connect, etc. But my question was, are there really issues, or is it the place adapting itself to accommodate real life? In contrast, in organic cities like Old Delhi or Varanasi, one can experience n number of things happening at the same time. They actually show the best cases of publicness. So complexity in India is composed out of social, cultural, architectural, and economic variances. The apparent chaos and disorder actually consist of several layers of order, all superimposed. The spaces celebrate their democratic and multifaceted nature by offering something to everyone. So in planned areas, it is seen that the dynamic Indian culture is not taken into account, but eventually chaos takes over. And in organic areas, chaos is being celebrated, it continues and flourishes with time. So my thesis concern was the rapid urbanization, commercialization, and globalization of organically developed Indian destinations that do not respond to its dynamics and diversity can eventually lead to destination decline. And my thesis argument is that design thinking that are mostly based on ideologies of imposing order into urban fabrics can be a failure in case of Indian cities. Further, through literature mapping, I've identified the research gap. The concepts of chaos and complexity have not been researched to understand the dynamics of organically developed destinations. Hence, my research question is what should be the urban design approach to foster chaos as an opportunity and to grant freedom to multiple urban agents to express themselves in a destination. So then I've looked into the theoretical premise with respect to chaos and complexity. The chaos theory by Edward Lawrence explains the idea of unpredictability of complex systems. Some of the major parameters identified were underlying patterns, feedback loops, self-organization, fractals, and interconnections. And I've selected Kanyakumari as my case since it is an organically developed destination with layers of culture, customs, tradition, and architecture, showcasing human spatial dynamics. It is an international tourist destination and a major pilgrimage center in India. And I've started my thesis with a macro level understanding of the site, further delineating a mesoscale to study the layers of complex order. Finally, I've chosen a microscale study area for my detailed analysis of exploring chaos as an opportunity. So Kanyakumari is the southernmost tip of Indian peninsula where the three seas, the Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean, and Bay of Bengal meets. It is hence named as Triveni Sangamam. It is also the place where the Western Ghats ends. There are several mythological beliefs associated with the place, and its historical importance also arises due to its unique geographical setting. There are several layers of political history, and the rock islands denotes the cultural and symbolic connectivity of Kanyakumari. The peak season here attracts more than 10 lakh tourists a month. The collage here shows a glimpse of the destination with Kanyakumari Bhagavati temple, which is more than 2000 years old, located at the land's end. The major destination zone further consists of the commercial district and the fisherman settlement. Through my secondary study, I have identified the components of complex order in Kanyakumari that was further studied. It consists of the functional, morphological, ecological, socio-cultural, and historical layers. The image shows below shows the view of Kanyakumari city from the rock islands, and we can notice the topography of the land and the Western Ghats are seen in the background. The temple and the church at close proximity explains the strong socio-cultural fabric of the place. So from the maps, it can be observed that the dense coastal settlement developed along the land between the sea and the coastal upland. After mapping the networks of major destination in an area of 2.5 square kilometers was chosen for a study at meso level. So at meso level, the layers of complex order study starting with the historical layer that reveals the religious institutions, prominently the temple at the land's end and the historical network connections consisting of the major streets. The socio-cultural map shows the community distribution centered around the religious structures. The prominent ones are the Hindu community, shown in red color, and the Christian community in yellow color, which are majorly the fisherman community. The ecological layer reveals the major public, semi-public, and private open space network. And from the morphological layer, the built use distribution can be understood with commercial development shown in blue color along the national highway and the major tourist destination zone. So the functional layer shows a network of social infrastructure, like schools, hospitals, local markets, and the major transit nodes. Finally, from the tourism network map, it can be analyzed that the concentration of tourist activity is at the tip of the land. The major activity in the place is linked to the temple and the boating activity to the rock islands. For the micro level study area was delineated for detailed analysis. The major components are the of the area, the temple, the streets, the historic core that is now commercialized, and the fisherman community. So these images show the overall essence of the study area with the diversity in activities, spatial character, and overlapping functions. So from the parameters, from theories, and that from Indian chaos, a set of design determinants were formulated to analyze the opportunities of chaos. And for each of the design determinant, I have analyzed a set of spatial conditions as a sketch palette. Diversity and density were explored along the cultural, morphological, and functional dimensions. Further, the determinants of choices, collective identity, self-organization, and temporality were also analyzed. So from this understanding, an existing chaos plan was mapped that reveals the overlapping networks and functions. So the networks crossing each other randomly shows their interdependence, dynamics, and temporal variations. So these networks are of tourism network, religious network of tourist accommodations, a network of food outlets, network of informal vendors, and the insider network consisting of the fisherman community. So I've then created a proposed chaos plan that intends to express the outcomes from the design interventions in terms of increase in complexity and dynamics of the destination. It shows the future network trajectories that might possibly happen when the place offers more diversity and density of activities for insiders and outsiders. So my vision statement was Kanyakumari as an Indian destination model that celebrates its diversity, identity, and dynamics through its chaos. So this is the proposed structure plan with the major design components being a cultural spine, which is the Sanidhi Street, the historical spine leading to the temple, and an interconnected water edge, an interconnected public realm with spatial anchors, and the spatial anchors are mostly closed down public buildings and abandoned buildings, and a recreational spine and a destination gateway. So my first design objective is to celebrate and enhance the potentials of chaos. Strategies for achieving this includes increasing diversity and density by creating new spatial anchors, increasing the proximity and interconnections between various functions, creating flexible spaces, etc. My second objective is to create hidden thresholds to control the issues and challenges like movement conflicts, neglected zones, identity crisis, etc. So the major strategies here includes opening up locked lands along the coastlets to create a connected public realm, adaptive reuse of abandoned buildings, activating the backyards, etc. So this is my first design action zone area, the temple zone. The image shows the existing scenario of the temple zone area. And the main design strategies were adaptive reuse of abandoned heritage building to a historic museum. The inactive temple pond shall be opened up to be a part of the public realm. This shall further invite more urban agents to the area, like the informal vendors. And the temple wall with white and red strips adds to the collective identity of the space. And this is the next design demonstration area. It's of this is the existing scenario of the area. And in a vacant land, which is a public land, a destination gateway is proposed with a tourist interpretation center and state-of-the-art facilities. The spaces are zoned in a way to have possibilities of self-organization and flexible or temporal usage of spaces. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation, Nilofer. I would like to call first Mr. Professor Stephen to have his comments.
Thank you for your presentation. Very powerful, exuberant presentation. Particularly the graphics are really making a strong point. I do like the discussion about and I do like your research questions about the idea of chaos and a more formal approach to urban planning. I think that's a great topic, and you also provide a very clear and a thorough analysis of how these two systems could be played out. Now, perhaps my critique in such endeavors may be you could try and be more precise, for example, how to foster those chaos theories, and how might we implement these in urban planning legislations? How might we redefine urban laws and regulations so that a more free, chaotic, organic urban growth could be fostered? That's essentially what I would like to sort of almost regionally, locally, you could dissect these much more so that you can empower, say, urban planners, you could empower architects, you could empower public engagement on a political and an architectural level. I think this level of investigation and application could make even a stronger case of an otherwise brilliant investigation, so that the final part of your presentation, it could be much more diverse. For me, it still lacks, it's still quite formal, and I was hoping that the brilliant, really nice hand sketches that you provided and the many sort of research layers, that it would you could start to implement these much more radically. I think you're at the beginning of a wonderful journey, that the structure's all there, but the implication in legal matters would be interesting, and also how do you implement and translate that into an architectural design so it becomes a little bit less formal. There's a tendency of you being more formal than you might think. super nice theory and research question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, sir. Now I would like to call Professor Urmi Kapadia to give her comments.
Yeah, hi, Nilofer. Yeah, fascinating research question, and the entire premise of celebrating the chaos and kind of intervening in a chaotic network is quite challenging. So the way you've been able to map the chaos and give the graphical representation to your theory is quite commendable. My comments are again for the intervention. When we look at a chaos as the premise for a network, then what is the correct intervention in this kind of a theoretical premise? When you go in with a formal intervention, it kind of negates the whole idea of chaos, because it is a kind of a superimposed intervention which does not follow the same premise that you are outlining. If you think of a situation where there is a still water and you just throw a pebble, and the resultant, or maybe a couple of pebbles, and the resultant network of the ripples, it kind of says that, if you had spoken of triggers as your intervention, not necessarily a formal designed project as an intervention, but there could have been various triggers that were introduced at the chosen sites of intervention. Of course, you chose certain sites within that needed the intervention, but in what form would you provide these interventions? Does it need to be our conventional understanding of what an architect or an urban planner does, comes up with a solution which is conceived in an enclosed room, or is it some kind of a trigger in the form of a small design, or maybe even it's an economic trigger that allows the community around to form its own intervention in terms of their own formal interventions, which kind of go along with your idea of chaos, because chaos is caused by the multiplicity of surroundings, right?
Yes.
So a singular intervention is not going along with that whole idea. So it is a challenging thought process. How do you intervene in a chaotic environment, and whether can you intervene in a chaotic environment if you want to celebrate that chaos and not create an order in that chaos? So yeah, it is a fascinating topic, and there can be many more solutions that could have come out of this. I would have loved to see you exploring those kind of options rather than a formal intervention.
Thank you, ma'am. I shall look into it.
Thank you, Professor Umi. Now I would like to call Professor Zina Al-Zain to give her comments.
Yeah, thank you, Nilofer, for the very creative idea and the very innovative exploration of the idea of chaos. I think my comments would be in line with my colleagues in terms of the interventions. But I understand that in a thesis, we all have to do a project at the end. But I would say that we don't need to do such a large scale project. Maybe it can be a smaller scale, and we can put some more effort into analyzing the very specific community we are intervening in. Maybe I would love to see in the analysis, like you are developing your own assessment criteria of chaos and order, maybe like a spectrum, and you are showing when my project would be considered like a bad kind of chaos and when it's like a limiting order, and we want the project or the intervention in the middle. So you can have like a guidance when you are trying to analyze the place and the community. And of course, when we are talking about chaos, about culture, about social activities, we have to include the community. So I would say also, maybe if you put some more time into understanding the social needs of the community, to just provide the interventions, even it would be like a larger scale project, but you have only interventions into these projects. based on your criteria and your set developed scale for case and order. Maybe that would make your approach very different, but I understand the context of delivering a thesis for architecture and urban design. So you have done great work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zainal Zain, for your comments, and congratulations, Nilofer Zay, for your completion of your presentation. Now, I would like to call our 7th thesis project under the theme Urban Networks is going to be presented by Tanya Vibhakar Kawade and Shreya Sanghvi, Master of Science in Architecture and Urban Design students from New York Institute of Technology, located in New York, USA. The title of thesis is Connecting Assets Towards an Integrated City by Foot, guided by Jeffrey Raven and Janet Sodi.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Tanya, you're audible.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yes, your screen is visible, Tanya. So you can go forward.
Yeah. My name is Tanaya, and today I will be presenting our urban design project titled Connecting Assets Towards an Integrated City by Foot. Basically, this project centers on enhancing São Cristóvão, a neighborhood in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The aim of the studio was to engage with the dense and complex urban fabric of Rio de Janeiro and propose solutions to help compact neighborhoods in São Cristóvão adapt to and thrive amid climatic changes. Our approach is grounded in the Sustainable Development Goals, focusing on creating a resilient, walkable, and integrated city. To begin our research, we first examined the São Cristóvão neighborhood in relation to its surroundings. Our analysis revealed that the São Cristóvão functions as an isolated island due to its perceived disconnection from neighboring areas and its current infrastructural needs. While zones 1, 2, and 3 show various amenities and activities, our site lacks such integration. Additionally, the two major social hubs, the stadium and the cultural center, are underutilized due to its isolation. To address these issues, our primary goal is to break this barrier using strategically designed corridors, which will enhance connectivity and livability throughout the neighborhood. To begin our analysis, we focused on assessing the current state of transportation and urban systems. Our research revealed a lack of transportation infrastructure, leading to poor connectivity between the existing cultural hubs. Identifying key transport nodes highlighted the urgent need to improve pedestrian accessibility, particularly with the anticipated population growth. While current amenities and land use are adequate, they must be expanded to meet the future demands. Our goal is to enhance transportation, expand amenities, and enrich the culture of São Cristóvão to ensure sustainable development. The second map shows the neighborhood's amenities, key attractions, and the land use patterns guiding our 2050 vision for São Cristóvão to boost activity, accessibility, and adaptability for its growing population. Next, we concentrated on mapping the heat and flood-prone areas, which helped us to identify critical zones requiring targeted interventions, particularly in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals. The axonometric diagram on the right illustrates the current climatic conditions in the selected zone of São Cristóvão, highlighting areas susceptible to flooding and heat. On an average, the region experiences 5 inches of rainfall in May, with an annual temperature of approximately 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Looking ahead to 2050, the proposed improvement strategy emphasizes increasing green cover to address flood and heat-related challenges. Green spaces provide natural cooling and shade, reducing the urban heat island effect. This strategy also aims to create a more vibrant atmosphere for the growing population while aligning with the SDG goals. To begin with the schematic design, we first conducted a land use analysis to transform the existing urban landscape into a cohesive and sustainable neighborhood. Vacant or underutilized areas marked in yellow have been identified for potential development into green spaces. Zones in orange represent redevelopment opportunities, including commercial districts, brownfield sites that could be converted into mixed-use areas to make way for the new mixed-use developments, offering various amenities and services to better serve the community. Additionally, we categorize the road networks into primary, secondary, and tertiary. The red roads on the periphery handle heavy vehicles like buses and cars. Secondary roads in orange primarily serve as cars and bikes, connecting residential and commercial areas. Tertiary roads, shown in yellow, prioritize pedestrian access, forming safe networks within the neighborhood. We also integrated green corridors along the main axis, enhancing both visual appeal and biodiversity of the area. So these slides outline the vision for revitalizing the neighborhood through densification, adaptive reuse, and thoughtfully planned streetscape. Our goal is to create an urban environment with mixed-use developments, improved waterfront access, pedestrian-friendly streets, and sustainable building designs that promote social engagement and vibrant, healthy lifestyle. In the strategic master plan, we overlaid the potential land use and streetscape analysis to create a strategic plan that incorporates key design elements such as green roofs, energy efficiency, and social spaces. This approach establishes an accessible and interconnected system, ensuring that all neighborhoods can accommodate the growing population while seamlessly connecting the public amenities. Ultimately, the strategic plan supports economic growth while promoting sustainable urban living. Next, we started to look deep into the designing of typologies, as a proposal lies in the integration of residential, mixed use, and retail buildings, each thoughtfully crafted to harmonize with city's fabric. While addressing pressing social and ecological concerns, it becomes evident that our approach must prioritize community well-being. Residential building serves as the cornerstone of this vision, offering not just a shelter but spaces for social interaction and connection. Through careful analysis, we aim to infuse greenery, communal areas, and sustainable features into these structures, nurturing a sense of belonging, fostering inclusivity among the residents. Mixed-use building uh, blend residential and commercial functions, creating urban vibrant hubs with pedestrian-friendly streetscapes and accessible amenities that promote social and economic activity. Meanwhile, the retail spaces such as cafes and market spaces act as a community anchors, reflecting local culture and stimulating growth. Overall, our design emphasizes sustainability and community engagement, ensuring the project is inclusive, resilient, and equitable. The master plan integrates key elements from our research on typologies, streetscapes, corridors, and activation of social hubs to create a cohesive, sustainable urban environment. The master plan's key strategies, connection, engagement, and ecology aim to enhance pedestrian pathways, foster mixed-use spaces for diverse activities, and promote environmental sustainability, creating an accessible and environmentally vibrant urban area. By combining residential, mixed use, and commercial typologies, the master plan promotes a dynamic and vibrant community with spaces that prioritize both social interaction and ecological resilience. The streetscape design enhances connectivity through a well defined hierarchy of roads while integrating green corridors that foster biodiversity and climate resilience. The existing social hubs are also activated, which serves as centers for community engagement, economic activity, and cultural exchange, ensuring that each micro neighborhood is both active and inclusive. Together, these elements create a framework that strengthens the social, environmental, and economic fabric of Sao Cristóbal, paving the way for sustainable and adaptable future. After extensive research, we focused on identifying key moments that activate social hubs within the neighborhood, aiming to enhance community engagement and foster a strong sense of belonging among the residents. These interactions between social hubs and urban landscape capture daily activities that cater to the unique needs of residents. We also identified smaller micro neighborhoods, each of its own localized social hub, that foster social connections, civic participation, and economic opportunities. Lastly, we integrated our findings to showcase the current conditions alongside our proposed challenges with a strong focus on sustainability and alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. Our design addresses population density, green infrastructure, and energy efficiency, ensuring that our interventions are informed and effective. We also divided the design development into three phases, aiming for net zero. Phase 1, aligned with the 2050 vision, focuses on improving connectivity through social and ecological corridors, identifying key areas for densification, and launching pilot economic projects. Phase 2, targeting 2070, extends these networks to link key areas like the biopark market while continuing densification and introducing innovative infrastructure for mixed-use development. Finally, the Phase 3, looking forward in 2100, completes the corridor network across Sao Cristóbal, achieving optimal urban density and implementing climate-resilient infrastructure to address extreme weather and promote adaptivity. In conclusion, our research and design proposal for Sao Cristóbal reflects a comprehensive and forward-thinking approach to urban development. By addressing critical challenges such as connectivity, sustainability, and population growth, we have created a framework that not only enhances the current urban landscape, but also paves the way for a resilient, vibrant future. Our phased strategy, grounded in the Sustainable Development Goals, ensures that each step of the development is thoughtful, inclusive, and adaptable to the future needs. Ultimately, our vision is to create a cohesive, sustainable, and dynamic community where every resident feels connected, engaged, and empowered to thrive in changing urban environment. Thank you.
It's a wonderful presentation, Tanaya. Now I would like to call Professor Zaina Al-Zain to give her comments.
Thank you, Tanaya, for the presentation. The visualization is very well done, and the whole presentation is actually very well done. So thank you. I would like to raise some questions for you, maybe for future additions or recommendations. So I really love the idea of expansions and that you thought of future phases and all the time dimensions of the projects. But have you thought about integrating stakeholders or stakeholders mapping to understand more the context of the place and how this connects to the future expansion of the proposal? This is one of the most key elements that you have to think of when you are thinking of future expansions. Also, you have mentioned flow-prone areas during your analysis, but when you come to the proposal, it wasn't very clear how this reflected in your solutions. Maybe you thought of this during your design, but it wasn't very clear showing in the presentation. So maybe if you have thought of it, maybe you can answer after that. Also, one final question was how is your design or proposal keeping the cultural identity of the place? Because I know the city has a very unique culture. How is this reflecting in your proposal? How is this reflecting in your analysis? This is also a very important aspect of the development of the concept. Yes, so these are my own questions. And thank you so much. It's really very well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Zaina. And I would like to call Professor Stephen Lingen to give his comments.
Thank you for the presentation. It's a very sophisticated body of work. I think I do like the many layers of subtle references, starting from the environmental to the reuse to the addressing of the communities and how these neuralgic points, these pockets of urban developments are being addressed through your current understanding. I think that's commendable. I also like the ambition in the project to go beyond 2 or 3 years. So you're addressing 2100. You're addressing the heat map, etc. And I think there's already a certain degree of sophistication of what does it mean to densify an urban environment by going vertical, I think. But there might be also the other question of reuse, not only vertically, but also within a building. So I think there might be a layer of not just going upwards, but also sideways, or maybe reusing, questioning, why do we need to go high? Or even more importantly, why do we need to build? So I would be more provocative in saying, if we don't need to build, reuse, for example, so that perhaps the aspiration of using a carbon neutral or carbon negative future could be promoted in such a kind. And maybe that comes at a price. So that certain comfort zones you may not can achieve, or maybe you can. I'm not sure. These are sort of questions that do like, and I think you can't do this in this presentation. But what would have helped, of course, would have been almost an animation. I would have liked to see these nuances from a rainy season, what happens, from a really super hot day, what happens in 100 years, what's the inclusion of the ages. So is there at the moment, I'm not quite sure whether you're seeing this, there's a child of 3 months and there's an old person of 100 years old. How do they live together? It seems that you thought about it, but I'm not quite sure of how this degree of level will be implemented in staying in an urban environment and celebrate this community life. But overall, I think it's fascinating and really well done for the work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Stephen. Now I'd like to call Professor Urmi Kapadia to give her comments.
Yeah, hi Tanaya. It was quite a comprehensive presentation, so congratulations on that. What I have been able to gauge from the abstract that was given and whatever I saw on the presentation is that this particular neighborhood was isolated, or there was a perception of isolation for this particular neighborhood. And the intervention is in a way to integrate within the existing urban fabric. So my comments or my questions more because I'm not completely familiar with the context, but though I know Rio de Janeiro and I know the kind of complexity that city has, the solution or the process of providing solution that you have followed is one of the best practices that any urban designer or an urban planner would follow, irrespective of the city they practice in. Would you have thought that given the complexity of Rio de Janeiro, your process would have differed? You know, maybe if I was looking at any other city of a lesser complexity, this particular process would have been fine. But there are layers of complexities which I feel if you have addressed, I have not been able to perceive it in your solution. One thing is the multiple claims to any kind of space that a city like Rio de Janeiro would have. You know, it's not the formal ownership, but the kind of claims that different stakeholders have towards a space, which creates a conflict. And it does not provide this kind of a simple or so-called organized solution that I saw in your proposal. So that there is those layers of complexities I do not see in your solution. And if you have addressed it, it is not coming across from that. The second thing is, it's in the same vein of complexity. Have you thought of the idea of gentrification? Because, you know, these kind of projects, especially in isolated neighborhoods, when you go and intervene, there is a chance of gentrification of those neighborhoods purely by the influx of infrastructure or influx of open spaces that urban designers and planners consider as necessary, but it kind of affects the neighborhood in a different sense. So have you considered this whole aspect of gentrification of the neighborhood when we... Yeah, those are my comments. And if, I mean, you can choose to answer or it's just something that you can keep in mind.
Yeah, I think we will look forward to these questions.
Thank you, Professor Umi, for your comments, and congrats, Tanaya, for your completion of your presentation. Now I would like to call the 8th thesis presenter under the theme Urban Networks is going to be presented by Nafiz Ahmad, a Bachelor of Architecture graduate from Shah Jalal University of Science and Technology located in Shalahat, Bangladesh. The title of the thesis is Riverfront Renaissance, Revitalizing Shitokura Transportation Hub as a Dynamic Public Realm guided by the Bhasa Akando. Hello, Nafiz Ahmed.
Hello.
Hi, yes, Nafiz Ahmed. You are audible.
Okay, thanks.
Your presentation is there, so you can start your presentation.
Okay. So, this is my undergrad thesis presentation. So the thesis title was the Riverfront Renaissance, the Revitalizing Shitolak's Transportation Hub as a dynamic public realm. So the idea, or you can say the inspiration, comes from my side case, like how architecture evolves and manipulates urban design, how it impacts uh, the whole scenario and thing. So I thought the city edges or the city gateways, the best places to do some research. That's why I selected the place of Narayanganj, Dhaka. It was once the major transportation port in the British areas of Bangladesh. You can say from 18th century and 17th century. Uh, it was a great hub. It was a significant hub of transportation for Bangladesh as a freight transportation system. Now you can see the Bangabandhu Road. It's the main spine of the Narayanganj, and this connects with our site with a node. We call it like a second rail gate, as there are different transportation system is going in this particular area. And we can see there are various type of urban land uses around the site areas. And we have actually more than 22,000 people in per square kilometer in this area. So it's basically a very densely populated area, all concentrating on the freights and the terminal works and the wholesale markets. We will discuss it further. And here we can see the urban map, and we have the three different places. Like we have Chashara node. This is the main node of the Narayanganj city, and we have the port road. This is the port road which actually connects our site to the Chashara node and the main spine road of the Bangabandhu road. Now, here is the transportation and the local land use map. As you can see, there is a whole bunch of activities going on here. At one side, there is transportation facilities going on, and we have some wholesale market facilities, fish collecting port groups, right in the scenario. So there is basically a great chaos of activities here. Like the port is basically for the freight good transportation system, as well as the public transportation system. And we have a significant percentage of people really visiting every time Narayanganj for their jobs and business purposes. There are some other suburbans like Shoriatpur, Jatpur, Nishigans. They are like suburban towns. The people come here to do their business and the jobs. And people from the Narayanganj usually use this space to go to Dhaka, the main capital, and the second biggest city, Chittagong. It's actually famous for the port systems. And from 6 a.m. to from actually 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and the closing hour of the office, like 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. is the highest level of users we can say here. We have almost 300 trips going on in this facility every day. And basically, we have sorted out the sites in respect of three terms, like we have place values, node values, and the ridership values. And judging all the things, our site is basically have a great accessibility and great number of ridership demand, and it is a closer proximity to the major destinations of the other capital zones. But we have some flood effects here, and the site environment is not good. It's actually a dead space for the human activities. And we have some opportunities like this is a good point for transportation, as it connects the rail, the bus system, and the most importantly, the water transportation system. So we have clearly we have some different kind of challenges, like we have to handle diverse user groups here with their diverse business modes. We have transportation systems and the basic transportation network system in particular area is very weak. So we have to accommodate the systems according to our design here. But this is all what the all of the demands in this area. But we have actual problem in this area. Like if we see river as an element for the urban site, urban location, the townscape is not actually good for the activities here. So we have three major questions, research questions for this, like how to create the traffic network system in incorporating the different business mode, how to link and circulate the complex user groups here, and how the system will work now from now to solve the existing traffic situations. Then we are having an project approach like biological term named osmosis, like the higher concentration area molecule runs through the lower concentration area. So people coming from different suburbans and urbans and other towns will come here and use this gateway with the higher concentration and uh, move towards the next their destinations. So we will actually redesign the public movement fluidity here. This is actually we have three level of frameworks to do solve these problems. Like now we have a framework in the urban scale, the macro scale. In this side, we will probably redevelop the Chashara node here in the orange circles, and there is another node connecting Chittagong. And there will be a road development program here. So it will be a 60 feet road. The port road will be 60 feet road, and the other secondary roads will be widened to ensure the better accessibility is here. And the railways systems you can see with the pink lines. It's actually the existing rail lines. So you can see it hits two major node points of Narayanganj. So it actually affects the traffic system here. So we will use some flyovers to mitigate the problems here. And we have also a proposal of MRT station, metro rail station here. And this will go just directly above the rail lines. So to solve or mitigate the road issues, the road nodal issues. And here is the regional level. So in this level, we will rearrange and redevelop the station area. So as I previously said, there are some chaosly spreaded some facilities going on, and people always use the this southern road to access the facilities. So it's quite a narrow road, and there is always a gathering and chaos. You can see the pictures here with all the buses come and do their daily jobs to pick up and drop off people. So and in this particular area, the wholesale freight terminals works are also going on. So it's a little bit chaos here. And the port road is significantly less used road. So now we have an opportunity to do a reshuffle here and use the port road as the major connection. In this next framework, you can see the osmosis sections. We used 6 different levels here to solve our transportation facilities. We have considered here two people needs and their timings, how they interact with the transport facilities. I will give you an example like the launch. We call it the launch terminal, launch jetty here. Mainly the water terminal. People use heavy baggages with themselves actually. The same goes for the railway. So basically, it's very much close to the ground, and the upper level we are using with the MRT. And the Port Road side have a good connection with the local bus. And now in the framework,
you have exceeded your time limit, so please fasten up your presentation.
yeah, thank you. Now we will move forward the master plans. It integrates all the facilities, but yet we are segregating it in a particular way. Like from the left side, we will see the freight terminals. In the middle part, we are seeing the water terminals, and to the very right side, we are seeing the recreational facilities, and from the upper street side, we see the local bus stands, and from the river side, we see the water transportation systems. Here are the other plans, and you can see the MRT concourse in the upper level. We have common concourses and the local bus stands images. And here's the circulation points we are using. We have calculated the capacity that will work on 2040 to 2050 to accommodate all the passengers and their needs. And we have some elements here to design, like we have used that leaf canopy to illuminate the daylights here. So we have a kinetic facets which have a dynamic which is a dynamic responsive facet, which actually responds time to time. And we have permeable surfaces as we have many semi-outdoor spaces. And these are the actual sections and the elevations of the particular site. This is the layers of the canopies we are having. And this is the ultimate image the Narayanganj will have after the project will be built. Thank you.
It's a wonderful presentation of this. Now I'd like to call Professor Urmika Padia to initiate the discussion.
Hi, Nafis. Thanks for the presentation. Couple of comments. When we look at transportation design, and when we look at transportation planners as a separate entity, we can expect from transportation planners an extremely isolated solution to a transportation problem. But the cities that we live in, I would say Bangladesh also, and this particular context is also as complex in terms of densities and the multiple uses of a same space. The cultural response to any place is not a singular approach. So when we talk about transportation, it's not just transportation. There is a kind of a cultural take to transportation solutions. In this case, I felt that your research or your analysis focused only on the transportation issues. It did not take the context into account. And I would have loved to see that what is unique about this particular site and how your solution caters to this particular site. And it is not something that can be transported to any other transportation hub. After I look at your solution, I do not see the uniqueness of the place itself. So it is a kind of a conventional approach that a lot of transportation planners use, that we look at the and I'm sure that your plan has addressed all the transportation challenges that this particular place offers. But in terms of when we mix the people, when we mix the cultural aspect of the neighborhood, of the surrounding, then how can the architectural articulation of your solution respond to this particular cultural aspect? of the surrounding is something that I would have loved to see, how this particular place is unique as compared to anything else. Yeah, so that's my 2 bits on it. Thank you otherwise for the presentation.
Okay, I will just add 2 lines. For the cultural context here, it's the transportation hub, which are basically for freight terminals, and it is using we are using it historically, like from the 17th century to 18th century, and but now people are using it for their public transport. And as you can see, the site has a significant value for the recreational purposes here, in the right sides. And from the left side, I have tried to compactly solve their freight issues. The wholesale markets here, you can see here, it was all over the places before. So now we have an integrated wholesale market system running in this area, and here is in the middle part, the public facility happens.
Okay. Professor Umi, are you like to add to it?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Now I'd like to invite Professor Zaina Alzain to give her comments.
Thank you, Nafis, for the presentation. I really like the sustainability interventions you mentioned at the end. So it's a very good addition. I agree with my colleague about having to provide this holistic approach to the design, not only focusing on transportation. For example, to build to her comments, I would love to see how the tropical climate of the area with potential rainfalls and flooding would affect your design. How this transportation hub may be resilient in the extreme weather event. You are showing me something? Yeah, I understand you created some sustainability approaches, but what about the whole design of the whole concept generation or concept development, how it is based on the climate of the area? And how also, you can also answer after this, how also, how are you involving the local community and the stakeholders into this development? And how are you ensuring the sustainability on the long term? How can this be expanded? How can it be scalable on the long term? And this requires also the involvement of stakeholders and the feedback from the local community also, like understanding the social aspects and the cultural and the very context of the community. Also, one of the issues that I would like to see you addressing is how your interventions or your design can affect the river. Mentioning that the river is facing pollution and some ecosystem challenges, how can this help the river or help restore the quality of the river? Or at least help not adding negative impact to it. So these are my comments, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Zaina Alzain. Now I would like to call Professor Stephen Legend to give his comments.
Thank you. Yeah, congratulations for your work. I find it a very robust proposition to into an area that I understand is quite sort of disorganized, and I feel that you achieved to a certain degree a really clear organization principle that addresses the current challenges of that site. So congratulations on that. But I do like the last point of my colleague of, here, this page is great. It's a little bit generic, and it would be great to almost expand on that. For example, with the plants, you could start thinking, I'm addressing these structures along the river to have that and that impact. For example, the water might not have fish with these plants. They might have fish later on, which would address maybe another community, like the fishermen, etc. So I think that there's great potential. Same goes with, I do love the simplicity of the roof structure. I think huge congratulations. For me, that's why I really like this project. This is a very simple umbrella that for me represents a small group of people, a community, and then they congregate. You've got thousands of those. So there's a big group of people congregate around one simple idea of an umbrella. I think that's quite simple and symbolic, very powerful. But in there, you could expand much more. So you can say why use certain materials, what potential that might have. You know, the solar panels that might generate a certain energy consumption. So you can say actually this whole idea of this new type of infrastructure wants to be carbon neutral. That's the banner, right? And then the consequences as well that certain boats maybe need to buy into this as well. So it's a whole infrastructural narrative that you can open up, which I think you're just starting to tap into it. But I think that would be really interesting to say, oh, there's a shortage of water. The canopy provides the water. You have the water tanks, etc., etc., etc. With the wind, with the dew, with the sun. So it could be another layer within the project that goes far beyond a transportation hub. And it's an undergrad project. So it's fascinating that undergrad project students are embracing the challenges of a very complex station. So I think you've done a really good job on that. With the added comments from my colleague into it, it would be a superb project, but it has got a really nice flavor to it for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Stephen, and congratulate Nafis for your completion of your thesis presentation. Now I would like to call our ninth thesis presentation under the theme of urban networks is going to be presented by Farzana Haki, a Bachelor of Architecture graduate from Rajshahi University of Engineering and Technology located in Rajshahi, Bangladesh. The title of the thesis is The Unveiling Interval, MRT Line 5, Kaurang Bazaar Underground Interchange Station, guided by Muhammad Asajuman.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Farzana Haq.
Thank you.
Good evening. Your slides are visible. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you. I'm presenting my thesis titled The Unveiling Interval, MRT Line 5 Karan Bazar Underground Interchange Station in Dhaka, Bangladesh. This project focuses on designing an underground metro station that enhances urban life by integrating it with Dhaka's culture, environmental, and contextual landscape. The project is located in Karan Bazar, one of Dhaka's busiest central business districts. This area serves as a critical node for the city's commercial and transportation networks, characterized by high traffic congestion and dense commercial activity. Additionally, it houses an existing MRT6 elevated station. Karan Bazar faces multiple urban challenges. The unplanned pedestrian network and narrow roadways obstruct smooth movement aligned with the MRT system. There is limited for pedestrian widening to meet future needs. Unplanned parking to congestion and hazards have persisted since 2017. A park and water body are also on the verge of being ruined due to elevated expressway connection. Additionally, there is pressure to increase urban commercial facilities, including spaces for non-fare business. The project goal is to tackle these issues through an underground MRT station that integrates urban design solution while improving the area's overall functionality and livability. The focus of this analysis is on the road network and the future commercial demand. The structure is inadequate for future needs, leading to congestion and efficient traffic flow. Additionally, the increasing demand for commercial facilities, particularly for non-fare business, require careful planning to integrate these elements with the upcoming MRT station, ensuring seamless connectivity and future-proofing the area's development. By 2035, a significant increase in both pedestrian and vehicular flow is anticipated. Analysis reveals that busiest roads and determines the optimal relocation for the future station till 2055. City developers show a clear preference for underpasses over foot-over bridges. The Kawan Bazar site, which previously included pedestrian underpass connection known as Butterfly Cliff, suggests a potentiality for extending underground pathways to enhance pedestrian and commuters' access. Implementing innovative infrastructure solution is essential to accommodate future needs while preserving public spaces and the surrounding environment. Existing crowd and entry points, current pedestrian movements indicate overcrowded zones. The design strategically locate desired entry points for smooth pedestrian flow, ensuring improved access while reducing bottlenecks. Currently, the park surrounding the site faces challenges due to its proximity to the elevated expressway, which threatens the health of green spaces and water bodies. Without an alternative future plan, this park may see further degradation negatively impacting the area's livability. Introducing a thoughtful design concept can juxtapose this situation, preserving and enhancing the park's environmental value. The design draws inspiration from the need to integrate transit with green spaces, featuring a transparent entrance to maximize natural light, a central concourse for seamless navigation, and green corridors that provide both functionality and refreshing environment for travelers. The strategy that I took first, that is the station location and entrances. Due to narrow roads and to avoid directional complexity of transitional commuter from line 6 to line 5, which positioned completely in a 90-degree position, the concourse was repositioned to the node while the platform remains in place. These changes improve the passenger's navigation and enhance the concourse's visibility, creating a contextual experience within a central courtyard that benefits from natural light. And the strategy 2, that is connectivity and flow design. Inspired by osmosis, the design facilitates both horizontal and vertical movement, with architecture acting as a selectively permeable membrane. The inclusion of underground green corridors, skywalks, and maximum pedestrian facilities enhancing the station's functionality and environment. The proposed master plan connects the station with public amenities like cycle stand, bus stops, and even a water bus stands, ensuring seamless integration of all transit modes. The station becomes a crucial node for both commuters and surrounding communities. The underground station entries, bus stops, and shaded drop-off zones are designed to reduce congestion while enhancing mobility. Skywalk linkage further facilitates easy access between key points in the area. Visualization of the station entrances illustrate enhanced accessibility and improved safety. Upgrades to road network, particularly on Kazi Nazrul Islam Avenue and Pantopath, will effectively traffic congestion and enhance pedestrian safety. The projected transformation for 2055 highlighted how those improvements will address future demands, ensuring smoother traffic flow and better integration with the surrounding infrastructure. This is the visualization of the station retail floor. The station will also serve as a public hub featuring the retail shop, cafe, daycare center, and libraries. These amenities will cater to both commuters and non-transit users, making the station an active part of the urban life. The station will also serve as a public hub, and the station concourse that is designed as included a well-organized concourse and platform areas to facilitate smooth passenger movement. The concourse serves as a central hub, collecting passengers from 3 directions and divided into 2 parts with 3 AFC barriers, which is automated fare collection barriers, and a direct connection from paid concourses of Line 6 station with easy access to various services. Visualizations show how these spaces integrate greenery, enhancing the station environment and a pleasant atmosphere for commuters' daily life. This section illustrates how the station interacts with its surroundings, balancing functionality with design. Natural light is incorporated through light wells, enhancing the station aesthetic and sustainability. Additionally, natural plants can be planted directly under the median using heliotubes, which allow sunlight to reach the underground areas, contributing to a greenery and more inviting environment. This heliotube actually will pass through the minimum amount of sunlight that is more that is enough for the plant to grow. This proposal transform the station, the lake area, a water bus stand, and the canopy design aim to integrate natural elements, offering both functional and visual appeal. The transparent photovoltaic glass and transparent glass collect the energy to auxiliary power sources and helps to emit the entrance of night. These details highlight the simplest blend of infrastructure with the environment. This proposal transformed the Karan Bazar metro station into a dynamic city hub, integrating it within Panthugunjo Park to enhance connectivity and environmental harmony. The design activates the previously unused plaza, maintains existing road and trees, and creates a transparent and accessible space. The station blends naturally with the park, extending its land into the underground concourse. The design tries to balance infrastructure with nature, enriching the public experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Farzana. It's a wonderful presentation. Now I'd like to call Professor Stephen to give his initial comments.
Thanks very much for your presentation. You're tackling a very complex site, as I understand from all your presentations and the designs. And so, and the conclusion is it's also a very comprehensive solution that you provide. And I think all your design goals are very commendable, particularly the inclusion of the greenery and the natural light source, etc. What that might bring to that environment. But when I look at your internal renders, they're almost devoid of that. And I was wondering whether this key idea of bringing greenery and natural light could infiltrate the environment more, so that we can see how much of, imagine you think about a sensory experience like sound, and you're deep in the belly of that building. How could you hear rain dropping into your building, so that you could start thinking through materials to perceive what you can't see in that space? Similar with light conditions, you could start thinking, how could you bring back a sunrise or a sunset into the building, which you normally wouldn't see. So you could start thinking sound, light, perceptions of those sensories that at the moment I feel not enough addressed, but you do address them in your analysis. So I see familiar stations in your building, but you talk a different language. So I was just wondering of how could you bring, say, a very unique material palette into that station that really represent the community through materials, the trade through materials, the environment, the specific environments in that. So if I go through it, I go through this plethora of spaces, ambities, perceptions. I think that would be a fantastic addition to otherwise a very clear proposition that you have here. So these are be more like comments of how to implement your design with much more specific local ingredients. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Stephen. Now I'd like to call Professor Urmika Paddy to give her comments.
Yeah, hi, Farzana. the analysis is really impressive. You've kind of taken into account various aspects of that particular node and the surrounding context well into your analysis. So yeah, kudos to that. And even the way you have represented your analysis and your understanding of the space is quite clear and very well represented. When it comes to the solution or the intervention, I identify the aspirational quality of the spaces, kind of looking at different models of contemporary architecture, where I think what Professor Stefan had also spoken, that if the tool of third dimension 3D softwares is very, it's quite critical which software you use and how do you represent the kind of spaces that you're envisioning. So maybe in your own vision, the spaces look different, but your 3D software renders the spaces like any other transportation hub. So this could be, this could very well be anywhere in the world. So what gives it the local sensitivity to the climate, to the culture, to the materials? How can you be more sustainable by using the local materials that are available or that are used? And also in terms of maintenance, all these aspirational transportation hubs that we, with the marble flooring or the air-conditioned environments that we envision, they do not have a lasting life, because the amount of maintenance that these spaces demand is huge. So as an architect, how can we be more sensitive to that and kind of articulate the architecture that respects the climate that we come from, and the materials that respect the climate, and the way we use a space is very different. So I would have loved to see what that translation could have been. And a lot of times sketches leave a lot more to imagination rather than the 3D softwares. And that is the bane of the 3D softwares, of kind of explicitly showing something that you might not want to show.
Thank you, Professor Umi. Now I'd like to call Professor Zaina El-Zain to give her comments.
Thank you, Farzana, for the presentation. I really like that you include different aspects of the environment, of including the context along with your designs. So you have done great work with the analysis and with the development of the proposal. So congratulations. And as Stephen said, the context is very complex. So my comment would be on the user experience. I would have loved to see in your analysis more about the user experiences and behaviors in these spaces, through your observation, through different types of qualitative approaches. But it's important to study this to be able to develop the spaces, as you are showing us, how these spaces can address the different needs of people using the spaces. How can it be inclusive? I mean, I can see you are showing some disabled people walking, some different social groups, but how can actually the activities taking place in this proposal address the different needs and address the different limitations of the social groups and ages and so on? So this would have been a very important part of your analysis, and will also enhance your proposal. So you are not just showing us spaces, but you are showing how these spaces can incorporate the different needs and the different activities. So that's my main comment, but thank you so much. Great work.
Thank you, Professor Zaina. Congratulations, Farzana, for your completion of your presentation. Now I would like to call the third presentation, which has been held due to internet connectivity. Presenter Ashefa Wasemma, Bachelor of Architecture graduate from Shahjalal University of Science and Technology. Ashefa, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Thank you. My thesis title is Master Plan Development of Ardghar Kuriana Floating Guava Markets and Approach to Enhance Tourism, Pirazpur, Borishal. So floating markets where goods are sold from boat to boat on canals are popular tourist attraction worldwide. Some of the most famous floating markets include Ampa, Talinjan, and Warsapan, among others. However, a floating market solely dedicated to guava is a rare phenomenon. It is situated in Borishal, Bangladesh. It's the 200-year-old cultural heritage and it's very unique. Over 8,000 hectares of land are dedicated to guava cultivation, producing 4,000 metric tons annually. Unfortunately, this heritage is disappearing due to lack of attention. However, recent tourism growth, especially after going viral during the COVID-19 pandemic, has given the hope to local community. Both government and private initiatives are being noticed for this its infrastructure development, creating an opportunity to explore how this market can be preserved with the help of tourism. So here's my site. My site is located in Borishal Division, Bangladesh, in Nesarabad Upazila, the 2.84 kilometer long Kuriana Canal. Here it is. Creates several spots where floating guava markets are seen. So my research aim was to preserve the market. Of Ardghar Kuriana with a strong emphasis on quality-based tourism. My two objectives were to preserve the floating guava market and secondly, to establish a quality-based tourism. To conduct this research, I visited the site several times and collected data from bazaars and 6 user groups that I selected. And after collecting data and case studies, I set a design methodology where I analyzed 3 aspects: running spot analysis, potential spot identification, and support for running and potential spots. That leads me to set 3 intervention, and that is primary, secondary, and tertiary. That leads me to develop my concept design, which helped me to develop my master plan. Here's a tourist perception result. You can see in this questionnaire, I asked the tourists about the quality of attraction, activity, amenities, and social components, and they graded these qualities of my site in a scale of 5. And you can see the result here that the activity and amenities were at stake, and they. This indicates that there's a need for more activities and amenities in my site. So here's an illustration to understand the floating guava market system. Farmer cultivate guava by creating water channels in orchards. You can see these are guava orchards, and they carry guavas from boats, looking from this channel and come to the canals. They're looking for buyer here, and on this canal here creates the floating guava market on canal. And the only ground component of a floating guava market is arut. So arut is a shop basically where guava buying and selling trading is happen, and there can be road connection also. So where from this road connection, the guavas are carried to other cities from here. And there I found 2 typologies. The first one you can see with which has floating guava market with a regular daily bazaar. Here's case 1, here's case B. This is Ardghar regular bazaar, and on the canal here's floating guava market, and this is Kuriana daily bazaar, and on the canal here's floating guava market. And on typology 2 you can see it has no daily bazaar, but there are a few arrows in this spot creating floating guava market, and these 3 are located alongside the Kuriana canal, which was my site. So this shows a pictorial analysis of the floating guava market, traditional houses along the canal roadside, unplanned development, and some daily bazaar issues that need to be addressed. And I made a list of goods that are available throughout the year. The water level, you can see it changes during monsoon and the dry season. And I studied the boat types. That these data actually helped me to develop my master plan, which I will be explaining later. And from these maps, you can see that this is the land use map. You can see here, here, and here. There are the commercial zones, and these commercial zones actually, if you follow the other maps, you will see these commercial zones has the most of the amenities, and these maps help me to identify the intervention area. Already I've said that there are floating guava markets front of the regular bazaar. This is my first intervention area. Here's a daily bazaar. This is my second intervention area. There's no daily bazaar, but there's a floating guava market, and here's my third intervention area. There's the largest daily bazaar, and front of that on canal there's a floating guava market. And I also studied the traditional house. These are called locally the wood houses of Pirojpur. There are three types: single story, double story, and loft houses. In loft houses, the lower level is commercial and the upper level is residential. So later I studied the layouts of other floating markets. In Amphoa, you can see the stairs around the canals. In Damnion Sadok, there are shops right beside the canal. Here the stairs are missing, and later I studied WhatsApp, where the pocket-like spaces you can see are created for commercial users. And finally, I studied more layouts, which helped me to find some common characteristic of floating markets, which are the waterfront access, floating decks, stairs, ramps, canals, layouts, etc. These are the basic characteristic which enhance an experience of floating markets. It helps tourism in what I found from the other case studies actually. And finally, as I'm creating a network and I'm regenerating my existing floating market, I followed Amphoa floating markets regeneration model. So for tourism enhancement, in 2001, they took initiative to conserve this market. You can see that the differences in these two maps. It was before their preservation. You can see there are so many gray blocks. They weren't used and there were no planning. So they created a floating market business here. And in the second map, you can see the commercial use increased, and they created a network with nearby floating markets, and they also incorporated their cultural aspects like mass dance, Thai music, puppet show. So the whole system of tourism sustains here. They are calling it the sufficiency economic model, and they are calling it the middle path. And so after all the analysis, I decided I chose my concept as the embracing the floating realm, water, people, and culture. These are the key components of my water village or the floating realm. And I broke it down into three types of spots currently running: and high potential and support for potential spot. I identified the spot first, then I selected the intervention area where the density of the spots are larger. I divided those larger and the smallest accordingly, and identified these areas as primary, secondary, and tertiary intervention. As I was calling my whole concept a journey, I was connecting these sites as networking. I was creating network with these sites, and I'm calling this tourist trails. So the tourists can experience in the way they want to experience, following different tourist trails. And here's some programs that I created that will be implemented in my master plan level. So then comes the framework. In the first layer of the framework, I identified the running spots that have grown organically and provide tourism facility. In the second layer, you can see I identified potential spots that can be added to my network. And finally, from my study, I provided some support function that can facilitate the first and second layers of my framework. Then I connected them with farm. I designed my framework here. You can see I connected them with routes, and I developed my master plan. Here I proposed some design toolkits: ecological, socio-cultural, and floating guava market preservation. I gave a modular solution so that this can be implemented throughout the master plan and can also be used in other floating markets that's not located in my site. So here's my master plan. In the master plan, there are 3 primary interventions. You can see already. Tourists usually start their journey from here. And
your time is running. Your time is already completed. Please go fast.
Okay. You can see tourists usually start their journey from the first area, the daily market of Arghar. From the second area, you can enjoy the floating market or hire a boat at the 4th spot. And then you can see here's a boat. There's a boat market. They can also enjoy the view if they took the path to walk. Here's a tea stall. They can have some tea here and take a break. And if they come here, they can enjoy it. There's a Puri temple here, or have lunch and enjoy the vegetarian items served here, or they can choose this option. Here's some campsite and farm to table experiencing restaurants, or they can continue their journey by boat. Here's the second floating market. They can enjoy this view. They continue the journey. Here's a stop for getting refreshed or getting rest, and same goes here. And some routes are inside the garden, so they can take a walk inside the garden. And if they continue their journey, they will finally found the largest floating market here and will get the other facilities. And finally, here are some secondary and tertiary intervention. Most of them are modular, so this can be followed in other floating guava markets. And here's a module that I developed as Arut. I previously told that an Arut is a shop for guava trading. Here farmers comes and buy and sell guavas, and on the upper floor the traders can stay, and there can be an office which can helpful for their business. And here's the final visualization for the primary intervention, which is the largest Kuriana floating guava market. I tried to active the water frontage. Here are my modular arrows, and here are the daily bazaar, which is around the Durga temple. I tried to make it accessible for the tourists and tried to make it beneficial for the local community. And this is the first bazaar, first day to bazaar, and another floating guava market. This also has a daily bazaar, as I mentioned previously. Here's those modular solution are also provided, and as a journey, the tourists will be enjoy both floating markets. And this is a final visualization what I initially imagined. As I said that floating guava market should be blended with nature, traditional and vernacular in architecturally. It facilitates key stakeholders, including farmer, youth, women, villagers, which is crucial for preserving this market. Finally, it offers a quality tourism experience for tourists, boosting its potential to become it can be a world-renowned floating market someday. My solutions are flexible, modular, so they can also be applied to nearby floating markets, which can, in a broader scale, they can create a larger network. So I believe that my research outcome can help this problem. So thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ashifa. Now I'd like to call Professor Urmika Padia to start the initial discussion.
Yeah, hi. It is quite a fascinating context, and you've done a complete justice to the way you've researched the context. So congratulations on that. And the way you have arrived at solution is also very sensitive. Looking at the overall master plan and then zooming into how a person would navigate through these canals and how they would be connected to the land is also quite fascinating. What I would have loved to see is the kind of users that you're looking at. So we have farmers, we have the traders, we have the tourists. What are the other layers of the users of this particular context would have been interesting to see. Nevertheless, you've done quite a lot of justice to the 3 users that you've identified. And even the typology of this modular intervention is quite conducive. I think the congratulations on the whole project. It's very well done and very well represented as well. Maybe a tourism department is somebody who have to navigate through this project, and there would be further negotiations with the people who live there. But I think that is phase 2. In this particular research, you have done quite a good justice to it. So yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to call Professor Zaina Al-Zain to give her comments.
Yeah, thank you, Ashifa, for the very well presentation. Your project, I have seen the full project during the evaluation, and it was actually one of the remarkable projects I have come across. You have done a very deep analysis of the users, of the social context and cultural context. You have done a very holistic approach, and everything was very well thought of. So thank you for that. My only concern was to raise the question of, have you considered the environmental impacts of using the floating markets on the river, on the water pollution, waste disposal, and all of these aspects, and how this will affect the habitat in the river, how the breeding patterns and the river fauna would be affected? Have you considered this in your approach? And also, have you considered the touristic nature of the project that will make that will increase the number of users and population in the area, and eventually that may cause more environmental impact? I think that part should be considered for your project to be actually considered for implementation. But so far you have done such a great work, so truly congratulations, and I really love your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zaina. Now I'd like to call Professor Stephen to have the discussion on the.
Yep, thank you for the presentation. I almost would like to go 2 or 3 steps backwards, agreeing that this is a good design. But what I'd be interested in is more the consequences. For example, who would build this? What societies would you target it to build this? Where does the material come from? A lot of timber or bamboo or whatnot. And that, for me, on an urban strategy, will be quite an interesting one to start thinking, where does the material come from? What grades do you want to deploy in this environment? And we've discussed this in previous projects as well. There's always a degree of maintenance. And if you build in a water environment, that I would imagine there's a reason for it, and maybe there's a water fluctuations. So I think it'd be interesting to start thinking about the dry time, about when it's a lot of water there, and how that might have architecturally consequences. Is it just a static structure that is built way above the water level, or is it buoyant, etc.? So you could calibrate the design if that's the case, and I'm not quite sure whether that is the case there, but I think a degree of architectural critique should be applied if you were to go forward with this. It seems it's quite a traditional approach, which is fine, but you might want to review this, whether there are other ways of showing a differentiation between the huts. Say there's a community that might have a public event with music, and then there's a dormitory. So there's maybe a degree of subtleties. You can start thinking where what happens, etc.
Thank you.
And I think the last point of why we use the water and what negotiations do you have with the biodiversity, I think that's very, very important. There might be certain species who desperately don't want to be there, which you then need to negotiate where would they go, so that this balance of biodiversity and tourism is not being handicapped by that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Stephen, and congratulate Ashifa for completion of your thesis. Now I would like to call our last presentation. So our 10th thesis project, another theme, urban networks, is going to be presented by Chris Christian and is a master's in urban design student. The title of the thesis is Spaces Between People and Nature, and an investigation of potential of residual spaces for NBS in dense urban settings, guided by Michael Martin. Welcome, Christian.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Now we can hear you.
Yes, just a
Please
second. I'm trying
share
to
your
share my
presentation.
screen. Yes, just give me a second. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your presentation. Please go ahead.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, hi everyone here. Today we'll be presenting my thesis to you all. That is titled as Spaces Between People and Nature, an investigation of the potential of residual spaces for nature-based solutions in dense urban settings, a case of Nordwest in Copenhagen. So the thesis was based on the initial thoughts that led to the forming of this thesis was a random question, looking outside the window where you're a spectator to the live movie of the world around you. The small spaces are the stage for people's life. I observe these spaces where people meet in spite of no proper places, where every day was a new story. These small, undefined places have always added to my curiosity. I wondered as to why these spaces were never given a priority, and the fact that they were very habitual. The thesis is based on the global problems our cities face today of rapid urbanization along with climate change, but there's an increased focus to use the already settled areas much more efficiently. Today, cities have been adopting sustainable approaches towards the urban development that highlights the need for alternative approaches. Adding to these problems was the COVID-19 pandemic, along with climate change, that had accelerated an urgent need to transform the way cities and their residents connected with nature. Through these initial analysis, the thesis was worked along and followed a very strong theoretical approach with the aim that at investigating the potentials of residual spaces to improve the quality of life for people in socioeconomic deprived contexts, enhancing the connections to nature. So it investigates improvements to the residual spaces, leftover spaces in between front and back of buildings through climate adaptive options of using nature-based solutions and the benefits that these areas could gain. The thesis also had the four structured step-by-step approach on how this goal could be achieved. The first was to review the theoretical relation between the themes of residual spaces and ecological sustainability and explore the perspective of social sustainability. Second was to understand how green solutions could be used to address the social problems and understanding and studying the best typology-specific case studies in relation to the case of Nordwest. And the third was to do an in-depth site-specific analysis to identify the residual spaces and to understand the challenges and the potential the space holds. And through the research finding, propose a strategic framework towards the residual spaces that promotes the design intervention, activating the area, integrating nature, benefits the citizens, and promotes a social cohesion. The thesis was largely identified this a literature gap that was done through the initial analysis of literature review that explored this gap of the largely unexplored approach to in-between spaces with potential for strategic interventions focused on ecological sustainability, with the hypothesis that these spaces could be utilized and help to regulate the microclimate, produce energy, and absorb carbon emissions. So how these spaces could probably in together be used to improve the quality of life for people. The themes.
Hello, Christian. Your sharing has been removed, so we have to.
1 second, let me check. What happened? Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. So the thesis narrowed down the themes of residual spaces and nature-based solutions further into in-between spaces and green infrastructure solutions, and then further trying to see how the urban green spaces could provide environmental, social, and economic benefits towards the district and its people. So the context of study was chosen as to be is one of the vulnerable areas in the city of Copenhagen, which is the district of Nordvest. This area was chosen from the vulnerable areas in the city of Copenhagen. This is a guide by the municipality, a municipal document that exists, where vulnerable areas are characterized by a number of physical and social challenges and outlined on the socio-economic map. So where the development principle for these areas, there are guidelines that highlight insufficient public areas, the need for creative thoughts to find small spaces into the existing built environment, and to ensure not more than 500 meters to a green space. So here on the right-hand side, it shows the district of Nordvest. That shows that there is a lot of green spaces towards the north of the space, whereas the south kind of lacks a lot of green spaces. Again. Sorry, I've been having this issue of sharing my screen again. Can you see again?
Yes, we can see now.
Yeah. So here you can see how the southern area of the space kind of lacks the green spaces and also is much more densely populated than the rest of the district. Hence, the southern area of the district was further chosen to investigate to see what the space holds. The further analysis into this space provided that this is an old industrial area that is majorly characterized by the socioeconomic, ethnic, and lifestyle diversity. It lacks the green space where the streets actually serve an integral part of the space and where people sit outside at undefined spaces. So here on the right-hand side, you can see the analysis that were mapped on site. In red are the residual spaces that could be the potential spaces that could be utilized in kind of enhancing this neighborhood here, as well as the red dots are mapped people places where you could find people sitting and enjoying into the outside. Further to which, unfolding the social aspects of the space provided insights on people's use of
And again, it has been unshared. Please share it again.
One second, let me just try another mode that I can try to do it. Let me try this one. Okay, is this better now? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see now.
Let me try this one. So here, this was basically an analysis that was done through a lot of interviews on site, where you could see how people actually put forward their opinions on how the space lacks, on how it provides, how it makes them feel into this area. So it also highlights a strong need and the demand for outdoor living in close proximity, and also the needs for plants and green spaces in the neighborhood. A supporting study to this analysis is of the outdoor activities that was done under the COVID-19 during the COVID-19 analysis by the University of Copenhagen, where the study also showed into the same area that this thesis project was chosen, was that how basically the data provided was on how the people use the space and also the time they travel to a green space. That showed that people travel hardly like 250 to 300 meters to find a green space. So this kind of contradicts the 500-meter radius to find a green space. So this was some of the analysis that were kind of noted down during the initial design phases. So the thesis proposed a strategic framework where it uses nature to promote cohesiveness in an area with diversity, where nature could be seen as an unifying element when you green areas to enhance the socially deprived areas. It includes everyone. So the framework was divided into 4 different stages. The first is the spatial strategy to connect it at a larger scale. The second, the design considerations catering to the needs of the area. The next, the design intervention that exemplifies the strategy. And the fourth is the benefits that what the citizens and the city could gain from such interventions. So the spatial strategy aimed to provide for social spaces for people integrated with nature into the old industrial context, based on the principle of nature that improves the microclimate, that improves the micro environment and improves the biodiversity. It creates accessible public spaces, small outdoor meeting spaces, promoting the local community, and safe environment from crime, violence, and traffic. Here you can see the conceptual working of the strategy at a very large scale, wherein the strategy is based on the existing municipal strategy of greening streets, where it connects the green streets to the large public spaces that are parks. So here the thesis proposes a design for how small public spaces could be integrated at a block level and at a street level, which could further form the small public spaces, where for the block level, it could use the functional and the social elements to activate the space, and at the street level could use the social element to activate the space. And hence, the small public spaces are connected by streets into the large public spaces, forming a large connection of green spaces into the neighborhood. Implementing this strategy into the
Krishan,
site.
your time is already exceeded. Please fasten the presentation.
Yeah. So here on the right, you can see how the yellow pockets that are residual spaces could be connected to the green streets towards the parks that are here. Further to which, the project also proposed design considerations of having greenery, places to meet, involving the stakeholders, functions to activate the space, safety, creating awareness among people about the current climate change issues, and also activism that is to prioritize the people's desire to make positive changes into the society. So further to which, implementing the strategy at a lower scale, the example was chosen between 2 blocks on how this space could probably be used and designed. So currently it has parking asphalt and is used by the locals as a shortcut in this space. So this space is further designed using nature-based design solutions of optimized parking, creating the recreational space, integrating the rain garden, providing for community food growing areas, as well as enhancing the pathway that is the shortcut that people take into the area. Further, here you can see how optimized parking, integrated seating could also hold for temporary functions for the community, whereas the recreational space also provides a place for them to sit into the surrounding, and as well as the blank facade could be used to create awareness. So what are the benefits? So here you can see how the small space could actually provide for the people as well as cater to the largest city goals that our cities today want to achieve. And that is a space for social interaction. It promotes the cohesive community. The trees that improve the biodiversity and provide for urban life. It creates microclimate, provides areas of comfort, mitigates the urban heat effect, integrates stormwater management through use of green solutions. So this strategic framework provides an understanding of how larger themes could be narrowed down to micro scale and be contextualized to be used effectively, and how the smaller spaces developed could achieve the larger strategy integrating creative use of nature-based solutions to provide for nature into the urban areas and create social spaces. So yeah, thank you for listening to me, and I'm quite excited to hear your feedback and comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishan. Now I will start with the Professor Zain Al Zain to give her initial comments.
Yes, thank you, Krishan, for your presentation and for the very interesting topic. I would like to have some comments. First of all, thank you for considering the social and all aspects of the analysis first. But I would like to comment on your strategy like when we talk about nature-based solutions, we have to engage the community. And you already did, you discussed with the community at the initial phase, but it's very important because nature-based solutions require ongoing maintenance to keep them sustainable and to keep them doing their functions. It's important to always involve the community to be part of the maintenance plan, to be part of keeping them up to their function. So it's very important to include the community in the validation process as well throughout the design. I mean, you have proposed your interventions, so let's talk with the community and have their insights and then adapt the proposal to fit their needs and perspectives and so on. So that way they will feel like these proposals were provided based on their ideas as well. So they will be part of of keeping them and maintaining them throughout their life cycle. So that's my comment on nature-based solution. And also I have another comment. Speaking of this context, how can we replicate these ideas into other contexts in the same country? How can this be implemented in different neighborhoods? Is it only based on this neighborhood or can it be replicated? What aspects can be adapted and so on? So these are my comments. But thank you overall for the presentation. It's very simple and very to the point. So very well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Zain. Now I'd like to call Professor Urmi Kapadia to give her comments.
Hi, Krizan. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, what I would have loved to see is how the built form interacts with the spaces that you have designed, and how the everyday usage of that space changes with your intervention. Because this is more of a permanent solution in that particular neighborhood. So it is not just the matter of greening a space, but how does it interact with the architectural typology of that place, and whether the solution changes if the typology of architecture changes from one neighborhood to the other. Secondly, how this particular space would function in different seasons. Because the seasonal aspect is important, and considering this Denmark, I'm sure the seasons would affect the open spaces and the usage of that open spaces. So that is something that would have been wonderful to see. I think this is one isolated example, but in a much more vibrant environment, this was more residential neighborhood. But in different environments, how would your solutions change? That would have been interesting to see. Thank you. Otherwise,
thank you, Professor Urmi. Now I would like to call Professor Stephen for his comments.
Thanks for your presentation. As you were describing at the beginning your project, I thought you should also read George Perek's Species of Spaces and Other Pieces. And read, if you don't know him already, read how he describes spaces and how intimate these observations could be. And when I see your project unfolding, particularly at the end, there seems to be an exclusion of where people live in, the architecture, a wall, a rainwater pipe, a roof. And I was just thinking, wow, this is the habitat of a lot of biodiversity. You could start seeing this also as a potential to start thinking, you know, how would you inform these spaces? Now, there also, during the pandemic, this wonderful idea of balconies, of being platforms of communications. Again, you could start thinking, how could a balcony become a green space? There are places in Central Europe, in Vienna, an architect called Hundertwasser, whose entire premise was to activate facades through the users, first through color, then through vegetations, and many of his buildings, they transformed over a period of time into green blocks of buildings. So the architecture was secondary, but the architect enabled the growth of greenery by little ledges, so that pollution could actually being activated there. And I just think sometimes this question of scale could be addressed in your case. So looking at the minutiae of details and start seeing potentials in there. But I do like, of course, the idea of green spaces. But when you step back now that you've done your body of work, there's still this nagging thing in your final thing of the cars. And I wish that you could have an urban strategy of saying, okay, let's be real, cars will probably be there next 5-10 years. But you could say maybe you have got these put away somewhere, almost as hubs, so out to the fringes of the city or somewhere in the city. So there are these silos of car parks, let's say, to make space for greeneries, for walkways, for cycles, right? So that this idea that you have, which is great, could be much more liberating and to a degree much more radical, so that these streets that you have, they are, yes, for the pedestrians, but you can say they could be also educational, where certain things could be activated, where social gatherings could be coming into. And then, of course, I do like this ideas of my both presenters said, Sina in particular. How do you look after the seasonal things? Usually they wouldn't survive the test of time if you not support them. So maybe there's an aspect of giving them enough depth of earth. Gardeners come back into it. So that the aspect of looking after ownership of streets, sharing the responsibility, the governance of these streets. I think that's the next layer that you could look into it. And I think it'll then transform the otherwise good foundation of your project much.
Okay.
Thank you.
I quite
Thank
agree.
you, Professor Stephen. Yeah, I would. Do you want to speak anything, Christian?
Yeah, we just address like some of the comments that were like, I just want to answer to them, would be quick. I think, Professor, I would like agree to whatever you said in terms of like going to the next detail of like, in terms of trying to see what are the ownerships and how these spaces could be owned and stuff like that. And I think that is definitely the next layer that could add to certain spaces. And the next would definitely be the architecture and how that could definitely support such areas here. I think that's a quite nice point that I could look forward to into this with my thesis. And the other comment I wanted to also address is the application of context. I think with regards to how the strategy has been divided on the layers on which it needs to go through into the city, I feel like that could be applied on how you want to analyze. And then I think once you have your analysis, there would be some parameters that could be common, some would not definitely be. And in that case, you would need a certain strategy on how, like I would say, a framework on how to follow to address such problems in a state. I think that could definitely be something that is transferable into the other sites and other cities that it could be used. Yes, so I think.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Christian, for your completion of the presentation. Now I would want to extend my gratitude to all the participants for sharing their thesis pertaining to the themes of urban landscape and urban management. At this juncture, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists, Urmika Padia, Stephen Lengen, and Zenia Elzen, to initiate the panel discussion. Due to the prior appointments for the Zenia Elzen ma'am, she is not present for the panel discussion now. We'll have the discussion with Urmika Padia and Professor Stephen Lengen.
Yes, Stephen, do you want to begin?
Yeah, well, I just want to echo, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful event. I did enjoy reading in quite some depth all the work that have been sent to, so that was a real pleasure and a joy to read this. I wish it could expand sometimes a bit more, but time doesn't allow me. So really well done for all of you who have contributed to such discussion. And I think also it was nice that in some cases, the ones that I've seen, you slightly calibrated the point of views during this discussion. So I thought this is quite some presentations were really well done and well performed, given that you only had a few minutes to present. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Pass on
Yeah. Yeah, I have this similar observations. Thank you for all the presentations, and they were very well articulated. Even there were certain commonalities between all the presentations, as they are consciously addressing sustainable development goals. Of course, the definition of these sustainability and sustainable development goals should and do vary from context to context. And that was also good to see how they could manage to address it in their local context. Also, it was good to see the demographics of the presenters, barring one, all of them are women. So that's a very changing demographics of architecture and urban planning as we see through the years. I guess if there are any particular questions, then I would like to answer, but otherwise, overall, it has been a great experience for me.
Just to add onto this from Zaina and Osmi as well, I think that the one sort of maybe global or overarching comment is that the question of governance and ownership, i.e. maintenance of certain ideas, that is maybe something that becomes, in my opinion, more and more important in the future. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, not many people have actually talked about that, and it's nice to see that we're talking about this much more openly and honestly about this, because I do think if we go the next level and integrate at the outset community desires, wishes, ideas, with the planners, with the architects, with everyone around the table at the very beginning, it might become slightly a compromise, but the outcome is, in my opinion, probably better than if you wouldn't listen to someone else's opinion. I actually find it a huge challenge and an enormous add-on in a positive way, that if you have the opportunity to design something, that you try and avoid having a bias towards anything, and you listen to people's experiences. That for me is like really, really beautiful. It can really inspire, and you know, if you go there with your own knowledge, it's always not complete. So all these initial discussions, community driven consultations, they're so important. And the ones I've been involved in, they really help us to open eyes and ears to sort of see, are there many more layers than a planning legislation, a planning regulation. So it's really good to start thinking and take them very, very seriously.
Yes, I think the whole idea of architecture and urban planning, the changing role of architects, can be seen from the way layers of complexities have been added to the whole idea of designing. It's not just an external hand coming from the top and, you know, creating a master plan or creating an entire environment for some others to use, but there is an involvement of stakeholders, and the design is a process and not a product. At the end of the day, it is not a product that is given by an expert for the users to use, but it is created together through these negotiations of various stakeholders. Is the kind of a changing nature of architecture and urban planning in today's day, and rightly so. And I think even education and our nature of thesis, I guess the nature of thesis right now kind of mandates to have a product at the end. Maybe that can also be relooked. It need not be such a formal product at the end, because in real life, this kind of a formal product by an expert coming down doesn't work in all cases, unless there is a patron involved and you get a patron and you get the money and you have the singular client brief. So in this changing nature, I think we can also look at relooking at the whole idea of urban thesis, and have more space for expression of urban planners.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Stephen and Professor Rumi, for we are very glad to have you with us today for the discussion for all the teachers. And the major aim for UDL thesis publication is to foster, the dialogue of what's going around in the world in terms of, urban design. And we look through it with the help of all these postgraduate and graduate theses which are coming up. And we really thank you, both of you. Unfortunately, Professor Zina has to left because of the appointment. So I think we can end our session with this particular note over here. And to all the other participants, we will be beginning the next session, 15 minutes right from here. The next session is Urban Renewal, and we'll be starting with the next round of presentations from there. Thank you, Professor Stephen, and thank you, Professor Rumi.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All the participants are requested to maybe remain here, or you can rejoin in 15 minutes. We'll start with the next round of presentations. So, hello everyone, welcome again to the fourth and the last session for this UDL Thesis Seminar 2024. And this particular session would be for urban renewal, and we'll be having another last round of presentations for this particular session. And I would now like to call architect Mansi ahead, who is working with PwC as a project coordinator for Sudesh Darshan, and she's an architect and urban designer by profession. Over to you, Mansi. You can take here from now.
Thank you, Charlie. A warm welcome to the UDL Thesis Seminar. We will be now going on to our last session for tonight, for which our theme is urban renewal. I am Mansi Ahir, and it's a privilege to guide today's discussions. Urban renewal encompasses a broad spectrum of strategies aimed at rejuvenating urban spaces. This multifaceted endeavor goes beyond preserving historic structures. It involves revitalizing neglected and abandoned areas of the city through thoughtful redesign and repurposing. The essence of urban renewal lies in transforming metropolitan areas to blend the old with the new, creating dynamic, functional, and aesthetically pleasing environments. Revitalizing aging structures preserves cultural identity, offering residents a connection to their heritage while infusing fresh energy into urban landscapes. The thesis in this theme explore creative pathways from transforming industrial sites into sustainable hubs to reimagine forgotten cultural treasures, emphasizing the importance of blending historical context with the contemporary needs. As we proceed with the presentations, I encourage active participation. And without further delay, let's begin the session featuring panelists Rajiv Bhagat, Mohammad Fekri, and Fabiano Lemis de Oliveira. Let's embark on this intellectual journey, and with that, I invite our first presenter. So our first thesis project under the theme Urban Renewal is going to be presented by Steven William Almond, a Master of Architecture graduate from the University of Cincinnati, located in Ohio, USA. The title of the thesis is The Irony of Fate, Tbilisi's Soviet Catalyst, guided by Michael McIntyre. Steven, please start with your presentation.
Okay, and you can see everything?
Yes, Steven, we can see your screen.
Okay, great. So my name is Steve Ullman. I'm from the University of Cincinnati, and I thank you for having me today to speak about my thesis, which focused on the urban renewal of a Soviet-era neighborhood in Tbilisi, Georgia. And to begin So the background motivation for this project was really to dive into this era of massive urban construction that the Soviet Union undertook from the end of World War II and what really continues into the present time. And this was an era of essentially unprecedented levels of construction for housing. After the Second World War, there was a crippling housing crisis in the Soviet Union, and it essentially pushed the government to start building housing as fast as was humanly possible. And that was accomplished through prefabricated and pre-planned residential complexes known as large housing estates. And these types of complexes really exist all over the world, but are most prominent in the Soviet and post-Soviet countries. And the reason that these are really important to understand and study, and what is so strange about them not having so much attention at this point, is that these types of developments had severe effects on the urban fabric of the cities that they were built in. And so when you look around the world at older cities like Barcelona, Paris, or New York, you can see a very different urban density and built density in those cities than what you see in places like Moscow or Tbilisi or Yerevan, all these different Soviet-era cities. And so places like Tbilisi that looked like the image on the left, which had diverse roof lines, a vernacular architecture, and a human scale to them, were quickly transformed into places that were not really speaking to the vernacular or the context in the places that they were being built in. And this has continuing effects for a couple of reasons, but one statistic that continues to stand out to me is the fact that 50% of the citizens in post-Soviet countries still live in housing that was built during the Soviet era. And all of those housing complexes were meant to be refurbished or rebuilt at the end of a 30-year timeline, which means that any housing built in the Soviet era is now technically outdated and should have been refurbished and never was. So I looked in a country that is on the southern border of Russia. It's a very small country of about 3 million people, Georgia, and Tbilisi is its capital city. And Tbilisi is typical of kind of the Soviet experience for many urban centers for a couple of reasons. Primarily because when the Soviets occupied it in 1921, it was relatively small. And then by the end of the Soviet era, what you had was the city's footprint multiplying by about 6 times. The problem with that development is that it was all accomplished through the use of the microrayon, which is the sub-district terminology of the Soviets. And what these were essentially housing estates that were strictly residential, but interspersed with different public facilities like gymnasiums, schools, metro stations, so on and so forth. But what you got was essentially monofunctional buildings that were set in a sea of pavement with very little landscaping or very little foliage and greenery consideration. And since the entire city kind of grew around this typology, it had ramifications for what the city looks like and how it functions. And so Glidani district is a neighborhood of Tbilisi, which is in the northern periphery of the city. And what you see in this kind of typology is the subdivision of a neighborhood into what's called micro districts. And each of those micro districts would serve about 10,000 people. So in the case of Glidani, in about 1 square mile or about 3 square kilometers roughly, you have almost 108,000 people, if not more, living in it. So it is an extremely dense typology, which provides a lot of kind of a population to work with to reactivate these sites. And so what I found in this research was kind of a 2-scale problem. The urban level, meaning when you look at the land use and you look at the way these sites are used, what you find on the left here is almost exclusively residential. There is very little to no reason why people, if you don't live on the site, would ever move to go to visit or spend time on those sites. And so you have this issue of everybody essentially leaving and only returning at night when you go to bed. You don't really live in the district so much as you sleep in it. And at the building scale, you have this issue of aesthetic and sectional uniformity, as well as very tall buildings typically reaching 9 to 17 stories, where no one feels connected to the ground plane and no one feels like they have any ability to interact with public program because every one of the buildings that you live in are strictly residential. And so there's very little public interaction or public program to interface with. And so my proposal was to essentially blanket the site in 3 stories of massing and then sculpt the urbanity out of that site, because this is typical scale for old Tbilisi and kind of the historic vernacular of the city. And what you see in the bottom left with the figure ground is just kind of an implication of how this site actually starts to become a little more navigable, because you have much more massing and more of a street system and a sense of urbanity. And this was the final site plan of the site, a reorientation of the streets, interspersal of green spaces, enclosed courtyard systems, and a larger footprint at a human scale throughout the site. And the goal was to essentially generate more massing as well as create these nodes of dissimilar program within close proximity to each other, so that if you live within this district, you actually have a reason to stay or visit from outside of the district. And this is an example of what some of those might look like. I proposed a marketplace, a productive area, a green space, and a cultural pavilion. And then the building scale, we have this really interesting technique, which I have kind of referred to during this process, is the Lacaton and Vassal peel-off, stick-on typology. Because the way that these buildings were constructed, the internal structure has to remain in place, but all of the facade panels actually remove and come off quite easily. That was the intention originally of the Soviets. And so what this allows you to do is essentially plug on an additional module to the facades and expand the living space of the units. And typically when you see this done, as it has been done in Bordeaux, France, this comes in at about half the cost of a new build. And so in addition to just the issues of heritage, this actually has an economic incentive to it as well. And again, what this does is it kind of scales down the site visually. It provides more data points for people to view when you're looking at the buildings. So you don't see an uninterrupted 17-story building, for example. And it also alleviates some issues with the lack of square footage, the value of the apartments, the ability to get natural light into the units, and so on and so forth. And it allows these places to actually have a more identifiable facade. So different parts of the district, you can actually treat the facades differently because of the additional structure you've put onto the front of the building. You now have the ability to essentially create identities within the sites. And this was the urban section here, showing the interspersal of public program on the first floor and residential above. And just some quick perspectives of that, showing how I'm attempting to bring down the site and scale, make it feel as if it's more comfortable for humans to spend time in, with foliage, natural spaces, more human scaled massing. And so I'd just like to close with some of the ideas of the principles that I derived from this, because while I studied Gledani district and studied Tbilisi, Georgia, this is not a problem that is unique to Gledani or to Georgia. This is a problem for all post-Soviet sites. And so the idea of adapting the sites and not demolishing the buildings, generating dissimilar program in close proximity, providing alternate modes of transit and circulation, scaling the site down, and create an identity through locality. All of these are kind of in opposition to the way that the Soviets originally constructed these buildings, but I don't think that it necessarily precludes us from utilizing these techniques throughout all of the post-Soviet world and even into other parts of the world that had these typologies built in the modernist era. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for the wonderful presentations. We would now like to move to our panelists for knowing their comments regarding the presentations. We can first start with Dr. Mohammad Fakhri. So please let us know your comments on the presentations.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Steve, for your presentation. It's a very nice presentation. I have just two comments. The first one, I think you need to elaborate more on the methodological process that you followed to reach out the outcomes you reached out. And for example, how to assess the proposal that you propose. You propose some solutions. How these proposals and solutions was measured, and the impact of these solutions were measured, and how it was analyzed to prove the outcome that you reached out to. The second point, I think also you need to show how you can link the outcomes that you reach with the principal objectives you defined at the beginning. Because some of the objectives are a little bit generic. It couldn't be proven through the process that you showed for the experiment you did. Okay, so I do believe that you look again to the objectives you defined at the beginning and focus more on the outcomes that can easily be linked through the process you did. Okay, and also that's the first point regarding how to prove the outcomes of the result by virtual analysis, but whatever the tool you can use to verify the solution you presented. That's all for me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We will move on to our next panelist, Professor Fabiano Lemes de Oliveira. I request you to present your comments.
Hello, Steve. Thank you for the presentation. I thought you presented very well, indeed, in this short time. I have a few questions that I would invite you to consider, because I think your topic is very relevant and also very significant in this particular time. You know, the question of post-socialist identities, modern heritage, and how you deal with this material and immaterial aspects of the built environment. I think you had interesting and valid premises, and I think the arguments came across well. Although I felt that the part of the urban proposal, the explanation of the urban proposal, was a little bit rushed. So I kind of struggled to see, you know, why the proposal was the way it was, and I was wondering whether it was a tabula rasa that you proposed, or what kind of methodology, as my colleague said, you might have put in place in order to define the position of new buildings and the transformation of the old ones. Then I realized it wasn't a tabula rasa, but still I was a little bit unclear as to how the master plan came into being. So showing a little bit more process there, I think, would have helped. Also, in a thesis, it is a good idea to have a clear question that's set out and it's presented, because again, it could be about identities, it could be about heritage, it could be about many different things. So in a way, having hierarchy as to kind of the main issue that you're trying to address, and perhaps the subsequent set of things you would like to also touch upon would be helpful. I felt also that the work could have perhaps delved a little bit more into the qualities of the ground, because the intervention was a lot about, as I could see, transforming the existing buildings through the transformation of the facade, and I thought that was quite interesting, and the implementation of other buildings, but not really much on the quality of the public space, you know, on the quality of the ground, the manipulation of the horizontal surfaces. And I think that could also be something else for you to eventually consider as you move forward. And in that sense, and coming back to the question of hierarchy, so what are the kind of the main paths? What are the main lines of force through your site that would eventually be, you know, the drivers of activities that would stimulate and infiltrate the site with, you know, a range of possibilities? One of the issues that you mentioned of those sites is this kind of homogeneity, you know, the lack of precision in where things may happen, and the abstraction of those places. No? So in a sense, in a way, kind of giving that sense of hierarchy and intensity to some aspects of the ground floor, I think would have helped. And also in that sense, how your site connects out. Now, how do people come in? Where does it connect to? Now, it felt a little to me that you were dealing with an island and still treating it as an island. And in that regard, you mentioned the mode of transit, I think, as one of your conclusions, and I couldn't quite see that elaborated previously in the argument. So I think the question of walkability and pedestrian connections or cycle connections perhaps could have helped explain this element of mobility that you mentioned as well. But again, I thought it was very interesting, and thank you for presenting it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Fabriano. We would now like to know the comments of Rajiv sir.
Hi, Steve. Am I audible?
Thank you.
Hi, Steve. Thank you for a really interesting presentation. I must congratulate you on the clarity with which you presented your thoughts about the city. I must congratulate you on your research. You really seem to have understood the structure of the city of Tbilisi and its growth pattern, and the sort of smaller quadrant. I think it's called the microrayon, and how you understood that. I think it's a very important topic. I think it's a very interesting topic you've come upon. So really nice work. I do have a few comments which I'd just like to go through. When one looks at urban projects of any kind, this one or any other, I think it's important to initially, after the information is gathered, take a position. And I'm not sure you clarified your position. Where exactly do you stand in terms of, are you for keeping the structure of the city as it is? Do you believe it needs a significant amount of renewal, which I think you're stating in your design, but I think you need to state it beforehand. So one can then judge where you are going versus what your position is as an urban designer, right? And that's usually something which comes out of the reading of the city, the reading of the conditions, whether you feel this place needs to be more connected or densified, or what are the conditions, or what are the situations you want to deal with. That then leads to what are the potentials on the site. There may be a lack of potentials because of the conditions. There may be potentials derived from the conditions. That leap between position and objective and where one goes in terms of a designer, I think we need a little bit of clarity on that. Your design, I think, showed some creativity. I did like the idea of dealing with the elevation and the facade and trying to get mass at street level. In situations like this, you said you're adding function which is in opposition to the existing function, or different from the existing function, which is residential, which is primarily residential, right? I think it would behoove you to be specific about what that means. Because in a universe of functions, residential is one potential category, and then there are 100,000 others. What that means is that the result is a little hard to judge. You may need a variety of functions, and it may be a very, very site-specific intervention that you do based on what you see in terms of the potentials of where you're designing. The last comment, I think, is a very fundamental one, which is that this kind of planning, which is what you're reacting to, and you're reacting very strategically to it, is a very quantitative, I call it quantitative planning. The Soviets were very good at quantity derivations in terms of population, which led to a certain subdivision, which they went with. And as an urban designer, I think what you're trying to do is create a qualitative response. So it's a qualitative response to a quantitative design. And I think this aspect could be highlighted a little bit, because the quality of space of what it was is shown photographically. But there are many ways to demonstrate quality of space and quality of environment. And then you come in as an urban designer and react to that, and demonstrate how you're changing that quality. One of the issues of Soviet era planning is it's not necessarily the best quality of space. They're brooding, massive, and having seen and having grown up, perhaps not like you, but having grown up in the Soviet era, I know that these buildings, these complexes, are a little depressing. and you could perhaps react to that, right?
Right.
So otherwise, interesting presentation, well done, and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Stephen. So moving on to our next presentation. The next presentation is by Disha Niyogi, a Bachelor of Architecture student from LS Raheja, a School of Architecture, Mumbai, India. And the title of her thesis is Transcending Thresholds, Navigating Through the Plurality of Thresholds in Architecture, guided by Anmol Veron. Disha, please start with your presentation.
Hi, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, I'll just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. Okay. It's visible fully, right? Just.
Yes, it is.
A very good evening or afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Disha Niyogi, and I'll be presenting my undergrad thesis submitted for the Bachelor's of Architecture degree. My topic is named Transcending Thresholds, Navigating Through the Plurality of Thresholds in Architecture. The research is primarily centered around the impact and importance of this threshold phenomena, where the design intervention explores a potential for urban renewal using threshold spaces as the fundamental spatial tool. One second. Yeah.
Yes, Disha.
Yeah, no, sorry. So I was always very captivated by how architecture gives us the capacity to shape spaces beyond their utilitarian purposes, how it grants us the opportunity to craft a narrative of experiences that linger in our memories. This was the main motivation behind choosing threshold spaces as my research topic and delve into these transitional mediums, enhancing our comprehension of the built as well as the unbuilt environments. So after the semantic understanding, I devoted the rest of my semester exploring the tangible and intangible aspects through various case examples across a wide spectrum of scales. So ranging from a very intimate balcony or courtyards in traditional homes to the spatial planning of cities. I'm sorry, I'm having some problem to navigate. Yeah, sorry. So by the end of the research semester, I developed a strong inclination towards urban thresholds, particularly drawn to the fact that in densely populated urban areas, these spaces play a crucial role in managing space and directing movement. Beyond their functional importance, they also hold cultural and historical significance as well, reflecting the characteristics of our urban areas. Therefore, understanding and designing these thresholds prove vital as they influence how we experience and perceive the city, contributing to its overall livability and identity. Coming to the macro context of my intervention, the site is situated in Kolkata, the capital city of West Bengal in India. The Hooghly River links the metropolis of Kolkata to the industrial city of Howrah. Being one of India's most populated cities, Kolkata does face a significant shortage of public open spaces, with the majority of the existing ones proving either to be semi-privatized or not egalitarian in nature. So taking this argument forward, I studied the stretches of the Hooghly riverfront to come to a somewhat micro context. For centuries, the perennial Hooghly River has provided sustenance, both physical as well as spiritual, to her people. People of the city gain access to the river by one of the 42 ghats maintained by the Port Commission. Despite the importance of the river, most of the riverfront is in shambles. With the death of public open spaces, re-evaluation is the need of the hour for utilizing and respecting the dilapidated riverfronts. So my chosen site for intervention was Mallik Ghat Heritage Precinct. This particular stretch of land has experienced decades of neglect while being one of the most heavily commuted routes leading to the Howrah Bridge. The site holds Asia's largest flower market, which has existed here for more than a century. 4 dilapidated grade 1 heritage structures, as I have shown here, are also located within the site, mostly camouflaged with random hoardings and unauthorized occupants. A large portion of the riverfront is also blocked by an abandoned port warehouse, which disrupts the connection between the river and its people. So the site hosts a plethora of user groups every day, from thousands of daily commuters to shopkeepers and buyers of the flower market to pilgrims, priests, as well as tourists from all over the world. All of these users have very different set of needs which are not fulfilled by the present conditions and the neglected state of affairs. The mismanagement and neglect further promotes exploitation of the river edge, hindering it from being a safe and vibrant public space. So the overarching intent revolves around urban renewal, rejuvenation, and restoration of the precinct, with an integration of the design concept of threshold spaces. The aim of the project was to rethink the land use so that we can rebuild our relationship with the river and our age-old heritage without disrupting the ethos of the existing fabric. The design program entails the revival and restoration of the 4 heritage ghats, a revitalization scheme for the ever-growing flower market, repurposing the abandoned warehouse into a vibrant public as well as workspace, also crafting movement and reconnection between the people and the Hooghly River. So the first design decision was to open the riverfront to the public. Therefore, any hindrance or obstruction to the movement was tackled by providing proper appreciation spaces to the entrances as well as the exits to the monuments of the restored monuments. A yatra or a spiritual route was created by pathways which connect all 4 of the heritage ghat structures. As thousands of people commute by waterways through the Hooghly River, forming an interesting identity or, a riverside elevation was another objective. Coming to the flower market, after thorough observations as well as from site visits and interviews of the sellers as well as the consumers, I came up with an incremental design of modules which can cater to all types of vendors in the market based on their monetary circumstance. This was done without disrupting the usual chain of activities the vendors are accustomed to. Components can be reused from each module as and when they choose to expand, ensuring minimum wastage of resources. The market is not just another space for consumption, but also holds a lot of community and communal value to the city. On a street scale, the interaction of people with the modules and the spatial arrangement is shown here. Respecting the human scales and activities, threshold spaces have been carved out in the market. Every day, more than 2 lakh pedestrians walk across the Howrah Bridge above, giving them a direct bird's eye perspective view of the flower market. Hence, adding vibrant colors, colored roofs, and design elements, which adds to the identity of the market from multiple dimensions and perspectives, was an objective. Thresholds allow spaces to be multifunctional, which stands very fruitful for our urban realm. And in this particular context, I try to show how even through a seamless commute, one can experience and be involved in various activities. The community spaces are carved within this busy urban fabric to reclaim the lost ethos of the precinct. Addressing the inadequate spatial conditions of the flower market was indeed important, but taking into consideration the financial feasibility, networks of pedestrian as well as vehicular movements, incorporation of rejuvenating public activities was also equally crucial for the context. Yeah. So next we come on to how removing the block of mass which hindered public access to the riverfront, the abandoned warehouse is now taken 9 meters above the ground, clearing the ground space for all the user groups. This structure, having a porous facade with integrated solar panels and automated louvers, not only generates energy, but also gives an economic boost to the area by hosting office spaces and storage facilities above, while below, The floating vendors could occupy the atrium space, adding to the temporality of the urban space. So flea markets can happen, as well as different temporary installations could also be done here. So to conclude, the urban renewal intervention aims at resonating with the people and the ethos of the cultural precinct. Architecture meets history, and thresholds transcend the physical to become a narrative of Kolkata's soul. By this, I end my presentation. I'm very grateful to Urban Design Lab for this wonderful opportunity to share my thesis on this global platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Disha. We will now like to hear from the panelists. I invite Professor Fabiano to please present his comments.
Hi, hello, Disha. Thank you for the presentation. I thought it was very interesting, and one feels like imagining what this intervention might look like in reality. I think the relationship between your major building and the bridge, I think, tells a lot about the project, and also the intention of rebuilding the communities. I may be a little provocative here, so please bear with me, because I do think it is very interesting, and I think you've done a wonderful research and the work developed nicely. Although I feel like it's really not about thresholds, the work. To me, it's much more about the idea of rebuilding communities and sharing and bringing people together. So I kind of felt that the threshold element, in fact, was not as operationalized in the design, perhaps as one might have hoped. So I can see you've done, a lot of research in it. But to me, the idea of threshold in a context like this would be a lot about the issues of in-betweenness, and that could permeate across scales. For instance, we weren't really told very much about the different conditions on either side of the site before we got to the site, so that we can understand it eventually as a site of an in-between condition. So the in-betweenness would be bringing about the qualities of one, the qualities of the other, and eventually presenting a space that has its own identity by eventually kind of transforming those influences that come from the sides or that come from the neighbors. And I couldn't quite see that. Also, something like that would be interesting to see across the scale. So we spoke a little bit about the wider scale. Again, I can't quite see much of that on the scale of the site. You talk little about the relation of the site to the surrounding areas. We do see a little bit more of that when we get to the scale of the modules, when we touch the scale of architecture. Although again, I think it could have been much more explored. And also, transcending in what way? Is it about the sensorial experience? Is it about the immaterial exchanges? Is it about all of that? And in what way? So I felt also, that this exploration could be a little bit more thorough in the aspects related to the design. And eye-level perspectives could have helped, I think, in that sense, to kind of really see how movement and the ways in which we apprehend what's ahead of us, what's in front of us, and the kind of clues that these various thresholds could give would be an interesting exploration, something that I invite you to look into later on. But thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Fabiano. We would now like to hear from Professor Mohammed Fakri about the presentation.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Could you hear me?
Sanji, we actually had we are talking about Disha's presentation. We are hearing comments from Professor Mohammed Fakri. Do you?
Yes. I have some few comments. I think you missed presenting the similar case studies that you relied on in your presentation, sorry, in your study, and what are maybe in slide, I remember slide 3 or 4, you presented كده, you presented two international cases, but you didn't focus on, tell us what are the learned lessons you got out from these cases, to see what is happening similar to your case worldwide. I was happy when I saw the stakeholders part slide. But I hope that you tell us, or you can tell us more about what is the impact of this study of the stakeholders on your work, how you benefited from this, and what the decisions that you took based on this study of the different stakeholders in terms of the space program of your project, in terms of the process that will happen, in terms of the user experience to your project. There are different aspects that could be impacted by this study, and you need to highlight it. Moving to the important part, when you talked about your intent to design this project, and you presented 4 different intentions, if we can call them objectives, if we can, and then suddenly you jumped into the master plan and the details of the design parts of your project. I think you need first to have an intermediate stage to take this intention with these 4 points into some design decisions based on this intention. So what the decisions you took based on this analysis, and according to this decision, you have some design directives that guides your design, and that will help us to understand what are the criteria of the design, how we can evaluate the effectiveness of the result. I like the idea of the market modules, but again, it is not clearly linked to the intentions and the stakeholder analysis. Maybe if you focused on giving us some decisions based on the stakeholders analysis, we can link and correlate directly. Why? I'm sure that you have this link in your mind, but you didn't put it in paper. You didn't show the audience, because now you are proposing something to be presented in a work that be published, and other researchers need to learn from the process you followed and understand how this happened. So put one of your objectives in publishing your work, that you want to benefit others from your experience, and you want to learn them how this happened, with the positives and negatives at the same time. Okay. Yes, this is my points about your presentation, but it's a very good, excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So as you said about the stakeholder analysis, that really shaped the design decisions as well, because when I went there as an outsider, my perception of how people use space was very different. But when I stepped into their shoes and actually mapped their entire days, or talked to them and what their perspective is, it was quite different. The first day, what I thought was, and after a week of staying there, I understood really how different we as tourists experience a space, but as daily consumers, or maybe daily wholesalers or sellers of that place experience it. So that really shaped. And I guess while making the presentation quite concise, I missed on the connections. So yeah, I would take it forward and not let that happen again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We would now like to hear from Professor Rajiv.
Hi, Disha, congratulations on a very interesting thesis. At a bachelor's level, I must congratulate you on taking on a really challenging thesis at a very challenging site. It's very different to do thesis at a master's level or even at a postdoctoral level. And to do it at a bachelor's level, and you've really taken on a very interesting challenge. I actually must concur and potentially add on to the previous two sets of comments, if that's okay. The first comment that I have is, while you were exploring the word threshold, the semantic definitions that you had didn't actually clarify what you meant by an urban threshold, because an architectural threshold is very different from an urban threshold, right? So, and you have time to do this, so you can easily get in and define your topic in very simple language. If you're talking about thresholds, define a threshold. Simple, right? I think you need a bit of clarity on that. I was, and when we talk about urban thresholds, usually you're talking about two different parts of the city and an edge or a seam, which is the connector and the divider. There's this wonderful urban word which is used, which is a cleave, which is separates and unites and separates all at the same time. So if that's the situation, then you're looking at two urban contexts. There's the context of the river, and then there's the context of the greater city. I think the one thing for me, critically, which perhaps it would be better to see in your presentation, is the context of the city, because all of your studies and your interventions showed the strip of land which is just below the Howrah Bridge. However, it didn't show the greater context of the city around it. Now, when one approaches the design like that, it limits the intervention, because then the geometries of intervention of what is happening on the ground, the master plan may or may not be informed by the city around it, right? And if you're talking about the threshold and this wonderful connection to the water which you're trying to support, then it's very important to see the lines of movement of the people, the lines of function, the lines of desire, how it's connecting both geometrically, physically, functionally. So in very simple language, a little more context would be extremely helpful. A little more physical city context would be extremely helpful. Your understanding of the city of Calcutta was quite good. I must admit I'm slightly biased because I've studied the city a certain number of times. And I'm surprised to hear you say that the city is not egalitarian. I perhaps understand what you're referring to. You may be referring to New Calcutta on the Eastern Bypass Expressway or certain parts, but the area of the city that you are referring to is actually surprisingly public. It's actually a very public part of the city, very well accessed, with very well functioning, a very good functioning public domain. So I'm a little troubled by that statement, because like one of the previous commentators, one of the previous jurors says, other people will use this as the basis for their study. So if we start by saying we have a public domain problem, people will assume there is one. And the part of the city you're in is it's actually very, very public and very very egalitarian, for lack of a better word. I must congratulate you on your stakeholder analysis. It's really good to see that at your level. I'm very glad that you have brought focus onto the lives of people who often don't get enough focus, enough attention at an urban level. At a stakeholder analysis level, either you have taken a choice or by accident not included the formal stakeholders, because perhaps your heart, and our hearts are important, we must also follow them. Your heart is clearly moved by the informal stakeholders of the space, and they are usually marginalized. So in your case, that's a good thing to do, but one has to at least mention the formalized stakeholders and what positions you're taking in relationship to them. So the ownership of the land, the city at large. There will be dockyards. There'll be office goers. There will be many other stakeholders who are formal stakeholders, right? and it would be good to address them as well, right? My last point is a scale of intervention question, because you have chosen to go from small to big. You created a unit and then sort of demonstrated very well, I must admit, how the unit is replicable and how it creates space. It would be equally good to go from big to small. So to also look at what city level networks need to infiltrate and come into your site, and therefore how your module, how your unit can plug into it. You're still in a good position, but this will make your thesis a lot stronger, a lot more contextual, right? But still, well done, congratulations, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I would rephrase the first thing which you said about being egalitarian. So I was specifically talking about a few parks or, green spaces, which at least in that part of the place, like the Millennium Park or just adjacent to my site, those spaces have been just a beautification project, but not actually catering to a larger mass of people or to everybody, in fact. So that one point was, so maybe I rephrased it in a different way. The second one was about, the scales which we were talking about. Yeah, I took a very micro to macro approach, but then I will surely go back and see the macro to micro approach, what happens, and I'll take it forward. And thirdly, about the stakeholders, yes. So I had studied about the Kolkata Port Authority, the owners of the land, as well as the KMC. That is a part of my book, but I did not highlight it because here. But surely I'll keep it in mind, because it sounds a very one-dimensional, but the research has been done. So I'll surely, for the next anywhere where I take an approach, I'll include that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dasha. Thank you, panel. Moving on to our next interesting presentation is by Shinji Huang, a Masters of Architecture graduate from the University of Hong Kong. The title of the thesis is Revive and Relink, Sustainable Collaboration Strategies for the Thing Chun Yok Hakka Rural Villages, guided by Ivan Valen.
Hello, everyone. So for today's presentation, I want to share my thesis project, Revive and relink sustainable collaboration strategies for the Hengchuanye rural Hakka villages. In Hong Kong, there are currently 77 such country parks in caves. The 7 Hakka villages of the Hengchuanye were a part of this century-old village in caves in the country park. Sorry. Yeah. Most of the early indigenous in Hengchuanye was settled in 16th century, except for the historical generation relationship between them at that time. For a variety of daily needs and the lack of accessibility to urban areas, they used to be frequent trade exchanges between Hengchuanye Alliance and the surrounding communities. They closely live together and make production relying on nature. The 2 maps here shows a close relationship between the indigenous villages and the nature in the long river of history. As we can see from the land usage transformation, the agriculture declines after 1970s. Due to the urbanization and the industrialization of Hong Kong, which led to a shift which led to a shift in focus from agriculture to manufacturing and other industries. Additionally, many young people from rural areas were moving to the city in search of better job opportunities and a higher standard of living. As a result, there was a shortage of labor in the agriculture sector, which made it difficult for farmers to maintain their crops. Then most villages moved away after the 1970s. Only about a dozen residents remain here now. However, the area includes rich cultural and ecological value, so it is crucial to think about how to manage the stewardship in the future conservation. In recent years, many NGOs, education institutions, and private entities involved in the villages, revitalizations, as the government also provides subsidies and funds for them to support the reviving projects. For instance, a countryside conservation fund scheme, which eliminates the above conflict. Some indigenous villages could gain profit through tourism development. Now many of them apply the subsidies to revitalize the Hinshuanyue Alliance, but now they only put emphasis on Lai Chiwu, Muizilam, and Khotan, these three villages. There's a lack of connection and cooperation between different parties. Even some of them research area become overlay work. These three villages become separately revitalized. The historical types between them seems to be disconnected. Also, now each of them will have different objectives. The main direction is to establish a guidelines for other villages to save and renovate it. However, how will they apply these approaches to other villages without actually involving it? Besides, how to revitalize the other villages without government funds in the long term will become threat in the future. By talking to the indigenous developers, there will always conflict between the indigenous villages and the government in landscape conservation and villager development. To promote sustainable development and protect important natural and cultural resources, the government established the outlet zoning plan to provide a clear and transparent framework for land use planning and development for the villages in caves in the country park. However, there will always conflict between the indigenous villages and the government in clarifying the land use as conservation area of villager development under the outline zoning plan, as each of the villages has its unique landscape value, including mangrove, reedbed, feng woodland, etc. To proceed the revitalization process, we need to find a way to balance the conservation value and the human activities. So for my design strategies, I propose to improve the connection and revive the villages in a sustainable way to eliminate the conflicts between conservation area, agriculture area, and the vegetation area. So firstly, I will propose an agroforestry system in agriculture area. For the long term, to solve the shortage of labor for farmland maintenance, agroforestry system will be a good approach to maintain the trees in a natural way. Agroforestry is a land use system that combines trees with crops in a mutually beneficial way. Trees in agroforestry system can help to conserve water by reducing evaporation, improving water infiltration, and reducing runoff. This can help to improve water availability for crops and livestock and reduce the risk of water scarcity. And secondly, buffer zone management will be established between the in the interface between conservation area and agriculture area. And thirdly, as water plants can change the wetland habitats in a process known as ecological succession, a boardwalk over the fish pond can take visitors along a trail of aquatic plants, explore the change of species as the habitat changes from open water through emerging plants like mangrove, reeds to finally wet woodland. And then, for the rural Hakka buildings, this map shows a historic Hakka rural house in the area, which have variable historic heritage. It can be revitalized as open space, like Hakka accommodation, rural garden, and a restaurant. Finally, to improve the accessibility of these seven villages in Hinchongyue, as many aspects of the main hiking route suffer from erosion and exposed rocks above the soil, which constrain the accessibility. To relink the villages, one of the measures will restore these rock exposed hiking trails. So, as solar point is one of the villages happens involved the revitalization projects. Their potential return villages are willing to involve the inner villager in revitalization. I will take it as an example to show how the land use can be changed to eliminate the conflicts of interest. As the new pairs operate, the visitors can access the succession work directly, and then people will visit the rural Hakka garden after restoration. After that, they will see the agroforestry system in the agricultural area. The natural water storage created by the agroforestry system will support the food trees to survive in a sustainable way and become a food tree forest in the future. And here are the rendering pictures for the Hakka villages revitalization in solar pond village, like agroforestry system, rural Hakka garden, and the succession work. To revive these seven villages, I will refer to the villager population. For now, there are around 10 families living in Laichiwer, also a family living in Khotan and Sanachi. The rural historic Hakka buildings can be managed in by these indigenous villages and be restored as a Hakka restaurant or accommodation. So, in conclusion, I believe in the future, the public will increase the awareness of rural villager conservation, and these Hakka villages will become a sustainable and immersive environment that balances conservation and human activities while minimizing the impact on the natural surroundings and connects the international historic and the landscape value. Therefore, my thesis aims to revive the hollowing rural villages, to regenerate these seven Hinchongyue villages as a group to connect the historic and ecological value and improve the villages' value as a hybrid public space and strengthen the ecological and the social types among participatory involvement. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanji. We would now like to hear feedback from Professor Rajiv regarding the presentation.
Okay.
Hi, Sinji.
Hey, hello.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. There are several things about what you presented which are very good. The ecological and environmental sensitivity which you're showing to the area is excellent. I wish there were more proposals world over which looked at the ecology with this level of sensitivity. I must also congratulate your overall presentation. I must congratulate your visuals. Very nicely done. It's very visually appealing to see what you're looking at. In terms of presentation, some of my comments may actually already have been taken care of by you in your larger presentation, but you may or may not have had time to present it in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, which is the time slot given to you here. But I'd still like to run through those comments. From my perspective, I would have definitely liked to know a little bit more about the morphology of the villages, the population of the villages, the structure of the villages, the connection to the surroundings in terms of infrastructure, the current economic condition of the villages in terms of what are the sources of employment, what are their connections to the water. Some of that information is implicit in your solution, but the existing condition perhaps could use a little bit more clarification, because it looks like you've understood the condition, but you may not have presented the condition. I think that's sort of important. You also clearly had three-dimensional representations of the space, but the strength of an ecological solution has to come from a more detailed understanding of the terrain. And your section did not necessarily reflect terrain understanding, because your backgrounds for the section were actually a Photoshop cutout, which was behind the section. So I'm not sure about how your ecological understanding is sort of overlapping with the condition on the ground. Lastly, your design solution mentioned many categories of people, and perhaps you would want to clarify what those categories of people are before you start, because you talked about tourists, you talked about the locals, you talked about, your diagrams show ships and a waterfront, and all of them have some connection to your urban design. So you had a sort of partial stakeholder analysis, but perhaps one could look at that a little more holistically and explain. I think you've done it, but I'm not sure whether you explain those conditions very well to then analyze the kind of intervention that you're doing, right? That's all from me, but still very nice work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Professor Fabiano, we can hear from you.
Hello, Heidi. Thank you for the presentation.
Hello.
I also applaud your setting up of the relationship between conservation and development, and thinking about how the future or preferred future of this area could be more ecological. Now, so I think that was very interesting. I also appreciate your exploration of nature-based solutions in a rural context. So that was, to me, also one of the highlights of the presentation. And also, perhaps you could have explained a little bit more how you derived, the set of solutions. If you had a larger, say, list of possible interventions, and you kind of came to those, and perhaps explain a little bit more why those solutions and how they might be connected. I think there was, to me, for the work to move forward, shall we say, if we had another few months, would be to work with scales a little bit more consciously. I felt that you stayed up in the scale of the region far too much. It would have been, I think, a good idea to come down a little bit more into the scale of the villages and the scale of the streets, and try to understand how those nature-based solutions could be designed, spatialized into your proposal. It felt to me that they were more at the level of planning as opposed to the level of design. And in that sense, I also think it would be interesting to explore further the connections between those interventions as a network, because there's an amazing potential here for the creation of a fantastic green infrastructure or network of those highlight points. That could be this fantastic trail that one would learn about the places, would learn about nature and ecology, would have amazing views, and so on and so forth. So the connection between them, I think, could lead to that. And in that sense, also, the role of tourism in your proposal, to me, that kind of was a little bit subdued in the discourse. How would people arrive? Is it only for the villages? Would people come and visit? Where would they come from? How would they come about? finding this place and arriving here, and also how would people move from place to place to see all these wonderful interventions that you're proposing in these various different villages? How would they be connected? Would they be able to walk, cycle? So what's the possibility of engaging them as a visitor? But again, I thought it was very interesting, although one may argue it's not strictly speaking urban design. No, it's more a rural proposal. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Professor Mohammed Petri, we would like to hear your comments on the presentation.
Thank you very much for your very nice presentation. I do agree with Professor Rajiv and Professor Fabiano that the presentation itself, it has this sense of professionality, and it's very nice. You are using very nice sketches and diagrams and the graphics to present your ideas. Also, I would like to praise, now we are having several presentations focusing on designing for people, considering the societies in your designs, and this is a very great potential and very great intention. I also agree with Professor Fabiano that you worked a lot and put a lot of effort on the level of the macro size, and looking from the perspective of urban planning. When you reach it out to the design area, I think maybe your effort get less. I do prefer when you start such a huge work to define from the beginning what is the main aim of your research and what is the expected outcome, because you are talking about revitalization, and you in some areas define the objective is to revive. There is a big difference between if you want to revive, if you want to propose revitalization strategies, if you want to introduce a design solution to do revival. So you need to verify specifically from the beginning what is the main aim of your work, because this what will be the main criteria to evaluate the outcome. If you tell us from the beginning that you want to propose planning strategies to do the revitalization, okay, so you have to present these strategies by the end. If you want proposed from the beginning that you will propose detailed design, so you have to submit detailed design verified by the end. So from the beginning, define the area and the scope that you are working on from the beginning. Because, for example, you talked about the strategies, and they are very informative, but you didn't tell us how did you reach out and get these strategies. What the process that you followed to get these points, okay, to make it justified and verified clearly. Then you suddenly jump to the scale of the micro scale when you talked about the Solupan example, and you started showing us details, and we couldn't get the link between the strategies and the detailed micro solution. So jumping from the very macro scale to the micro scale needs more stronger linkage. Also, you suddenly showed us the results of some interviews, and you didn't introduce us why you have to do interviews, how you selected the sample, who are the components of this interviews, what's the purpose of this interviews, and what is the solid outcome you got from, you talked about different interviews, just highlighting some point, but you didn't give us what is what you learned from these interviews. What is the solid outcome that will lead to defining the strategies or defining some design criteria, whatever the outcome. So in your research, you should first introduce to the why you are doing the interviews, how you did it, and what is the solid outcome, and how this is linked to the following steps. Okay, that's all. Thank you again for the very nice presentation.
Thank you thank you, Professor.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, Ranji. We'll move on to our next presentation. It is by Mohammad Sadman Chaudhry Apurva, a Bachelor of Architecture student from Ehsanullah University of Science and Technology, Bangladesh. The title of the thesis is Reviving the Traditional Trade Culture of Khatunganj. Also, a gentle reminder for all the presentations to keep a note of the time and limit your presentations to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thesis topic. My thesis topic is Reviving the Traditional Trade Culture of Khatunganj. Basically, Khatunganj is a historical commercial area in Chittagong, Bangladesh. The aim is to objective preservation of historical architecture, improvement of economic activities, and modernization of infrastructure of this area. Chittagong is the second largest city in Bangladesh. The city is located on the bank of the Karnataka River between the Chittagong hilly tracts and Bay of Bengal. The growth of Chittagong started actually from Khatunganj through Chaktai Canal as major waterways transport route. Later, the city expanded towards northwest. Khatunganj is indeed the biggest consumer wholesale market in Bangladesh, situated on the bank of Karnataka River along the Chaktai Canal. Historically, Khatunganj Old Street has been a crucial hub for import and export activities in the country. This market has played a vital role in the distribution of food and other goods throughout Bangladesh. During in Mughal era, Khatunganj was a major trade hub with a global impact. After Bangladesh's independence in 1971, it accounted for 40 to 50% of country's GDP. By 2010, daily transaction they reached 2000 crore BDT, but this has since dropped to 500 crore BDT. From 2nd century, when Chad Saudagar from India began trade in this area, establishing it as Bangladesh's first river port, then 7th century to 18th century, Arab, Turkish, Portuguese, Dutch, and French traders made Khatunganj a thriving commercial hub. In 18th century, British deputy collector Hamidullah Khan developed Khatunganj into a business center, naming it after his wife Khatun Bibi. In Khatunganj, historical building from 70s to 90s were originally built for merchants, with ground floor for businesses and upper floor for living. Many of these structures have deteriorated and are now used as shop houses. Currently, ground floor are used for display or wholesale shops, with rear section for storage and some buildings incorporating offices. Khatunganj's historical significance grew with the Chaktai Canal, which once facilitated trade between Khatunganj and Karnataka River. However, the Chaktai Canal has narrowed from 20 feet in 1994 to just 40 feet today due to filling and enrichment. Both the old street of Khatunganj and Chaktai Canal have been crucial for Khatunganj's trade growth. This is the scenario of Khatunganj Old Street, which is always been the busiest area. Land use map shows us most of the Khatunganj is dedicated to warehouse and wholesale market, with various offices supporting trade. Business typology map reveals a variety of warehouses and stores, including well, onion, lentil, spice warehouses, and herb shops. Khatunganj business operates in three main types. One is delivery order, which is a documentation system. Goods are cleared through documentation from the port. This documentation trading is actually held from Khatungganj. Otherwise, warehouse businesses and wholesale shop businesses. Supporting this operation are banks, brokers, security exchanges, transportation service, labor organizations are working together to ensure smooth business activities, economic stability in this region. Business circulation in Khatungganj involve some steps. These are importers bring goods to the port by ship. Then the vessels bring goods from various places as well as directly from port ships to place named fishery ghat, and then goods are stored in godown in fishery ghat by the importers, and wholesalers takes them to Khatungganj and truck and push carts. Showing trucks transport them to fishery ghat to then fishery ghat to the Khatungganj. Then pushcarts also move goods from fishery ghat or warehouses to Khatungganj. There is some images showing the warehouse and wholesale shop look like, then the old buildings, then loading, unloading, truck by truck and pushcarts, then the other activities in Khatungganj. From site surveys of Khatungganj, I have identified and documented old buildings with proposals for their current and future uses. Current issues in Khatungganj are narrow road, entrance cause gridlock for hours, poor infrastructure, waterlogging problem, no regenerated truck terminal for goods handling, no pavement, public toilets, canal enrichment, historical essence neglected, recreational elements missing, community labor and resting place missing. I developed a concept called resurrection to revitalize Khatungganj by integrating its historical roots and promoting economic growth. And the concept is divided into 3 areas, which is society and culture. I tried to focus in their old structure, trading history, canal front development. And in the economic part, I tried to focus in the accessibility, other opportunity, and water-based trading. And other part is environment. For urban design intervention, I performed detailed mapping to guide my proposals, like structural mapping, identified temporary to tin roof buildings, vulnerable mapping, pinpoint buildings at risk, legal and illegal mapping, differentiate between the legal and illegal structure, noting those on field in canals and determining ownership. Based on this map, I can assess the feasibility of removing temporary structures, utilizing government and illegal buildings, and relocating vulnerable buildings. Additional mapping helps determine the adaptability of areas for new development. Whereas I made some circulation proposal for Khatungganj to mitigate the gridlock problem. First, the Khatungganj Old Street should be a textured road with footpath will enhance the pedestrian experience, which will reserve for local vehicles and pedestrians only. Trucks should be banned or discouraged. Also, local vehicles or cars should maintain speed restriction. Then designed parking space for cars and local vehicles. Then focus design intervention on the canal side for better development with minimal changes on the private land in the opposite sides of the street. Then designed loading unloading points, and each will fix for specific zones warehouses. And the canal side points will handle goods from boats also. A large parking area is designed for trucks. Service road will be one way or two way to regulate loading and unloading. There should be a fixed process. I suggest that with 30 trucks arriving per hour, 6 points are assigned to specific warehouses. Each point accommodates 5 trucks with 45 minutes loading and unloading window. Trucks will receive tokens and proceed to designated points. For overflow, they will wait in the parking area. Trucks must complete tasks within their allotted time and exit fastly. Then propose some strategic decision for reviving Khatunganj, established a water flow system from the river to the canal to prevent encroachments with business and recreational space along the canal, including a public boating facility, repurpose the old building for new functions such as antique shop, herb stores, cafe, hotels, and seminar spaces, convert the Hamidullah Khan's Fast Market building into a trade museum and old building into a accommodation for labor or truck drivers. Some buildings will be repurposed as association sessions or trading offices. Also, a recreational area included in the plan, basically trying to design a loop for tourists and community to explore the area, starting at the one end, circling back along the canal and enjoying their heritage walk. To create master plan, I implemented the following strategies. Fixed specific point to manage loading and unloading for design warehouses. Design a walkway along the canal and relocated warehouse to make spaces for modern context sensitive warehouses. Conserve and repurpose the old buildings with new functions and programs. Create an recreational area with stalls, food carts, restaurants, fair spaces, boating facilities. Propose 2 office buildings at key locations for export-import operations, situated between loading and unloading zones and main road for easy access. Added 2 public toilets near the main junction and office buildings. Design some shared space, including green area for laborers with a dedicated relaxation zone for them. Let's see this blow up for the detail. A strategy designs Khatungan's main road as a marketplace for buyer and sellers with a scenic walking path along the canal for tourists and community to enjoy. Truck will unload at the design points and goods will be transported via push carts. Pocket space connect the old buildings to the canal. The new warehouse design include ramps for pushcarts access, cargo lifts for upper floor storage and fire exits. It divided into 2 sections. Warehouse facilities by the service road and recreational areas like antique shop, traditional stores and restaurants facing the canal. The warehouse is designed to hold at least 50 tons of goods using a modular system, offering flexibility to lease single or multiple modules or entire floors. All modules have uniform warehouses at same dimensions. The warehouses are placed in a zigzag pattern, allowing for green space and kiosk shades at the front and the back. The design of the new buildings takes inspiration from the treatment of the old buildings, analyzing how this century-old art structure have evolved. By maintaining consistency with this treatment and changes, the design remains modern while respecting the context. The new design modernized the old building pattern brickwork and brick bonding, incorporating steel truss columns inspired by exposed column, arches, verandas, and open stairs are interpreted, while industrial roofing with rainwater collection help mitigate flooding. The new building retain the essence of the old, making them easier to local to adapt to. The new flexible spaces like kiosks can be vegetable stalls in morning, rest areas in afternoon, and food cart in the evening. Floating deck along the canal adjust with water levels, and water flow is managed with geobags on slopes, a green buffer for absorption, and soft paving to help prevent waterlogging. On Khatunganj Road, there are generally 19 old buildings. Conservation studies for these buildings have been developed through various typology. The types are depend on the situation between the old and the new buildings positions. Type 1, retrofit 2 old buildings by updating the facade and adding new functions. Type 2, use a steel shed or any shed between an old and new building with graffiti on the opposite facade. Design type 3, design a new building next to an old one, connecting them with a functional link. Type 4, blend an old building's facade with a new adjacent building. And type 5, propose a functional changes for the old buildings and connect it to the new one with a corridor. I have let's look some example among them.
Mohammed,
Pitambasha,
sorry to break the flow. We are already past 10 minutes. Requesting you to please wrap up in 1 or 2 minutes.
yes, I am trying. I'm trying fasting. Let's look at some examples among these. Pitambasha, one of the oldest herb storage in operation since 18th century, is renowned for its wide variety of rare items. The shop has 3 sections. First section, the owner handles business and accounts, and the customers have rare items. Second section sells fabrics and religious items. Third section offer rare spices not found anywhere. Known as a living museum, Pitambasha offers unique items hard to find anywhere else. To promote the store, while Pitambasha offers unique items have to find anywhere else. To promote the store while preserving its essence, the plan includes an attractive front facade and sitting area for customers to sample herbs or tea, enhancing visibility without disrupting the shop's operators. It is a canal side elevation and a axiometric diagram. There is types, the types I solved. Let's see a type 5. After reviewing Khatunganj's old road, we planned conservation space by removing temporary structure from the facade. We designed a connecting gate to old buildings with an antique shop with on the ground floor and a guest house or hotel above. The plan includes a large terrace for hotel expansion and a public gathering areas with a staircase connects the buildings matching the original architecture. The open space next to Pitambasha will be turned into a customer sitting area. There are other types of other buildings are also shown. There is a new building next to an old one, which despite its modern design tries to reflect the design elements of the old building. It is a visualization in the canal front side. Thank you for the meeting.
Thank you, Mohammed. I request Professor Mohammed Fakri to please present his comments for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for the presentation, although it is too long. You did something here opposite to all your previous colleagues. You spend a lot of time talking about the historical background and the base that you build upon your outcomes, and this is good, of course, to have this to follow this methodological approach, and even every step is built on the previous one. And but I think you put a lot of effort on this and on the preparation of for the design, and you spent a lot of time for explaining the master plan and your intervention with the master plan. Then suddenly you jumped again to the micro level, the design phase. I think this problem could be solved if you defined from the beginning, again, what is your aim from your project? What is the aim and the objectives? This will help us to understand this relationship and how the outcome you reach it to. I should praise the points when you discussed the issues to be addressed. This was a very good decision, and a slide of the design intervention decision, and this also was good. you followed a very systematic methodological approach, but again, it's very comprehensive work. When you reach it out to the design phase, it needs to be more deeper and gets deeper into, to show us how this part was designed previously and what the intervention you did and how this is evaluated to prove that this will be an effective solution, and it will really change the situation. So the verification here is very important. But thank you for the effort you did for such a project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Fabiano, we would like to hear your comments.
Thank you for the presentation. Very comprehensive. I appreciated the change in scales you've gone through, and I think that clearly enhanced the overall quality of the work. So I encourage you to keep using those various lenses in your career, from the widest landscapes to the scale of architecture and back out. So I think that was very positive. Now, I've got a few questions that I would invite you to reflect upon. The first one, and it's a common thing, I would say, in urban design presentations, is using these kind of words, to revive, revitalize, resurrect. I think we need to be a bit more critical of these words and a little bit more cautious as to what exactly it is that we are doing. I mean, I could see a lot of people in the photos that you showed, so it's not dead, apparently. I don't know the site, but I think we can kind of have a little bit more thought on those kind of words that seem to be like catchphrases that we tend to use in urban design. And I think, again, we could be a little bit more precise in what it is that we are doing. Now, when we do, let's say, land use mapping, or we kind of start thinking about how the ground floor could be activated and so on, it is not normal, or it's not the case usually, that you are able to specify exactly what kind of activity that particular shop will have. Let's say this is going to be a jewelry shop, and that's going to be a bakery, and so on. So you've got to have some more flexibility as well, normally in those plans. So you tend to talk about retail a little bit more broadly, having some categories, but it's very unlikely, well, normally, that you are able to be that precise and that rigid with the specification of functions. You talk nicely about the transformation of the market street. Also, it was interesting to see the waterfront proposal. And as you were talking about the market street, you talked about the loop. Yet the presentation was like from 1 to about 13 or so in a linear fashion. So there was no loop. And in fact, I was wondering why you did not consider the waterfront as the kind of loop. So, you would go to the street, go back around the waterfront, and then that's your loop being presented. And I don't think that was, very, very clear. And also in that sense, you could have that loop, but I was also thinking, what is the more direct connection between your more, or your busy area in the waterfront area back across to the market street? So to me, that connection wasn't that clear, especially because you had a few warehouses and they looked a little bit sealed to me in relationship to the street. So I was wondering, what those public spaces might look like with those big warehouses lining them. But again, I also, to come back to the beginning of my talk, I think you've done a really very interesting work, and you kind of went through the various scales, and you were brave to kind of go through also some propositions for the design of buildings. So I appreciate the effort and the amount of and the intensity of the work that you have put in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Professor. We would like to hear from Rajiv, Professor Rajiv, sir, about the presentation.
Hi, Satman.
Hi.
Thank you for showing your work. I must absolutely congratulate you for your understanding of Chattogram in this part of the city. The city understanding, the historical understanding, particularly the economic understanding, because you went into the real details of the economy and how that area works, that wholesale market works, in relation to the internal market area and the waterfront, and particularly at an undergraduate level. That's a amazing intensity of work and an amazing understanding of the city. So very, very well done there. I really appreciate the fact that you organized your historical and contextual understanding of the city very systematically, very clearly. You laid all of those things out, which means you laid the framework. From an urban design perspective, if we have a clear understanding of the urban conditions, it helps us have, that's really a vast majority of what one needs to do. The design is often always derived from the conditions. So your understanding of the conditions was good. Like Professor Factory mentioned, because of the amount of time you spent on it, you went over time, but we'll discuss that separately. I also I made notes while you were talking. I also would urge you to clarify what your objectives are and what your position is to this part of the city. Clear objectives weren't sort of stipulated. And again, I very much agree with what Fabiano said. You said, I also wrote down resurrection. And what does one mean by that word, particularly in an area which is so active, so extremely populated? It's not a dead area. It's not an abandoned part of the city. It's not affected by, what is in urban terms known as blight. So, that would mean a clarification of your position, right? And I think that's very important to then judge, to take your position and then judge what one is attempting to achieve. I would also, a lot of your intervention was very detailed at the master plan level. So, and then you moved scale to almost an architectural level. On one hand, I must congratulate you on the understanding and the depth and detail of typological studies, to work out so many typologies. But I must bring to your attention that there is an enormous scale of intervention in between the master plan level and that architectural level, which is where the urban designer tends to work and intervene and thrive, which is the urban space, the public space domain of it. And I would have been very pleased to see a little bit more of a three-dimensional qualitative understanding of what you're doing to the space beyond the path changes. Even in terms of the master plan changes, I think there's a graphic issue in terms of clarifying the condition before and the condition after, and the graphic issue is easily rectified. And that's not something you should worry about, but just work on it a little bit.
Yes.
Your sketches were excellent. You do show intent and ability to design well, so I must appreciate that. I think you were a little bit naughty with your tourist route, because the tourist path shows a center path, whereas at the end the sketches showed tourists walking along the waterfront. So clearly there's a disconnect between what you're physically sketching and what you intended on the master plan. And that's coming back to the point which I was trying to make about the intervention at an urban scale, the scale between master plan and architecture. And I think a slightly more well-rounded, robust sort of proposal would be very good. Even so, all of those comments aside, it was still Excellent work, very pleasurable to see. And if I may be allowed a little bit of vernacular just to end in brevity, খুব ভালো কাজ, দেখে খুব ভালো লাগলো.
Thank you, thank you. I actually redirect the trading scale. Before 2000, their trading the scale was so vast. Per day their transaction was 2000 crore, which is now only 500 crore. So it was the main issue to resurrect the trading scale, and other was the in the heritage old building. It was the day by day it is disorganized, or it is harmful for the businessman or the client. That's why I propose the readaptable use or resurrect the trading issues. That's why I mentioned the resurrection word actually.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you,
Van, for your comments. So our next thesis is The Scent of Time, being presented by Tram Lebau Doan, a Master of Science graduate from Politecnico di Milano, Italy. Tram, please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. So I will share the screen. Could you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Oh. Yes, sorry, 1 minute. Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trum, and I'm from Vietnam. It's a pleasure for me to be here and also start to presenting my thesis with you all. So this thesis is my master graduation project in sustainable architecture and landscape design in Politecnico di Milano, and under the guidance of the Professor Braduini. So this is the project that aims to provide a study like how to identify the heritage and how to identify the cultural value of the sites and of peri-urban areas, and then use it and also drive a factor to design and taking the decision in the development process of the city in the especially in the urbanism context. So firstly, I would like to introduce to you all about the location of the and the scope of this project. So the project is located in Hue City, of central city of Vietnam, and it be known as also the heritage city of Vietnam since it have a lot of and different complex of monuments that are acknowledged by UNESCO. So in the first, in the right pictures, is the slide is illustrative the main factor that driven the urban develop from the past until now. As I could say, it's the water features. So the main river of the city named as Hướng, and it start from the mountain to side and lead straight to the sea gate. And because we are the agriculture countries, we always have village and city that locates next to the river. So say this is highlight the importance of the river in this project. The waterfront, where you can observe the most like how people and nature interact, and also the chain of the city following the history. And in the middle, you can see this is the site that I'm picking for my studies. It's named Fumo Communes. It's the complex of three traditional craft village that and also agriculture focus on as economic parties. So the name of the three traditional craft is the traditional painting, the confetti making, and also the flower and vegetable village. So in the next slide, I would like to express a little bit why I'm picking this area for my thesis, because this is based on the personal concern about the rapid development of Vietnam nowadays. So in 2021, our city decided to expand the legal boundary of the city to be 5 times bigger due to the fact that we have ambition to become a key city of Vietnam that focus on heritage, cultures, economic, and healthcare, which means we need to develop a new peri-urban areas, and my site is one of them. So the big question after me making this decision is what is really the future for us, like what direction we could apply for our urban, not only in the center of the city, but also for the peri-urban sites. Because we already saw a lot of bad cases in Vietnam that the rapidly urbanization led to the consequences of concreting the city, which means full of concrete building that destroy the environment and the cultural value of the site. And the picture that I saw in the slide also one example that is illustrative that without a legal plan or without thoughtful about the environment, we can lead to a lot of soulless block building, and also especially dangerous if it's illegal building, because even in this case, if we can stop them, it's already be there and already destroyed like some of the identity of the site. So back to the question, what is the direction to develop these areas? The first study that I want to propose is the general analysis to have the first understanding of the size. So through onto the 4 topic that I'm mapping on I show on the map, I could like to highlight 3 factors that we need to focus on. First is the urban morphological that usually you can find the urban traits that following the waterfront, also the prime road of the city, of the site. The second ones will be the rural typologies. In this picture, you can see the massive land use that using for agriculture and for farming activities, which mean lead to the question that do you want to invade and also breaking this pattern? And the third one is the future policy of the site of the city to this side. So as the picture show, the last picture show, we want to create a new road that going through the rural typology, and we're breaking down also the commune into two different parts. So after showing this, I had the question that actually do we need really to do this way? Like, do you want to also break in the village structure, but also can losing the identity of the peri-urban site and also the Vietnamese traditional patterns? So to answer about the first concern about the morphologies, I start to have to study a little bit about the historical of the city, how the urban trend from the past until now, and it's led to like 2 big topic. We are sure that people like also the local tend to also develop in the urban following the waterfront, because for them it's the good way to have to interact with water, and also can have a lot of activities that relate to the water needs. And the second point that really interesting in this mapping is the appearance of the cemetery. So in here I highlighted 3 points that you can see is the cemetery, one of the area that really important to the Vietnamese, because it also reflect our belief in the ancestor worship through the ancestor worship activities. So the picture is illustrative the idea of how we could see the architecture of the cemetery in Vietnam, where people could really go inside every day and start to doing some worship that they want to do. So to say that, because the cemetery already a topic that relate to the traditional village Vietnam pattern. So in this diagram, I want to make a simple explanation of the main part that creates general Viet village, and illustrative also the traditional socio-economic characteristic of the local. The first is the communal scales. This is there's a inter-village road that connect all the village together. Secondly, if you go more into like one village, you can see there are 3 components that create a Viet village, which is the waterfronts, where you have daily activities such as washing or travel by boat, or flower growing. The second part is the housing. And the third part is the right fields. In this case, we also have the appearance of the cemeteries because the Viet people tend to do a lot of ritual every month of the years that relate to these areas. And the last diagram is to show how the hierarchy of the village work, and from the village units to the hamlet and to the smallest housing units in one family. And the final analysis I go to present to you is the understanding of exact value that we need to take in the consideration of the design process. In the three pictures on the left is to show the three traditional craft activities that need to be preservation of the commune, which are the traditional planting, confetti making, and flower and vegetable growing. Meanwhile, in the main diagram of this slide is to attempt to understanding how exactly the three parts that three components of the village will work on the site. Start also from the waterfront where you have the riverscape of daily activities and also farming activities for the local. You go to the housing with the pattern like with the traditional typology house of Hue City in the garden house. And also you will also observing there's also some space for the worship, also for open public community. And the last components we also with the rice field that, and in this 3D astronometric you can understand how it could really interact it in play in terms of space program between the cemetery and also the rice field. So say that after all the analysis, I came up with a proposal by the first idea. So let's create strategies that allow people to experience the site through different activities, from the experience the traditional craft to enjoying the spatial environment between the natures and human of the Viet village. And the name of the project at the same time is like a little bit wordplay applied the river name, which the Hương in Vietnamese, also perfume in English, which means that after you smell the perfume, you can start to following it and start to exploring something better. And to talk about, so the main one for this one will be preserve and develop the heritage landscape of rural peri-urban areas. In this one, we will have two main steps. The first step will be enhancing gray-blue infrastructure, which take around 1 to 2 years. And it will mainly to improving the quality of the current infrastructure in terms of the road and also in terms of the water mobility. And the second step will be the new greenway, which means propose a new green corridors and also some of the key core point for you to have public area. So to active the one good pleasant road for people to go along and then start to experience a lot of things. Go a little bit more depth on its strategies. I could say that in the first one is the enhancing gray infrastructures. I propose to have like 4 light touch activities during along the road network. It could be the refueling the primary roads by using the correct setback, and also create some key stop for people to go to stop and also exploring the site. And then go to refurbish the inter-village, which means that we try to also recreation the fueling of the village by using a lot of the green elements along the roads. The third one will be refurbish the neighborhood roads, which means already invading to the housing part component of the village. For this one, I just want to like recreate the green fence that creates by the T plan that we used in the past. And the final one is refurbishing the ingression point, because that to create a good stop for people to when they go into along the neighborhood road, they can have some stopping and pleasant public space to have some activities there. Then another factor of these strategies is also talking about how to improving the blue infrastructure. So for the blue infrastructure, I propose to have a blue linkage, which is mostly focused on the blue mobility to thus connect with also the central downtown of the city. So in this one, the diagram shows the vision for to open the new tour to bring visitors from the city central to the site by using dragon boat and a trademark boat in the tourism of Hue City. And also propose the vision of activities could happen along this road. This also provide a connect with the current big landscape project focused on waterfront that ongoing now in the city. The final strategies is the new greenway. This one will take around 2 to 5 years. So it will bring a lot of public space and also a lot of activities, so people can really have the properly activities and start to interact well with also the local and also the environment. In this one, I propose also the urban acupuncture concept, which is propose three main public space that could really active in these areas. From the north to the south, we have core one at complex of a cultural house and community space, which provides sport education to the local. Core two will be a complex of dog galleries and community garden. Is some sort of experience center. Is for the outside visitor and also for the local to have activities there. The core three cemeteries will be enhancing the current situation of cemeteries, so people can really have the good experience in here more than just not only the local but also the visitor. So talking about this, because the scope is from 2 to 5 years, we need to picking out one core to be the first core to activate on of the whole strategy. For me, I will go choose to have core 2, the complex of dog galleries, because that this not only require the local participant, but also require to have the outsider participant. So to go more detail about this, the diagram on the left to explaining how this cooperative model could really bring on the different stakeholder to give attention to these areas is using the benefit that they create through the sale garden, through the education garden, or through the showcase of the three traditional craft. Through traditional craft. So again, also on the right one in this plan, around the plan factor, I'm using the vacant space that currently have in the site, and propose to have the mix between the garden, between the pathway that going along the river, and also one building as the galleries, the showcase of three traditional traditional craft of Vietnam. And if we go a little bit more on the design factor, this is the one picture that shows my vision for these galleries. So the design aim to bring a pleasant, multifunctional open space. It could be an event space, a tourism location, or most important, to create a playground for the locals. The design direction also aim to bring another architecture identity of Vietnam village without a teal roof. And this session is just to show another perspective of how we could operate on this idea. And also, I also propose a little vegetation could use for the community garden as a vision to maintain the garden through different seasons of the year. And yes, so in conclusion, this thesis for me is just an experience to provide a different perspective on the topic of urban development, which for me is important to understand the heritage spirit of the site. So, and also the value, so we can start to preserve it and also enhance it through the participation of different parties. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tram. I request Professor Fabiano to please give us feedback.
Thank you for the presentation. It's interesting to me how kind of the whole narrative of the river comes true, and the importance that you give to people's relationship to it. And at the same time, this to me seems to be the point that actually could have some more exploration on a range of fronts. And I'll talk about essentially two of those. So the first one to me is, in a way, to try to understand what nature is in this context in Vietnam. No, is it the same as elsewhere? No, it's not. No, it's a very fusion, very particular type of nature. And when I see the design or the master plan, and for example, this image, it doesn't tell me much about the particularity of that landscape in the sense of the plants or the power of nature in that location. It could be eventually an image even of Italy or of another place altogether with very different ecologies and very different landscapes. So I also in terms of the design, I was wondering how the whole question of being there in that location in Vietnam might have influenced the way you thought about the master plan itself. So I would invite you to think a little bit more about that. And I'm saying also that because in the analysis, there were a few elements that were mentioned. I think I missed the natural systems. So there was something to do with the agricultural areas, but I don't think there was much in the presentation about, how the green spaces, the natural green spaces are, the question of the water basins, how the water moves around, how the weather might impact the landscape. And so the second point is also to do with this question of the power of nature. So the river is represented as a very static linear element without any movements of flooding, withdrawal, as if the river was always like that. So I wondered if this river is not actually a river, it's canalized, or because normally rivers, they have this kind of movement. So it's about change, it's about process, it's about expanding, retracting, and that has an impact on the bordering landscapes. And in the proposal, I didn't quite see much of that kind of understanding of river ecologies, influencing the design, which I think is very, looks very interesting and is very nice. But to me, it kind of missed an opportunity to engage with the ecological dimensions of, water landscapes a little bit more. But thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I request Professor Rajiv to give his feedback.
Hi, Tram. Thank you for your presentation. Good graphics, nice presentation, and certainly an important topic that you've got into. I must appreciate the attempt at the kind of ecological and historical sensitivity and cultural sensitivity that you're trying to bring about. I think that's certainly appreciable. A few points I'd like to also get into is when you presented the context of the village, you explain the historical importance of it, the reason to perhaps conserve it, and the fact that it's being lost in haphazard and illegal development, which is happening in the area. But the twofold, the connection of the village to the existing network, the existing village to the existing network, and the sort of overall ecological system clarity, which involves a number of things, which involves the water line, like Fabiano mentioned. It also involves terrain, flora, fauna, because this is a relatively rural area that you're working in. So perhaps you have it, but a little bit of clarity in your presentation about your understanding of those things would I think be well received. And this reflects in your design solution, because you then talked about a blue network, and I, for one, wasn't clear whether it existed or if it was important, because I don't think it was mentioned sufficiently. I think the fundamental objectives of what you want to achieve in this area should be outlined better. It appears that you're going for a combination of not restructuring, but structuring the developments in some way with a sort of a sustainable and environmentally sensitive way of designing in a rural area, which is somewhat important. But clear about the tourists, because a lot of things you talked about, which is the experience, the education, the gallery, the observation, a lot of these spatial interventions that you've made need not have any correlation to the lives of the locals. So perhaps a clearer understanding of the lives of the local, the social lives, the economic cycle within which they need to exist and coexist would be good. I think one should question the use of words like acupuncture. I don't know if I understand the intervention. I don't know whether what you've done is particularly acupuncture, which is a very specific thing. And you also talked about the sort of creation of space for activity for people in the village. And I found that particular intervention very curious because you are intervening in a rural area with a very large amount of space. So if one is supposed to give an intervention like that, the need for it, the correlation with the lives of people, those sort of issues I think need to be addressed a little bit better. The last point I had was, I think your thesis topic started on such a wonderful note. You talked about I think you said this, the scent of time. So it's a very beautiful, very poetic, very sensorial sort of description of a topic. And I wish there was a more sensorial, poetic interpretation on the ground in terms of the urban design. And that might mean an intuitive leap one takes in terms of the structuring of the urban design one is doing. But so far, it seemed like a very structured presentation, but I would have loved to see that textural, sensorial interpretation on the ground of the urban issues. So yeah, those are my points. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to request Professor Mohammad Fakri to give his feedback.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the trial you did and the effort that had been done. And the first part, I admire to say that the first part is very strong when you try to make a clear understanding and analysis of the existing and current situation. And this part was really good. But I think I do agree with Dr. Rajiv on his point of view that I do agree that the outcome is not with the same outcome solutions, that not with the same strength and depth. Maybe from my point of view, I can define the problem that you looked at the whole issue from outside. It is very clear when you talked about the sense of time experience, and it was as we understand from your presentation that you considered more designing the journey as a sort of fantasy from the visitor's perspective. You didn't dig deeper into the real needs of the community and how they can get this experience. Yani, as you explained, to get this experience, I should go all over the river, and I should take the whole journey to feel what this sense. And people who are living there, they don't do this journey all the time. They have their own premises and problems that they are more concerned about. Yes, considering the visitor's perspective is important because it's one of the assets that you want to build, and it's one of the points that could increase the overall income for the area. But it's not everything. I think if you looked deeper at the basic and essential needs of the community there, this will help you more to get better understanding and reach out more realistic solutions for the whole area. Okay, that's my main point about your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
panel.
thank you. Yes.
So our next.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I just say that I appreciate for the feedback and just one thing, because I propose most of my proposal is focus more on the user experience because I think it's also my fault because I'm the local there. So from my perspective, I prefer to let people remember one image to like you need to remember the feeling and the vibe of the village. So it will avoid. So later, if you do any development, you need to question yourself: are you sure that you want to destroy something that that will make you unfamiliar with the new anymore? So that's the motive for this thesis and also the approach. But yes, thank you.
I think you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Tram. So our next presentation is Can Readaptive Structures Be the Next Tourist Marvel? From Oil to Adventure, Transforming Rigs into Tourist Wonders. This will be presented by Tridha Singh, a Bachelor of Architecture student from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Dubai. Yes, Tridha, over to you.
My screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Good evening, panelists. I'm pleased to present my thesis, Can Readapted Oil Rigs Be the Next Marvel? So it's reframing adaptive reuse in offshore structures. So in this presentation, I will explore the potential of transforming decommissioned oil rigs into functional, sustainable and dynamic spaces such as adventure parks by utilizing innovative design principles and adaptive reuse strategies. So the aim will be to illustrate how these massive offshore oil structures, typically seen as environmental hazards or industrial relics, can be reimagined as architectural marvels that serve both ecological and recreational purpose. Yeah. So coming on to the introduction slide, the pictures of which you see are the images which depict how an oil rig looks. So these are massive structures designed to extract oil from the sea. Predominantly, these are present in the Gulf region. So typically the lifespan of these oil rigs vary from 25 to 30 years, which means once the oil is extracted, which takes about 25 to 30 years, these oil rigs are of no use and is left as a waste in the sea. So after this process, which is known as decommissioning, is being done. So decommissioning is a process which involves either removing or demolishing these structures completely. So you see the picture over here. So in both the cases, it often relates to few problems, which is water pollution. Definitely it affects the marine environment, high carbon footprint because these are gigantic structures and huge carbon emission is being emitted after this. Then the expenses, the economy burden, which the country faces, and the safety risks of the workers as well, because these structures are in the middle of the sea. So in alignment with the country United Arab Emirates, in which am I audible, right?
You're audible.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so in the context of United Arab Emirates, in which this project is being proposed, so there are two economic pillars of the country.
I'm
which
struggling
is
to
oil.
hear, to me at least, all the time.
Okay.
Is it just me?
Yes, so like it seems clear for us, me at least.
It's breaking.
Okay, I'll try to be a little louder.
No. It's a matter of connection. It's breaking. So maybe you can switch off your camera or try a better connection.
Sure. Yep. Okay, so there are two economic pillars in the context of UAE, which is oil and tourism. So this is the goal from which the GDP and the major economy is being catered in UAE, in the context of UAE. So oil being the past and the present goal, and tourism being the present and the future goal. So my goal is to present a prototype that supports the United Arab Emirates in achieving its economic objectives while simultaneously preserving its cultural heritage and future aspiration. So the goal is to offer a sustainable solution that honors the nature's oil-driven past. So reimagining these structures to serve as a growing tourism sector and bringing the UAE's identity forward. So coming on to my major goals and takeaways of the project. So instead of the oil rigs being decommissioned, my aim would be to recycle it. The major target or my target audience would be the youth and the adventure enthusiasts. So all my activities would be catering to them. And the main sustainable goal out of SDG 17 would be responsible consumption and production, which is SDG 12. Coming on to a little bit of history about this oil field. So I have chosen Al Fateh oil field, which is located in the Persian Gulf. So this is the first ever oil field under the Dubai Petroleum Agency. So after which, when in 1966, the discovery of Al Fateh oil field happened, it played an essential role in positioning UAE as a global leader in the oil industry, marking the nation's emergence as a key player in the world stage. So the site and this oil field is very important considering the history of UAE and Dubai. So the ruler of Dubai first clicked the picture of with the oil field, creating an image in the world that UAE has found its first oil field. And in 2024, currently, the operation is still going on. And by 2040, it has been said that the decommissioning would be taking place. So my idea is that after the tentative decommissioning is being announced, we would be going for reusing these structures instead of dismantling it completely. So coming on to the site analysis, going more into the design. So the project site, as I said, is Al Fateh oil field, and it is 50 kilometers away from the Dubai shoreline. So this I have considered Dubai Harbor Cruise Terminal. So this will be an embarkation point for the site, since a lot of cruise embarks from this point. So this is 50 kilometers away from Site 2, and my Site 2 is Al Fateh oil field. So the passengers would take the cruise here and would be going to the oil field, which is Site 2. So Al Fateh oil field, these are some real images of how the oil field looks like. So it consists of 4 platforms, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and all of them connected with a bridge. So for my project, I am readapting these 2 platforms, platform 2 and platform 3. And the platform 4 would be only used for treatment plants. So going ahead, this is how the project would look. So as I said, I'm choosing platform 2 and platform 3. So that is how I've divided it into 2 zones. So platform 2 would be adventure zone. So we'll have adventure activities in this. And platform 3 would be hospitality zones, have hotel rooms and for the accommodation. So this is how the master plan looks. So this is the adventure platform, and this is the hospitality platform. So these over here are hotel rooms. This is where the cruise docking and undocking would happen. So this is where from where the passengers would start their journey. And further, we have a lot of activities as well, which I'll be discussing further anyways. So we have kayaking, stargazing, dome, flying board, platform, photography platform, etc. So my major aim, as this was a readaptive project, was that the project should undergo minimal destruction and all the elements should be preserved as it is. So that is the reason all these cranes which you see over here are the cranes which are already existing, and these are being strategically used to provide certain activities such as cable car. So I have strategically used it to give an industrial look as well as preserve the history of this place. And we have certain more activities, which is the toy train track, Ferris wheel, etc., which I'll be discussing ahead. Okay, coming on to the level.
2 minutes left. So please.
Okay, sure. I'll rush up. So this is the level 1 plan. So I have been already discussing this. So I have underwater pods, Ferris wheel, etc. And as I said that the destruction was considered as minimal as possible. So this is a demolition plan and all the walls have not been touched and very minimal destruction of partition walls have been noticed. This is the level 2 plans. And these are all connected by a bridge, and all the activities are being connected from each level. As you see, this is level 2. This is level 3. So we see a room view over here. This is the photography platform over here. This is the cable car. And this is the observation tower we notice here. This is the sea level layout plan. So this level is majorly being given for the adventure enthusiasts who love water sports. So we have scuba, diving point, yacht, and flying boat surfing, etc. This is one of the sections. So this section essentially shows that the oil rigs over here are being divided into 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3. And then we have an underwater level, and then we have a roof level. So the roof level is given for all the major activities which are for recreational purposes, which you see ropeway or toy train bridge, 360 platform for a view, and Ferris wheel and water slides. And whereas the underwater has 3 major activities: underwater pod, photogrammetry telescope, and diving bell. So talking about underwater specifically, so this is how a photogrammetry room or underwater telescope looks like. So essentially, this is a telescope which runs under the water, and the person in the level 3 can view what species and what aquatic animals are present in the Persian Gulf. This even helps in creating a little sense of the site. Then we have diving bell, essentially for scuba divers, and underwater pod in which you can see and just view and then come up to the level 1. These are some more sections showing the platforms individually. This is an hotel platform. Okay, diving more into detail, there are 2-3 major challenges, which is renewable energy, what material to be used, landscaping, etc. So targeting the first challenge, renewable energy. So since it's 50 kilometers away from the Dubai shoreline, electricity is a huge problem and a huge challenge in this area. So there's a new technology which is co-power ocean. So if you see the image over here, this converts the wave energy to the electrical energy. So the wave energy helps flap these wings over here, and when it's there in the motion, it helps the wave energy to be converted into electrical energy, and it is placed overall in the sea. The second challenge was lighting. Of course, considering it's in the middle of the sea, the lighting is a very big challenge because it gets completely dark. So all these type of lighting were used after some case studies of what type of lighting are best in these areas. So I have just chosen two quick case studies to understand that what material do I choose and what landscaping technique do I use. So these are of the similar site conditions which I have been looking for. So the first material is that the first challenge which I have is the salt corrosion, which any material would face because the salt content in the sea is quite a lot. And the second challenge is also the wind speed. So considering humidity, wind speed, and salt corrosion, in a summary, I would just summarize it by saying that the best material suited was the cladded aluminum after galvanizing it. Coming on to the landscaping, landscaping plays a very major role because the fresh water supply is very limited. So we need to use a landscaping strategy in which salt water could be used. So certain type of wind barrier strategy and certain type of landscaping has been used. So as I said, I chose aluminum panel for the project. So these are prefabricated unit of hotel rooms which are placed in the hospitality platform. And the joints are cross bracing to target the wind. So the material and the joints have been considered very carefully because the site is a little unnatural than the others. Again, considering the activity development, I have used slides, Ferris wheel, etc. for adventure enthusiasts, but also not to keep aside the disabled group. So I have tried to give activities such as toy train tracks so that they can view the site at least and have fun. This is the salt tolerant xeriscaping which has been done because in surveys I found that a lot of people say that in cruise they feel homesick. Hence, a good strategy for landscaping was very important. Okay, last but not the least, so to summarize my project, I have considered 3 pillars of sustainability and how my project would cater to it. So considering environmental dimension of sustainability, I have tried using saltwater-based landscaping, renewable energy, which is the core power renewable energy, which converts the wave energy to electrical energy. The reduction of waste, since it's completely an adaptive reuse project, the waste is reduced to a lot. The social dimension of project, I've tried to give activities that shows the cultural identity of the place. So you can see the Persian Gulf aquatic animals and all these species present, from coral reef to other animals. Rides for disabled groups as well. So friendly toy train, Ferris wheel, all these activities have been given to support them. And also health and safety spaces, all evacuation, fire room, all these things have been taken into high consideration. Coming on to the economic dimension of sustainability, this project would be a tourism magnet because there are very few projects like that in the world. So this would be a very important tourism spot for UAE. So there is one tourism magnet. Second is the catalyst for entrepreneurship, which essentially means that more restaurants, more sales, more hotels would be coming out after this. And then readapting in general is a very long-term saving technique. Instead of building something on land, we are building something on sea and also saving the structure for not being dismantled. So for my conclusion slide, the project envisions a future where decommissioned oil rigs are transformed into sustainable and iconic landscapes, landmarks, and bridging the UAE's industrial past with its aspiration of thriving tourist-driven future. So as I said, Al Fateh oil field is a very important site in considering UAE's history. So preserving that site is very essential for UAE, and preserving and creating a new future goal, which is tourism, would add cherry on the cake. So that is how the project came from preserving the past to present, and then the journey goes to future.
Thank you, Trida.
Thank you.
I would first like to invite Professor Mohammad Fakri to give his comment.
Okay, yes, thank you for the presentation. It's a very nice project. In fact, I'm a little bit worried about the structure of the presentation. For example, you put the case studies near the end of the presentation after presenting the project itself. I think you need to reconsider the arrangement of the items and starting by establishing the objectives, the learned lessons from the case studies, and how this is impacting your design, and define clearly what are the objectives of your proposed design before introducing the design itself, to see how this design achieved these objectives you defined from the beginning based on your theoretical study. And also, you need to set up a group of criteria, of design criteria, that will guide you when you build your design. Also, the space program of your project needs to show how you created this space program based on a study of the realistic needs for the authorities, for the region. Okay, and also you need to give more depth for some technical study that, for example, the structural systems and how this mega structure is built on the water. This structure system needed more in-depth study and analysis. That's for my side, but it's a very nice project. And I appreciate the effort you did, and your presentation was very nice.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Professor Mohammed. Professor Mohammed has to leave for his next engagement. So thank you, Professor Mohammed, for your contribution and for your insightful comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would like to invite Professor Fabiano for his comments.
Hi, Trida. Thank you for the presentation.
Hello.
So now we can see and hear you at the same time. I thought that, selecting this object as an object of investigation was quite innovative. You don't see, a lot of proposals today dealing with oil rigs, oil platforms, and so on. So I think this is to be commended, and more and more we hope to have projects that transform these structures, especially considering the whole question of climate change, and eventually moving towards a transition in which we work more with sustainable forms of energy production and so on. Now, in that sense, I kind of felt that here you are taking something that is one of the main vectors of climate change, which is the production of oil, and you had the opportunity of turning that into something else. I think it would have been a lot more powerful if the climate agenda was stronger in the thesis. So eventually transforming that into something that, instead of being a vector for climate change, could be a vector for nature positive futures, or for a much more sustainable future. And in a way, so the selection of the brief to me is rather questionable, in the sense that, so we go with the project towards tourism without much, consideration for environmental degradation, for ocean pollution, for the questions that surround oil rigs. And in a way, these questions are kind of left to the side, and then it becomes an adventure park, or it becomes a recreational facility of a sort. So to me, In that sense, it felt like a missed opportunity for a stronger, more socially engaged, ecologically engaged thesis. I agree with my colleague that I felt also that the project appeared a bit out of the blue in the presentation. You know? So there was the oil rigs, and this is my project. So there was no presentation of design process, leading towards that outcome. And there was also no presentation, I mean, a little, but I don't think it was, strong enough, like the brief definition. So having brief possibilities, and then eventually consolidating into the option that you had, which, as I said, I think could have been more engaged with our contemporary challenges of, climate change, ecological depletion, the problem of the oceans, and so on. So just, these are points for you to consider, think about maybe for the future. But other than that, I think, the presentation was well made. I think the graphics are good. There was some feeling of what the experiences could be like in the spaces. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I agree. I'll definitely work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I request Professor Rajiv to present his comments.
Hi, Trita. Thank you for your presentation.
Hello. Hi, sir.
I must commend you on a presentation and a design which is fun and happy and makes me want to take my children there maybe from that perspective. The Middle East, I'm trying to frame my thoughts. The Middle East over the last many decades has clearly had an economy which is dependent on the oil. Many of the countries have, and this is a particularly important issue as to what to do in a post-oil economy, which is on the horizon. And clearly, representatives of countries and nations in the Middle East are aware of this, which is why the topic that you have picked is of some importance, is of actually great importance. From that perspective, it has taken a very complex economic issue and translated it into a very physical reuse of an oil rig, which I don't know if that is such a simple transition from a complex economic topic to a simple physical or relative. I know it's not simple structurally, but from a philosophical standpoint, a very simple jump was made from an economic issue to an issue of futures to an oil rig. And I'm not sure that's so appropriate to do that, to just simply say, well, in that case, let's translate the oil rigs. But it is in line with a lot of construction in the Middle East, which is fantastical, which is a little unbelievable, dreamlike in some ways. But the big looming word here, I think, is the word which Fabiano just mentioned, is I don't know whether it's sustainable. We've taken, and I want to repeat what he said, an element which is so critical to climate change all over the world, and you have made it into a floating in the middle of the ocean for entertainment purposes. It's fantastical. It'll certainly help the Middle East, but I don't know if it'll help with the cause of climate change. And I think there's some introspection to be. I think we should really ask whether such structures, whether such sort of developments should be promoted. Having said that, within the framework of your thesis, that's questioning the framework. But if one accepts the framework of the thesis, then one has to ask, what are the urban conditions that you're dealing with? And I don't think you outlined that clearly because you went very rapidly into the physical. So you talked about everything from the rides and the roller coasters and the experience and the train and the scuba diving and all of that stuff. But none of those things are actually urban conditions. So urban conditions will be population and density and how long are they there and how they're moving there and what is the energy cycle of them doing so and what is the qualitative nature of their lived experience. because the function, the presence of function, I just want to clarify what I'm saying. The presence of function does not actually specify or does not clarify the qualitative nature of the experience. It's possible to have a wonderful adventure park which is extremely lousy, a huge adventure park which is extremely lousy. I'm not saying yours is lousy, I'm just saying it's possible. And until you design the quality of space, until you design the quality of the lived experience, that's very hard to qualify. And I think that's something you need to look into. A lot of the structural, technical complexity of designing on an oil rig, I think you have touched upon, but I don't think you've done more than touched upon. It's saying, well, we have an electrical problem, so we'll just use the waves to generate. It's an incredibly complex technological thing which has been summed up in a simple sentence. There's a question of waste and pollution and byproduct and water sources. You need desalination here to get the water source. Oil rigs were designed for actually very small populations of people to live for the production of oil. Whereas what you're doing is actually creating a very large population to live there, 50 kilometers off the coast, fundamentally for the purpose of entertainment. So there are enormous technical challenges, which I think one would need to get into. I'm also unclear about the fundamental structure. And by structure, I mean structural. And I also mean design structure, morphological structure of the existing oil field. Because if this was on land, that's the question we would ask you. What is the topography? What is this? What is the structure of the condition you're trying to intervene in? And I think you need a little bit of clarity on that. But I just want to conclude by reiterating the fundamental point. I'm not sure this is a climate-friendly solution to start with. And one needs to ask whether that fundamental premise is something one should go on or not. And that's for you to answer and us to ask you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Trilda. We'll move on to our next presentation, which
Thank you so much.
So the next presentation is by Nagam L. Hayek, a Master's in Architecture, Urban Regeneration graduate from Sapienza University of Rome. His topic is community-centric approaches to urban regeneration in touristic adjacent zones, case study of Muraria. Nagam, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
All right, thank you. So, yes, one second. All right. Okay. So my topic is community-centric approaches to urban regeneration, especially in touristic adjacent zones. The case study that I took was Muraria, that is in Lisbon, Portugal. And this was taken after the municipality of Lisbon created a competition around the area. Basically, they wanted to revitalize Muraria, which is a very rich, historically Moorish neighborhood, but it has been abandoned gradually in these last few years. The first thing I did was try to see like the land use map and created this one based on the uses that we have. So we can see that our neighborhood is here, surrounded by red, and it is mostly residential, so like the neighborhoods that are on the right side. On the left side, however, we have a downtown, we have some consolidated areas and some very nice commercial ones. Some things to note are the very few lines of public transportation that we have in our neighborhood. We only have one line of buses. We also have a very high number of brownfields and a very high number also of abandoned buildings. To delve more into the area, I created or developed an empirical studies by asking residents and tourists alike about what they thought about the area. It was a very extensive study, but for the sake of this presentation, I will only present the most brought up topics, let's say. The first one was tourism and its effect on the city. So from tourism, we have two types, obviously, positive and negative effects. Some of the negative effects are accommodation, loss of heritage, noise, degraded buildings, dirty. And some of the positives were actually also the opposite. So we have renovated buildings, historical preservation, local businesses, and mondialization. To see why tourism is affecting a neighborhood such as Muraria, I looked into the attractions in and around the neighborhood. And I saw that inside of the neighborhood, we actually have very few. They're just bordering the limits, but none of them are inside of it. As we can see, most tourists usually go around the area. They might pass through Muraria, but never spend time inside of it. They also might rent some Airbnbs or a hotel night, but they never actually frequent the local businesses or the locals that are there. Let's go a bit farther. So tourism has greatly affected Lisbon as a whole. In fact, Portugal was voted the best tourism destination in Europe in 2022. And in 2023 alone, in 6 months, the tourism surge has surpassed the number that was in 2019 before COVID. So only in 6 months, they have attracted so many tourism, and obviously this has left a bit of an impact. The home prices, for example, have increased by 12.6%. If you're on the street, you will find 9 tourists versus 1 resident. The public transportation is overcrowded, and the city has kind of lost its charm. The municipality has taken some measures, such as introducing the tourist tax. They're also trying to address the lack of affordable housing. And they also did some competitions like the one that I took part in. Okay. Another point that was shown during the empirical study was the topography of the terrain. So everyone that goes to Portugal will tell you, oh my God, the stairs are horrible. And this is the case in Muraria. We have most of our slopes are between 12 and 92%. They're very steep, and most houses are only accessible by long stairs. Another problem that this topography can create is during the winter, a lot of rain. It can create a lot of floods, which is also a problem of accessibility. So here, for example, we can see the terrain profile, which is very different. Okay. So as we have said, the area has been in a decline for quite some time, and this can also be reflected by the numbers of the degraded buildings in the neighborhood. So Muraria is actually a high priority as an intervention area, because more than 50% of its buildings are in need of rehabilitation. Some of these buildings are commercial buildings, residential, mixed. Some of them are even heritage. So following this, I kind of categorized them into 4 categories, and we'll talk about what we're gonna do to fix that later on. So cross-referencing my faced challenges with the design principles that I set, I was left with some of the solutions. For example, if we take the abandoned buildings that I just talked about, we can see that some of the design principles can be clean construction, green energy, even circular, sorry, I can't even see what's there, even circular resources. These can leave me with some solutions, either restoration or demolition. Obviously, we'll try to avoid demolition as much as possible. Another challenge that I already talked about were the floods. Also, if we follow my design principles, we can follow the nature-based solutions, water infrastructure, circular resources, and climate mitigation. And some of the solutions we'll be left with are rain gardens, water collectors, and
Gracia, I would like to ask you to please unmute yourself. Gracia? Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I tried to forecast two different scenarios. One would be a world where we have thriving tourism, and another where we have a tourism-free neighborhoods. So both of these options are quite bad. If we choose the thriving tourism, sure, we're gonna have a thriving economy, a lot of new businesses, a lot of new investments and developments, but we're not gonna have any community, and the residents of the area, the charm of the area will just disappear. And in this case, in 50 years, no one will be attracted to the area and no one will want to stay there. And the opposite, if we choose a tourism-free neighborhood, we're gonna have a very bad economy, no one's gonna be interested in the area, and residents are gonna keep on leaving. The solution would be to try to balance the tourists and the residents, to get the best of both worlds, a good economy, a good community, and also try to fix a bit the mobility. Okay, so I'm trying to go from an existing avoidance of Muraria or an even a passing through Muraria and try to have it as a magnet, have it as a social attractor. The concept or the design that I'm proposing would be to introduce a kind of street, a colorized street, let's say, that's pedestrian friendly and that has around it a lot of activities. From, let's say, new green parks, new restored buildings, a bit of an improved transportation, just trying to create a visually appealing and welcoming environment. So to aim just to encourage people to spend time here, to follow maybe the road, let's see where it leads us, and try to stitch, first stitch Muraria together and then stitch it to the existing landmarks that are around it, and maybe also stitch it to different neighborhoods that are surrounding it. So I developed a master plan. In this slide, we can see its scheme. And I tried a lot to include different aspects. One of them is landscape. So I'm trying to include a lot of new green hubs, some productive landscapes where people can go and grow their own things, water landscape to try to fix or mitigate the flood problem, and also the colorized street that I talked about. Another aspect is the social one. So I'm a very social person. I love developing new communities. I would also love to develop a connection between the tourists and the residents. So I'm trying, in this master plan, we can see a lot of culture points, tourist points, new social hubs, and new schools, new sports areas, viewpoints that are already existing, but having as public space around them for everyone to be able to explore space and the view. A lot of new markets. Also, I would like to tackle the infrastructure problem, mobility and, let's say, gray or blue-green infrastructure. So a lot of the buildings need to be rehabilitated, restored. A lot of the streets need to have furnishing, even if it's like a bus stop, you know, a bench so that people can sit and wait under a tree maybe. And I would also like to have a bit of blue infrastructure, such as fountains, some water bodies to refresh during the summer. For the mobility, I actually added some bus lines, obviously when the streets allow, because the streets in this area are quite narrow. Some bus lines, new bus stops, even a cycle line with parkings for the bicycles, and an electrical stair that will link this area with the biggest landmark that we have, which is the Castle of St. George. That is right here. In this slide, I chose to display one of the details that I worked on. So this area was a brownfield before. We have two lines of residential buildings that have a difference of 18 meters in level. So this part before was very abandoned. It was inaccessible and had a couple of destroyed or abandoned buildings inside. One of them I rehabilitated and I proposed for it to be an art school and a studio. Another one is right here, and it actually offers an entrance, let's say, to the park that is now behind it, from the street to the park. I tried to open this park at different levels. So I'm opening it on top, I'm opening it through this building, I'm opening it also right here, making it also accessible from around this area as well. We also have here some water off bodies to collect the rainwater and filter it, maybe redistribute it to the rest of the area. We have also some sports activity, and the place can also maybe host some markets and art shows. So, as I already mentioned, some rundown buildings need rehabilitation. So I sat down with my governance professor for a lot of hours, and we tried to develop a long policy for their activation of the space. I'm not gonna go into all the legal things that we did and terms that we used, but what we tried to do is create a policy that would attract investors, residents, and try also that would be beneficial to the municipality. So we developed a point-based system. So if you have a building and you want to densify it, you want to add one floor, you would need to have a certain criteria to be able to do that. So for example, your building after restoration would need to be energy efficient. It would need to source local material for the addition. You would need to optimize the usage space, to have a continuous skyline. So if all the buildings are 2 levels, you cannot do a 7-level story high building. We also, the addition also would need to respond to a city need, and you would need to be preserving a bit of the history. Also do a structural study, because if your building is not structurally stable, you cannot add something on top of it. Another thing was a commercial unit, having an accessible roof, changing the exterior, obviously if the building is not historically classified. Or the last option you would refer to would be demolishing the building, but that would be just in case you cannot rehabilitate it. So these are 2 of the buildings that were part of the plan. This one was a huge complex that was first owned by the church, but then it was sold to the municipality. However, now it is very abandoned. There are only some residential units above it. What I'm proposing is to open up the ground floor to have it be used as commercial. So we would have some retail, maybe a bike repair shop, since we are adding a cycle line. Also an educational center, since in the analysis I didn't show you guys, we only had 1 school in the whole area. And also obviously rehabilitate or renovate the residential units on the first floor.
Nagam, the time is up, please wrap up.
Yes, I still have 1 slide. Okay, so basically what I tried to do is try to develop a very generic, let's say, prototype or proposition that I hope that can be implemented in other cities as well that are suffering from the same problems, and to try to be as inclusive as possible, following a lot of design principles in infrastructure, landscape, mobility, and social. So this is my master plan at the end, where I showed a bit of everything that I tried to work on, from new productive landscape to streetscapes to public spaces where we are hosting local markets, to also buildings that where I'm adding or opening up or changing the functions. Thank you.
Thank you. I request Professor Fabiano to please give his feedback.
Thank you, Nagam, for the presentation. It was very comprehensive, and you addressed various different issues. I felt that it was important for you to start talking about the question of tourism. And you spent quite a lot of time in the presentation in there. So perhaps next time, weight it a little bit more towards the development of the master plan phase, especially because I was here in my head trying to make the connection between addressing the issue of tourism and what it is that you propose in the master plan. Now, you talked about local market, places for resting and so on. Well, tourists love those as well, no? So in that sense, I don't quite see how, in terms of the design, you are inherently addressing the issues that you pose at the beginning of the argument when you talk about tourism as being so problematic and so on. You do talk about policy, and I appreciate that. So, and I can see how the policy aspects perhaps address the question a little bit more. But then, I was indeed thinking whether it was all about tourism or if it's about something else, not the driving force of the design or what the design turns out to be, as you progress with the presentation. So something for you to reflect. Sometimes we start with a premise and then we start developing it, and then maybe we end up somewhere else. So we have to go back and see whether that initial premise still really the driving force of what it is that we are doing. I felt that the work was very thorough throughout, apart from this kind of perhaps disconnection between the initial intentions and the design. But I felt that the analysis was very good. The graphics were very appealing as well. I appreciated the use of nature-based solutions, and you're thinking about the transformation of spaces with some ecological considerations to it. And also how you attempted to connect back out, so you talked about the wider scale, you zoomed in, and then you zoomed out again. So I think that was nice. I would also appreciate a little bit more attention in that transition from the broader scale of the analysis to the scale of the master plan. I think that jump was a little bit abrupt, and this could have been a little bit more gradual and having a little bit more consideration in the presentation for what's going on around, the relationship to the context, to situate the viewer a little bit better. But again, congratulations.
Yes, thank you. Actually, since my thesis is already done, the whole product was actually above 100 pages for presentation. Maybe like the condensation, let's say, was not well done, and some of the ideas and links were a bit missed, but I do get your point, so thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I request Professor Rajiv to give his comments.
Hi, Nagam. I just want to say from the outset, this was really nice work. This was pleasure to watch. I agree with Fabiano. It was a very comprehensive design. The diagrams are very well made. I most appreciated the clarity that you had about the city and Moraria, and the simplicity with which you explained it actually demonstrates the clarity which you have about it. It's very evident that there's a lot more research and understanding that you have that perhaps you haven't shown in 10 minutes, but that was really great. You did a very good analysis. So based on all of the positive feedback and the fact that I think it's a very good thesis, I'd like to just discuss a couple of things at a slightly higher level, which means a slightly more complicated discussion, if that's okay with you. I think you've touched upon a really good, complicated issue, which is this conflict between tourist and local. And you highlighted in the diagram very well, the world with just locals, the world with just tourists, and then the combination. There is, at a higher level, there is a conceptual issue because cities don't necessarily need to operate in binaries. It doesn't have to be tourist or local only. And that's a little bit of a lacuna which has happened in your analysis, because the economy of the local, the reason why people live there, how they live there, how they move, what they do, something which we, professionally, I call it a live, work, play study. You understand how people move, where they're going, where they live, where they work. I think that would have really taken your thesis to another level, which would have been a greater, stronger economic understanding of the lives of the locals. And that specific thing I'm talking about now reflects itself in your design, because a lot of your design, I think, focuses on the tourist experience. And the reason I say that is because you've done very nice designs. You've shown great capability for good quality design. As a professional, you'd be the person I'd want to call to my office, looking at the diagrams, that you're working on. But when one does beautiful streetscapes, beautiful paths, beautiful gardens, all of those things are attractive to tourists. They help a certain kind of economy, but they don't necessarily help the economy of the local, which is beyond tourism. So shops and offices, local convenience stores. There's a lot of things which affect the local, which are beyond tourism. And I would have loved to see you get into that. The last point I had was that your designs were beautiful, intriguing, visually very appealing. You talked about the history of Moraria, the context of that place, and just as a personal point of view, I wish when we talk about urban design, there is a textural understanding of place and city which one must have. And because this is such an important historical place in the city, clearly important to you, certainly as somebody studying it, for lack of a better word, if there was more Moraria-ness, something which is more culturally derived and historically derived, which reflects itself in the physicality of the urban design. It doesn't take away from the quality of what you have done, but as a higher level discussion, it's a discussion to have as to whether this is the most culturally appropriate urban design, which is so culturally important. Having said all that, I think excellent work. I must give you crazy credit for your point system, and the fact that you brought policy into it and you've thought about it at that level. It's a really good, rich understanding of the city and the area. So congratulations, good work done.
Thank you so much. I will take all your comments at heart. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, Nagam. Our next presenter is Arunima Badrinath, a Master's in Architecture Urban Design graduate from RV College of Architecture, Bangalore. And her topic is City and Identity, Designing Strategies to Enhance the Diminishing Role of the Garden City. Over to you, Arun.
Hi, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible, Arunima.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, it's visible now.
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Arunima. I'm an urban designer based in Bangalore, and today I will be taking you through my postgraduate thesis titled City and Identity, Designing Strategies to Enhance the Diminishing Role of the Garden City, which was submitted in August 2023. The motivation for this thesis stems from my interest in understanding theoretical concepts such as place identity and placemaking and sort of integrating them with real-time practice. This made me go through a lot of literary work from which I understood that these terminologies have very complex implications on ground, and also that their definitions evolve with change in times. So having this in mind, I inferred that place identity of cities in particular is derived from community or group images of places, which are in turn based on different factors that can be based on the people living there, the time in which it is situated, the place, and art and culture. So these identities over time give rise to different sobriquets, as you can see in the diagram that I have represented on the right. Bangalore is one such city in the southern part of India that is identified by many sobriquets. But my thesis focuses on the sobriquet of Garden City simply because it is one identity that resonates most with the people-oriented factors that I introduced earlier. Additionally, the people of the city have always had a close relationship to green spaces, and this relationship existed even before the sobriquet was officially bestowed in the year 1927. As you can see from this map that I have put together of the green and blue spaces that are in the city, it appears as though there is a good amount and good variety of green spaces that qualify for the garden city identity. But the question to ask really is how many of these spaces possess a qualitative value that adheres to the people-based association that I was speaking about earlier. To provide some context, I have attached a few newspaper articles that speak about on-ground issues that threaten these qualitative values. So the concern really is that quantification of green spaces does not translate to social engagement with the green spaces on ground. And what this does over a long period of time is actually diminishing the identity of Bangalore as a garden city. And this thesis aims to enhance this diminishing identity simply because I believe that any aspect of the city that has a positive impact on the environment and on society should always be conserved and sustained. For this, we need to go back a little in time and understand the nature of green spaces and how people came to be associated very closely with them in Bangalore. So one thing we need to consider is that Bangalore is a city that has many valley systems. And here I've depicted the evolution of green spaces in the eastern part of the city, which falls under the Kormangla-Chalgata Valley. But one can assume that similar kinds of networks existed throughout the city. So as you can see here, some of the earliest people who settled here had a system of interconnected networks and canals because there is no perennial river that runs through Bangalore. So conserving rainwater was one of the ways in which they could avail themselves of a water source for their livelihoods. So the thing to consider here is that there was a close interconnected relationship between settlements, totas, and the blue spaces. Tota here is a colloquial regional term that refers to a productive garden or an orchard, but it was much more than just that. Tota was actually a place that responded to the everyday lives of people, whether it was by providing space for cultivation, for cultural practices, or even just acting as a public urban commons where different communities gathered and spent time together. As you can see on in the map on the right-hand side, this association was gradually lost, and the fragmented green spaces no longer behaved as totas, but as formal enclosed gardens that is seen in most parts of the Western world. Today, we have land use maps that sort of quantify and color code different spaces, including green spaces. What this does is actually, while it might be an effective planning tool, oftentimes it overlooks the ecological links of the city and focuses more on the mobility corridors. What this does over a long period of time is basically that the community or group image of place that we spoke about earlier starts losing many of its people-oriented factors which contributed to the garden city identity in the first place. For the purpose of the study, I have further zoned in the eastern part of Bangalore to include a precinct that contains Obsolue Lake, which is one of the oldest lakes in Bangalore, and also a few dense settlements interspersed with newer commercial establishments. So as you can see, there are tangible issues that prevent people from interacting directly with the green space. These issues range from lack of access to lack of maintenance. And over time, they give rise to intangible issues such as the loss of association between people and green spaces. Based on the tangible and intangible issues, along with the aim for the thesis, the vision is to actually make Bangalore a city of socio-ecological gardens. The strategies proposed for this vision would be to improve access to green spaces, to introduce green in neglected spaces, to connect communities with spaces, to legitimize and encourage urban foraging, which is a very local practice that is very local to this region, and also to involve the private sector in the maintenance of these green spaces, because again, Bangalore is known for its various private sectors, including the IT sector. The idea is to not only enhance and connect existing green spaces, but to also introduce new proposed spaces based on the analysis of the evolution and transformation that I had conducted. So the overall vision has already been mentioned, and both these spaces need to behave as a network in order to strengthen that vision. As a part of the top-down approach, I listed a set of guidelines for each of these green spaces that I have listed here. Due to constraints of time and space, I have listed only one of them in this presentation, but this was proposed for almost all of the spaces. The idea is to include people in the maintenance of these spaces, basically to give them more ownership and bring in awareness to sustain these green spaces that are around them. And as you can see on the right, the overarching aim was to introduce these qualitative values that I have listed here. Again, these values were derived from the study and analysis of the evolution of green spaces, as well as what are the values that would help in strengthening the identity of the garden city. As a part of the bottom-up approach, I have suggested a few, I have proposed a few green spaces, and the design demonstration is as follows. Whether it is through the introduction of productive gardens or shade streets, the intention is to help people interact directly with the public space or the green space and take more ownership for them. Similarly, ecological interventions such as biospheres would not only benefit the environment, but would also introduce some social value by giving that visual permeability from the street to the green space, or simply by creating smaller public spaces, or by behaving as spaces that can be used for grazing or for foraging that I mentioned earlier. Similarly, socio-ecological gardens can be introduced in vacant and neglected spaces, especially ones that have the potential to also incorporate retention ponds or water bodies. Of course, this doesn't help in bringing back the network that we used to have, but I believe that what can still be conserved should be conserved. And another aspect is to actually integrate these green spaces with the street by creating soft edges or by linking them with pedestrian and cycle tracks, simply to make them more inviting and to actually encourage people to make full use of these spaces. Here I've listed the different agencies that would be involved in implementing the strategies and the design proposals at the city and local levels. The intention is to actually include people and residents of the surrounding neighborhoods in participating in the upkeep and maintenance of these spaces. And although this has been proposed for one precinct, I believe that this can be replicated at different precincts based on the issues that are very unique to every precinct. To conclude, I believe that if place identity is something that we consider while designing public spaces or while planning our cities, then we need to consider those identities that are in tandem with the challenges that the world faces today. And these must be sustained and enhanced in a sensitive manner through the inclusion and involvement of people and their practices. Lastly, I would like to thank my colleagues and mentors who helped me in this academic journey, and I'm eager to listen to the feedback by the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Arunima. I request Professor Rajiv to please express his comments.
Hi, Arunima. Thank you for your presentation. It's a very interesting topic that you've picked up, this issue of identity and then looking at the history of Bangalore. There are two fairly fundamental points I want to get at right at the beginning. I am fundamentally sort of unclear whether your thesis is about the argument of identity or the argument of gardens. And I think you have made those two things the same thing. You've fundamentally in your thesis said garden equals to identity. And that is derived from the sobriquet Bangalore City of Gardens, which by the way is not the most popular sobriquet. It's actually City of Lakes is the most popular sobriquet which is attributed. You're absolutely right in the thought that the historical nature of the water bodies, the reasoning for it is absolutely correct. The vanishing water bodies in Bangalore are really worrisome and problematic. And by the way, leading to flooding issues now, which are quite visible in the city. So from a urban structure perspective, I think you've put your finger on a very important point. But I think maybe you want to restructure your topic, just the title, because I don't know. Bangalore has really complicated identity issues, particularly after the change of the economy and the push of the IT sector. There's an enormously complex local versus non-local issue. If you're from Bangalore, I don't know if you are, you will probably be well aware of this. If one studies Bangalore, the original Bangalore residents are not particularly happy with the influx of the IT sort of population. It's led to a change in the structure of the city, and the identity really comes into question. So if one has to go to identity, there's a huge scope of work, which I don't know if you've got into. Regardless, if one looks at it just within the framework of the question of the garden, 2 or 3 points from my end would be that, the master plan appears to be towards the northeast of the city. It looked like that. I'm not clear. Maybe the plan didn't show it as clearly as I could. I was trying to read it quickly, but in the 10 minutes, I really couldn't read it, which is a little bit outside the city. There are really complex ones which are inside the city, but then of course the next detailed project that you showed was inside the city, and you said that you've done many of them. The key issue that I want to bring to here is, even in the question of how gardens relate to the city, it's really questionable, and in fact it's this modernist ideology that it is the beauty of the garden, which is what, the lack of beauty, which is preventing people from using the garden wonderfully, which is what leads to its death. I would just urge the sort of thinking that there is a complex social, economic, environmental relationship with the garden, which is functional. That it's a far more complex interrelationship than something that can be navigated with not exactly, but almost a beautification level of design where one improves the paths and improves the edges and connectivity. Yes, bioswales help within hard framework to bring a little bit of water in, but that's a limited scope. From that perspective, I would just perhaps urge a more complex understanding of how gardens can be made more active, more vital parts of the city. You've done a good job with what you've shown, but I would also urge that there is a higher level of complexity of understanding which can be achieved. That's sort of my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Actually, yes, I am from Bangalore, so the topic is very close to my heart. And there is a comprehensive study that obviously I couldn't show in 10 minutes, but I appreciate your feedback and I'll work towards it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I request Professor Fabiano to express his reflections on the thesis.
Thank you, Nina. I don't know Bangalore, but I supervised a couple of theses on the city, so I'm fascinated about the history of the place and can't wait to have the opportunity to visit. As you well noted, the question of water is really, or has been historically, one of the key elements of the city history, and how water and green spaces together, so that kind of binomial relationship started to being erased over time with developments and so on. So reconsidering how the city could eventually regain its status of, or its kind of imaginary of a garden city seems to be fascinating. On that front, I think, fundamentally, you want to ask, what is a garden city in the 21st century? So what is it that Bangalore can become to show that we are taking the concept forward and we are considering our current challenges in a strong way? So the garden city, when it was first created, had a series of challenges that were directly addressed in the proposition. So here, to me, it wasn't that clear if there was an underlying theoretical reflection as to what are really the key issues that the city is facing in terms of, say, the effects of climate change or the effects of lack of green space on people's mental health, or a series of principles that then you line up and you say, okay, our garden city of the future needs to address them, and that's how we address them. Because yes, there are a number of nature-based solutions you've mentioned that they are helpful and they are interesting to have, but they came across a little bit like, well, why not them? No, I mean, yes, we could have them, but what is the underlying set of issues that we should be addressing, considering our conditions now? So I think I would invite you to reflect further on that front. And if it is then about the city, and I think a little bit more work on the scale of the city, its connections to, eventually the hinterland, the green-blue network that you could propose doesn't really stand alone. No, it kind of has to connect to broader systems. This could help also think about landscapes that are being considered to address a range of issues that you might have identified and that can be reinvented in that sense. I also felt that there was a little bit of a disconnect between the city level discourse and then the local level. I might have missed it, but I don't think there was a master plan for that local level. We just came straight into the kind of the 3D view. I may have missed it. But I think there was some strategic thinking, but a master plan as such, I didn't see it. In any case, I think it would have been interesting to see a little bit more about the design development leading towards an eventual set of propositions that make up your project. Also, how things are integrated and interrelated. And we spoke about water at the beginning, and then water appeared very minimally later on. So in the biospheres and so on. But as a major force for restructuring the urban landscape, I think that was again rather missing. So yeah, these are my thoughts, inviting you to think a little bit more about them. But thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Professor. I'll definitely reflect on the points that we just discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, Arunima. Moving on our next presentation. It is by Santiago Martinez Murillo and Sofia Sicily, Master of Science in Architecture Typology graduates from Technical University Berlin. The title of their thesis is Obsolue, Urbanities, an Urban Redevelopment Proposal with Alternative Governance.
Yes, hello?
Yes, Santiago. So,
is the screen visible now?
yes, it is visible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Sofia.
Okay, great. So, hello everyone. We are Sofia and Santiago, and we will be presenting our thesis with the title Obsolete Urbanities, an Urban Redevelopment Proposal with Alternative Governance. And to give you a little bit of context before we start, our driving factor is the housing scarcity in Berlin, along with the current trend of expanding the city towards the periphery with new developments, which comes mainly because more land is available in the periphery, but also the prices of land are lower, which we believe is not very sustainable with the continuous sealing of more and more land and the necessary infrastructure and so on. So trying to find an answer, we look into what we call the obsolete urbanities, namely industrial, commercial, and infrastructure lands that we believe could perform better.
Then, as my colleague Sofia was saying, to start, we used a geographical criteria to determine where are these obsolete urbanities, what kind of land uses, what kind of buildings, what kind of developments could fall into this category. This is a summary of it, where we included land use such as industrial and commercial areas that for the particularity in Berlin, they don't allow housing. And they include low-rise buildings, parking lots that we will see more in detail in a couple of slides. Of course, we start in the scale of Berlin, but then we do an approximation to Soldina kits that we see in the black square. That is the area that we develop more in detail.
Right, so here are some of the most common obsolete urbanities that we find throughout the city. And well, what is important to mention here is that we are not talking about obsolescence of use, but rather than the way the space is occupied. So we are talking about really high percentages of sealed ground, along with low-rise building, but with big footprints that in the end, they don't end up producing that much living space. And then on the top right, we also see how these obsolete urbanities come together in the site that we have selected.
In order to face a housing crisis, or this is the topic that we are dealing with, since it owes to a manifold of conditions, we started with an exercise of future scenarios, prospective scenarios, selecting 3 points in time today, 2030 and 2050, to analyze different trends that are pertinent to it. In green, we see trends that are already happening, and then in yellow, we see trends that should be happening. Just to exemplify with one, the first, limit urban expansion. In Germany, there is already calculation of how many hectares are urbanized per day, which are 55, or 55 as of last year. By 2030, the goal is to reduce this to 20 hectares per day, but the ultimate goal of the European Commission is to go to 0 hectares per day, which virtually means cities should not expand any further. And then it becomes really relevant, the question of how do we deal with land that is already urbanized, but not being used. For this, we propose the tool, the Community Earth Trust. As Sophia was saying, this is a tool that learns on 4 planning tools from different traditions: community land trust, heritable building rights or leasehold agreement, anti-parohie, and air rights. To exemplify more or less how it will go, we take a simple plot that could be an obsolete urbanity, what we see on the left, with a parking lot, a supermarket, so to say. And here we deem necessary that cities like Berlin start applying tools like environmental taxes or the refusal of land use change for development, unless these plots or landowners agree to cooperative agreement. How to cooperate, we will explain a little bit further in our presentation. But just for now, the Community Earth Trust in space translates into first a change of the land use that then allows further development on this plot. Second, an optimization of the footprint that then allows an unsealing of a certain percentage of the ground. For Berlin, we calculated a feasible 40%. And then a creation of the trust that is both a legal and a physical artifact that makes use of the air rights that lay on top of the existing plot.
Right. So this is the neighborhood we chose after looking throughout the obsolete urbanities in the big map, Soldiner kits, mainly because we find very interesting the antithesis that it has. On the one hand, it is close to the Pankeri, the beautiful green corridor, and it has a lot of communities, a lot of self-organization, but also a lot and big clusters of the obsolete urbanities and the weird spaces created in between. So moving on, we map these initiatives that we found in the area along with the obsolete urbanities. So, for example, you can see there are a few urban gardening initiatives. There are a lot of initiatives trying to reclaim the public space for the neighborhood, and there are also some housing cooperatives already nearby.
So reacting, coming back to the Community Earth Trust, and now with this context of Soldina kits being this scenario of urban conflict between these red and green areas that we were seeing just now, we now go to the question how to cooperate, how to organize a governance that allows private land to be developed for affordable housing. In this diagram, we see well, private land that has private use of the land and has a landowner. And what we propose is this community earth trust that is assembled via a leasehold agreement, and that then subsequently has at least three parties: the same landowner, a public housing company, which are very relevant and big in Germany, and a housing cooperative or other entity from the civil society, to then produce a series of different space, or what we call slots, certain private slots that exist for the private use as an incentive for development, and then slots for housing and slots for initiatives that this is learning from already existing public projects in Berlin, that then create an assembly of different spaces occupied by different parties of different natures. After the community earth trust is assembled, well, of course, it needs to operate and it has to operate financially. For this, we propose that different parties contribute to the community earth trust, well, in different proportions according to the actor that occupies. Public housing company, housing cooperatives, and Baugruppen, that is another German specific housing structure, pay certain rent to the trust. The private housing is kept as a separate business, once again, as an incentive for development. And the spaces for production and initiatives also contribute with rent to the trust, that then is in charge of the maintenance and operation of the building. And then, given the case, it could also bestow resources for a fund for the purchase of the air rights where it operates. Remember that the air rights are operate via leasehold, or investment in further community or trust projects.
And here's how we imagine the vertical assembly. So on the ground floor, the existing uses remain, and a dense green area is created on the unsealed ground. And because the ground floor is still heavily occupied, we imagine that we could bring some public or semi-public functions on the first floor, along with some shops or some small-scale production. And then on top is the housing, with what we think is very important in this mixed housing projects, the common spaces and the meeting spaces. So there is a continuous flow throughout the project with common spaces, which this alternative governance could allow. And here we see the mapping of the actors by nature. So private, public, self-organized, and common good oriented. And with the point being basically that this alternative governance model could give access to medium or smaller scale actors to urban development, from which they are currently excluded, mainly because of the rising land prices. And here we see a snapshot of how we imagine the life in this complex, mainly with the intertwining of the housing with the purple colors and the continuous flow of the common areas throughout the complex.
Here we have a snapshot of how we imagine that this could be then inserted as an urban piece that creates not only well, new public space, of course, some developer obligations, but especially creates spaces for developments of different natures for actors, as Sofia was saying, that do not have access currently to land in Berlin or in other big European cities, and then become excluded completely from urban development. The system could then be replicated in other places in Berlin, adapted to the specificities of the communities in different areas, and maybe open the door for new urban questions as to how to make city in comparison to what has been done now in Berlin.
So here we see the neighborhood scale. The area we presented is the area 2, but as you can see, there are more clusters nearby that could in the end create a bigger community and a bigger projects. And what is important is that right now the sealed area is between 93.5 and 96.5%, whereas with our proposal on the next slide, we can achieve an unsealing of the land of up to 33%, and a significant amount of housing. We calculated 1,600 units in these areas with different sizes of apartments and with a density that is not exceeding by far the current density of comparable cities throughout Berlin.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Santiago, and thank you, Sophia. I would request Professor Fabiano to please express his feedback regarding the thesis.
Hi, Sophia. Hi, Santiago. Thank you for this very interesting proposal. I think it was very comprehensive, also a very important topic today, not only in Berlin, but across Europe at least, and also here in the United States where I am at the moment. And I think you came up with very credible ways to think about the problem. I appreciated your considerations about the future and the kind of the stage progressive approach that you suggested that could be implemented. So exploring the question of air rights, I think is going to be more and more a question which has to do with access to sunlight, it has to do with access to views and green space, ventilation in cities that are going to be hotter and hotter. So these are interesting considerations for you. So what happens when we start building upwards in these neighborhoods and we start having more concrete or having more steel all around our houses? So what are the mechanisms or ways in which this could be done and still having microclimates that are going to be good for us and for other forms of life? So I think this would be interesting considerations to take forward. I might have missed it, but I think I didn't quite get the principles behind then the implementation. So I saw that you started adding the buildings and it was in a particular location, and you would have other areas where you would do that. But the process by which one would get to that point, I kind of missed it. So it would be interesting to explore. So how do you go about it? Is it in terms, is it based on density? Is it based on where the windows exist, are? Is it based on sun location? So what are the set of parameters that one needs to consider in order to implement this approach in a way that's going to be, that you can justify later, that's going to be better for everyone? Not only better for those that do not have housing and would end up living there, but for the neighborhood, for the community as a whole. The question of the spaces in between, we are here in an urban design discussion. So what happened in those spaces, in those terraces, in those courtyards, in those elevations that are now going to be facing my window and so on. So all these considerations that I think would be popping up in the conversations, in the discussions. But I thought it was an excellent piece. It was also very well presented, very clear. So very, very well done, because I'm also saying those things because it has a possibility of implementation beyond what you called the obsolete urbanities. Now, that's why I'm saying that, because yes, one thing would be to take an industrial area, no one lives there, and do something like this. Another thing would be to start thinking about densification along those lines in other areas. And I think that could be a next step for research in your area. So well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Requesting Professor Rajiv Bhagat to express his reflections on the thesis.
Hi, Santiago. Hi, Sophia. Firstly, very good work. You guys have achieved a very rich, complex, good understanding of urban conditions of your city which you're studying, which is Berlin specifically. You have touched upon a point which is critical in many cities worldwide, this idea of limiting this almost insane spread, this unlimited insane spread where the city is going, and trying to sort of contain the cities within a more finite area. The depth of research was great. The fact that you went into these very specific numbers, which are actually hard to digest, it actually takes a little while to understand them, and you've understood them, and it appears that you have responded to them. So very, very positive. The overall design, your suggestions, the whole proposal was very comprehensive. The 2 or 3 comments that I have are fundamentally asking why this specific approach. I mean, you don't have to answer me. Maybe we can. This is a general point of discussion, because the question of air rights presumes that there is another entity which needs to build over the existing entity, another organization, another body, or another set of bodies. And why not simply allow redensification? Which is financially and physically, structurally, from an RCC and steel point of view, maybe a relatively simpler solution. Maybe, of course, there are environmental and sustainability aspects to it as to whether one should really do that or not. Because from a simple logistical point of view, it is sometimes easier to simply increase available or allowable FSI or FAR or some such regulatory mechanism and allow, forces to allow the buildings to move up. So the first fundamental question is why use because air rights is a tool amongst many possible tools. So why the specifics of this particular tool? It may be good for you to explain why you picked this tool as opposed to a simple increase in FSI. That's one question. The second part of it is that what are the parameters which will control how the air rights are to be used? What are the design controls or the design parameters? Now, this guides or this reflects in many things. What do the new structures look like? How do they play with the existing ones? Like Fabiano also very rightly said, what about the space in between? What about the light and the air and the ventilation and many such questions? So fundamentally, did you guys think of design guidelines and of how to control this? If you did, maybe in a future presentation, you may want to at least highlight it, maybe even in a single slide, just to explain what the guidelines are. With no explanation, I think it becomes worrisome for anybody. The last question, the last issue I have for you, just as a sort of a thought, is when one proposes something like this, on one hand, one is running the risk of unbelievably expanded cities, and we're trying to control that. On the other hand, with this kind of expansion, one runs the risk of the city no longer being what it was, a potential loss of identity. So how do you have design controls to maintain or to respect, for lack of better words, the Berlin-ness, the character of Berlin, which makes it Berlin, the character of your neighborhood, which makes it your neighborhood, right? Because whether you use air rights or whether you use densification, with this amount of building, the character of the city changes drastically, and one would seriously consider what kind of design parameters or design controls one would have to make sure it becomes a city which is desirable, which is something one would want. So those are my comments, but overall, still very good work. Great pleasure to see your work. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Could I maybe give a quick general answer, because these were all very valid questions that we heard. So I would just like to say that our project was based in Berlin, and this is why we really took into consideration the Berlin context, meaning that it is a city that has a long history of housing cooperatives operating, and they are currently locked out of the urban housing production system because of land prices. So this is, for example, one reason why we chose this kind of governance. And the other thing about the densification and so on, just a general comment that our goal First of all, this is why the unsealing was very important to us and to place this dense green area in the middle, but also in general, even though it was a densification proposal, we tried to really keep the Berlin guidelines, so not go well beyond the allowed height of the buildings or the allowed distances. I know we couldn't present everything, of course, but yeah, just as a general comment, this was the idea. Yeah. Santiago, do you have something to add?
Yeah, maybe just to add very quick on the air rights, that is a totally valid question because it's very hard to make it viable. Like some cities that we know or that we come from, like New York or Medellin, Colombia, they have a lot of really specific regulations on how to transfer and use air rights. What Sophia was saying, and we chose this problem like a little bit on purpose, is that buying land not only became the bottleneck for small actors, but even for the state. The public housing companies, they cannot afford land in Berlin, which is crazy. Like the city cannot buy land in the city. And this is the reason we were very adamant on trying to make the thing operational just on air rights, to skip the land purchase. Which of course creates other kinds of complications, but was a way of trying to reconcile this problem with a possible different solution to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Santiago and Sophia and the panel. Let's move on to our last presentation for tonight by Shalini Ravi, a master's in sustainable architecture and landscape design graduate from Politecnico di Milano. The title of her thesis is Reshape, a regenerative stitch activating abandoned rural-urban peripherals, Porto di Mare. Over to you, Shalini.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Now? Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Shalini Ravi. Welcome to Reshape, the story of activating abandoned urban peripherals of Porto di Mare, Milan, Italy. So our narrative begins with basic knowledge and it's followed by research analysis to innovation of the strategy by composing it to the site and reflecting its outcomes. So the transformation of the areas outlined by Comune di Milano earlier focused on inner city centers, and the current initiatives and transformation are targeting the outer suburbs, which aims at revitalizing the railway yards, update of outskirts, implementing of new regulations, regenerating of industrial sites, and introducing new functions and spaces. So in the same way, the PGT Milano, the territory governance plan for Milan 2030 has been adopted. The major strategies and objectives includes to bring a connected, inclusive global city of Milan with lots of opportunities and define neighborhoods with a green, livable and resilient environment constantly which regenerates itself. So coming to the introduction about the site, Porto di Mare is located in southeast of Milan, where urban and rural areas converge, was originally planned for canal connecting the Po River with Milan and Adriatic Sea. But unfortunately, due to funding issues during World War I, after initial excavations, the site was abandoned. Today, the area features the mix of agricultural lands, cascinas, cultural activities, sports centers, small industries, abandoned buildings. So now Milan's PGT plan is focusing on revitalizing the urban void of Corvetto neighborhood, that is Porto di Mare, by bringing in lots of urban and landscape activities, which is also partnered with Polymy off campus to bringing lots of strategic plans. So after a comprehensive analysis and research, I came to the conclusion that Porto di Mare possesses more strength than weakness and fewer risks. So with its primary goal being want to serve as a gateway between rural and urban areas. So the overall challenges, I categorize them into environmental, economic, and social impacts, which raise the following questions. Following our strategic proposal for Porto di Mare focuses on creating key focal points, improving the accessibility, integrating green-blue infrastructure to boost biodiversity. It also aims to connect neighborhoods, promotes agri-tourism, circular economy, and energy efficiency, which needs to be established for an ecological corridor. The overall project engages local stakeholders in bringing the area with the key focuses of education, social and cultural activities, also history, sports, environment and economical aspects, which also includes civic organization and residents from the neighborhood. So after all the analysis and research and concluding with the strategic proposal, I wanted to create a proper strategy, that is regenerative in-between strategy. So mainly the regenerative in-between strategy transforms abandoned spaces by creating inviting environments that attracts more visitors and foster future development while optimizing the use of existing resources. The project's aim vision is to mainly reconnect, reintegrate, and regenerate a site, which is accomplished by the blending strategic roles and upcoming toolkits. I have developed distinct tools for each vision to enhance the interaction between the people and site in more aesthetic way. To reconnect, we focus on improving connectivity and defining spaces. For reintegration, we emphasize on inclusivity and adaptive reuse of buildings while maintaining the character of the site. For regeneration, we aim to develop the spaces that produce essential resources like food, energy, and water. So now the restoration of, mainly I wanted to start the site. Before I wanted to propose anything, I want to restore the existing features. So in that I developed into the three concepts, that is protect, develop and adapt. So for the protection of existing landmarks, already we have lots of landmarks such as Keshinas in our site. So I wanted to give like a key interventions of creating gallery spaces, urban farming and historical landscapes. Apart from that, lots of multifunctional storage areas. So the initiatives aim to attract more visitors and raise awareness and boost economic value while preserving the cultural heritage. Additionally, the abandoned Keshina Nocedo will be transformed to the diverse awareness activity center with co-working spaces which will engage more people. On the other hand, I wanted to develop the accessibility to reach the Porto di Mare. So as a part of infrastructure regeneration, I wanted to develop three major roads, that is via Fabio Massimo, via Giovanni, and via Saint Yogi. The key interventions include establishing the dedicated cycling pedestrian routes and incorporating bioswales as the natural borders and pollution controls. So as I already featured that Porto di Mare has lots of abandoned buildings. I wanted to demolish some and I wanted to restore some. So the existing Porto di Mare buildings are in the northern area are repurposed as farmers market, dairy farm and recycling hub. In the western region, the buildings are just converted into the green homes, communal gardens and healing landscapes. Additionally, the adaptive reuse of these structures offers benefits such as attracting more visitors, mainly reducing the carbon emissions and enhancing the local economy. So similar way, local materials which I got from demolished abandoned buildings such as stones with various textures are employed in key areas of the sites to enhance the character. Additionally, materials like concrete, wood, stone and reclaimed bricks are repurposed for paving, seating and drainage applications in the upcoming proposal. This approach not only utilizes the regional resources but also promotes the sustainability through reusing of the existing materials. So beginning with the mesoscale master plan, that is the master plan for Porto di Mare, beginning with the integration of new fabrics, the zonal approach was developed by designing into the three major zones, that is community and cultural zone, ecological and blue-green zone, and productive zone, which is actually stitched by a promenade. So the master plan is based on PGT preliminary proposals and their requirements, designates the northern urban area for community and cultural activities with a transition zone. And I created new entry plaza with a restricted vehicular access across the site, and more of activities are organized throughout the Red Promenade. And one of the historical elements, that is the excavation from the past, I wanted to bring in the form of detention pond. The promenade leads to the restored main water feature, that is detention pond, which incorporates ecological zone and productive landscapes. The promenade connects all the activities and extends to the detention pond, featuring the deck with panoramic views leading to larger phytoremediation forest. So I wanted to elaborate the master plan into 3 micro-scale landscape zones. First, being the community zone, is mainly designed to attract visitors through diverse activities in the north. It features sports areas, agricultural zones, parking facilities, all aimed to boosting social and economic value. This area includes agricultural field and repurposed buildings such as farmers market, recycling hub, and dairy hub. The primary goal of this site is to preserve the site's cultural and historical significance. And I also created temporary plaza and cultural gallery to support the range of cultural activities. So economical and blue-green zone acts as a bridge between the people and the nature, offering relaxation through urban parks and therapeutic gardens and different green spaces. Walking through these spaces enhances the interaction between the individuals and the natural environment. A key component of this whole proposal is going to be the proposed detention pond, which is purposed as water storage during rainy season while transitioning to the activity zone in the summer. And a final landscape zone, that is productive landscape zone, is to advance research on local species, foster interactive activities, and enhance the area's biodiversity. Kesina Karpana is designated to use as a hub for research and urban farming initiatives. This zone is designed to include solar farm, insect houses, research laboratories, and study for ecological processes. By integrating these elements, the productive landscape zone seeks to create a dynamic environment that supports scientific inquiry and community engagement, while also contributing to the preservation and expansion of the local biodiversity. Nature-based solutions, including phytoremediation zone, bioswales, rain gardens, are employed in this overall project. I wanted to employ this because of effective water management. So phytoremediation zone, the main purpose is because I wanted to treat the polluted soil because of the contamination from already existed industrial yards, and bioswales manage stormwater runoff and promote groundwater recharge, and rain gardens capture and filter rainwater. Together, these methods enhance the water quality, reduce the flood risk, and support urban resilience through sustainable and ecological process. So wetlands are integrated into the design near a detention pond to enhance soil fertility through natural process, such as nutrient cycling and organic matter accumulation. And on the other side, urban corridors and permeable pavements are employed to mitigate the urban heat island effect. Urban corridors, by providing green spaces and vegetation, contribute to the cooling and shading all over the site, while permeable pavements allow for better water infiltration and reduced heat absorption.
Shalini, requesting to wrap up.
Yeah, just 2 more slides. So I wanted to conclude all my proposals by bringing in the outcomes. The first is the transitional outcome, that is social aspect, by creating urban and rural areas, which will act as a functional bridge by incorporating urban amenities and landscape characteristics. There is high possibilities. The overall proposal is attracting diverse population and fostering social engagement and economic exchange. So the next aspect of economic, which is economical, I wanted to create a circular economy and energy output. The structured output promotes sustainable production and consumption model. Instead of always relying on a traditional linear economy, I wanted to prioritize a prolonged use of resources by sharing, renting, reusing, and recycling existing goods. So by circulating products within the economy as long as possible, this approach not only conserves raw materials energy, but also contributes to the reduction in environmental impact, which focus on resource efficiency. And third approach is environmental aspect. By implementing lots of planting strategy, significantly enhances the diverse range of native flora and fauna all over the site. Addition to that, the air quality is improved by filtering the pollutants and increasing the oxygen production, because the overall placement of the plants, shrubs, trees, everything is placed accordingly in order to provide shade and cooling throughout the site. And the last aspect is water management. The main goal was to preserve natural water body, minimizing flood, prevent water pollution, and various strategies such as permeable pavements, rain gardens, and green infrastructure are used to manage the storm water as at its source. This methods restores the watershed hydrology, improves water quality, and also makes a demonstrating benefit for the sustainable environment while showcasing it to the park visitors. So finally, all the proposed strategy and toolkits can be applied to in the macro scale level throughout abandoned spaces in the Milan. These principles have to be carefully considered in conjunction with proposals to the complementing the surrounding zones, and a keen analysis has to be made while incorporating these strategy and proposals. And finally, I would like to thank my professor and parents and UDL for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Shalini. I request Professor Fabiano to express his broad comments and observations regarding the thesis.
Thank you, Shalini, for the presentation. I think it's a very comprehensive thesis. You covered a lot of ground in the presentation. You addressed a range of issues, and in an area that does require some, significant level of intervention in Milan. I think the only perhaps consideration that I would ask you to reflect upon would be to present a little bit more the context around the site. For example, we have Milano Rogoredo, the station, just on the eastern side, bordering the site, and perhaps how the proposal would be connected or integrated with that station, with the neighborhoods around would have made the proposal stronger. But I think it was very thorough. As I said, I'm very impressed with the level of engagement, the research, and the proposition you have made. So well done, and well done to my colleague Julia as well.
Thank you, Professor. I request Professor Rajiv to express his comments.
Hi, Shalini. Thank you for your presentation. I concur with Fabiano on a couple of different points. You have good work. You've thought of a lot of different aspects of the work in the area and the design. There's hard work, clearly visible. Effort is clearly visible. The visuals were great. Lots of the ideas were well thought out. One or two, which I think, just from a presentation point of view, I think you may want to look at. I have the same response. I know Milan only at a very, very surface level, and for somebody like me, I don't understood the context of what you were responding to very well. And I think we would need a clearer understanding of the area, and with that, clear objectives which are related to your area, which are physical objectives, because one can then meter your response or judge your response against your objectives, against what is it that you feel needs to be done in the area. I also, just from a personal point of view, you used many what I call buzzwords. There's reconnect, reintegrate, regenerate, protect, develop, adapt. I was trying to note down, and I couldn't write as fast as you were talking, I think. But all of these words mean things. They're important, but they don't replace fundamental objectives. And I some worry if we are using too many buzzwords to substitute fundamental understanding. That may not be the case, but it also, just in terms of a presentation, it throws people off because you're throwing words one after the other, and you're on to the next word before I can understand how you're using the previous one. The kind of depth and detail that you've gone into for each area is very commendable. The one thing I would like to mention is you've a lot, in fact, a vast majority of your urban design moves appear to be environmental and sustainable in nature, which is extremely important in the rural RUR and the rural context, which is, I think, what you mentioned. I would be very curious about the lives of people, the economies of people, where they go to work, how they live, and how these spaces affect that aspect of urbanism. Because there is the sustainable environmental aspect of it, which is very well and very clearly addressed, but the aspect of how it affects lives perhaps has been addressed, but wasn't perhaps as clear in the presentation as it could have been. Still, at the end of that, good work. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to request Julia Georgie, ma'am, Professor Julia Georgie, that if she could comment anything since the thesis has been guided by her.
Thank you very much. Actually, I think it's a very good initiative. I mean, I follow a lot of theses yesterday, today, and I think this was a really great idea what you did. And I'm very happy for Salini that has been selected. And as I followed her in all the way through. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor. I want to now extend my gratitude to all the participants for sharing their insightful thesis from different parts dealing with different characteristics and forms and addressing different issues, and also some common issues that all the historic urban areas across the globe face pertaining to urban renewal, a complex theme which has different stakeholders and different dynamics, and in which we have to pay respect to the old, but as well as keep in mind the new development that we need to progress. So at this juncture, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelist, Professor Rajiv Bhagat and Professor Fabiano Lemes de Oliveira to initiate the panel discussion. Over to you, professors.
I'm happy to have Fabiano start.
All right. Okay. I think what we saw today was a range of very different proposals with different premises, but all of them interested in the question of place, and how we as designers can intervene in the built environment. We can work with society, and we can help address problems. If anything, I would keep inviting our awardees to think about what are the major societal, environmental, ecological issues that we have, and go for them. Really try to tackle that which is most important, and try to tackle that which is most important in a complex manner. And I don't mean complicated, but in a manner that seeks synergies, that seeks resolutions that address more than one issue, that try to be multi-layered, that responds to the questions of humans in cities, but not only humans. Now we have a range of considerations that we should be having, and I think it's growing more and more in our field regarding non-human life as well. Now, cities are more and more the habitats not only for human beings. And in that sense, again, I congratulate you all for the effort, for the commitment. It is important to build a discourse when we are presenting a project, when we are presenting research. So having those sets of initial premises clear, our hypothesis, what the thesis is, and perhaps this is something else that you could also think about. If you were to summarize your thesis in a question, or perhaps two questions, what would they be? What is the essential element, the driving force of your work that then brings everything together, and kind of that avenue that then starts to kind of unravel and unpack all the issues as you develop it. And I wish you all the very best in your careers. It has been a pleasure to participate in this event, and I believe the event is a celebratory event. It is to celebrate the work you have done. So congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Raju.
Firstly, it was a pleasure to be part of this. It really is beyond anything just fun to see so many interesting theses, interesting pieces of work from all over the world in different contexts. The nature response, the kind of response, and the thoughts were all contextual. And from that respect, I think it was a very positive thing. I must congratulate UDL for organizing this thesis this sort of collaboration of theses. All of the candidates, I can't think of a bad project to sort of point out here. Everybody did extremely well. Congratulations to one and all for all of their work. In the act of urban renewal, one has to obviously think about existing contexts and then how they are changing, how we intend the city to be. So when one looks at the question of urban renewal, it is really a question of bringing past, present, and future together. Many of the theses have looked at it with a lot of intelligence and complexity, which is very heartening. So from my perspective, it tells me that the future of urban design is solid. We're on a good path, and it was really nice to see everybody's work. Thank you.
Thank you, professors. Thank you for your encouragement and insightful feedback and your valuable time for this session. I would now like to request Architect Jagriti to conclude the session with her remarks.
Thank you, Mansi. Well, indeed, quite an enlightening journey we've had since the past 2 days through this UDL Thesis Publication Seminar 2024. There was a lot of reflection on the rich tapestry of ideas, which were all very meticulously woven together. Our sincere gratitude obviously goes out to the esteemed jury members and the panelists for their unwavering commitment and expertise. They've played a pivotal role in shaping the diverse compilation of the thesis, all of which together helped us explore different dimensions of urban design as well as development. I would like to extend, on behalf of the entire team, a heartfelt appreciation to the distinguished panelists, Professor Ujjan Ghosh, Professor Rajiv Bhagat, Professor Manasi Kataria, and Professor Urmi Kapadia, along with the esteemed jury members over the course of the 2 days, Stefan Lengen, Daniel Feldman, Clara Reuter, Fabiano Lemis, Peter Hastel, Dr. Mohammad Fekri, Zaina El-Zain, and Ivan Shea. Their invaluable contributions have profoundly enriched the seminar's discussion.
This captivating exploration through the different themes which we explored in the past 2 days has revealed a world of urban exploration which is both enlightening as well as thought-provoking. Each theme shed lights on a different dimension of urban life that deserved our attention as well as our consideration, while urban renewal delved into strategies to revitalize urban spaces through heritage preservation and regeneration. The thesis that we saw under the theme of urban landscape explored design approaches that went beyond aesthetics, addressing climate resilience, cultural preservation, and resident well-being. The discussions on urban management uncovered the economic and social governance that support thriving, inclusive cities. And lastly, the discourse on urban networks highlighted the essential connective threads, mobility, connectivity, and efficient movement that binds our cities together. While these themes were not isolated, they definitely were intertwined to form a rich collection of ideas, right from historical preservation to sustainable innovation, each adding a piece to the urban puzzle, inviting us to explore the complex dynamics shaping our cities today. So lastly, I extend our deepest gratitude to all the contributors, all the presenters, the panelists, and the attendees who have made this seminar a forum of enriching dialogue and inspiration. Your dedication to academic excellence and the enhancement of our urban landscape is both commendable and deeply appreciated. So as we move forward, may these insights guide us in creating vibrant, sustainable, and harmonious urban environments that not just honors the past, but also thrives in the present and definitely embraces a promising future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagriti, for your kind words. I think we can close the session here. Also, we are excited to announce the UDL Thesis publication book that will be released in December, which will be showcasing all the theses that has been presented during this course of 2 days. So thank you all for being the part, and we also look forward to seeing you at the UDL Thesis Seminar 2025 with more new ideas and new theses. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.